Chapter 1347. No matter what, Ling Xiao felt that his plan was the most perfect. With his current popularity in the Shenling continent, as long as he raised his arm and shouted, he believed that many people would be willing to leave with him. If those people really had any complaints, he would just wash his hands of it and let them live and die on their own. That was a completely arrogant remark. Ling Xiao could not be blamed for this. He was only concerned about the safety of his old ancestor. He really did not care about the lives of others. Forget it, you don't have to worry about this. In any case, this old man should have died more than 1,800 years ago. I don't know how long I've lived and I'm tired of living. To be able to obtain more than half of your blood essence and live for another 2,000 to 3,000 years is not a problem. I should be satisfied. Ling Hongyu said. Old ancestor. Ling Xiao seemed to be stuck in his throat. He wanted to continue persuading but was interrupted by his old ancestor. Your idea is good, but I don't want you to do that, Ling Hongyu said resolutely. Then he said, I'll suck your blood essence and give you some good fortune. Hurry up and send a message to those bastards outside. Otherwise they'll definitely get impatient. Ling Xiao did not understand what Ling Hongyu was planning, but he immediately used the voice transmission stone to send a message to Ling Fei and the others. He told them about the situation and told them not to worry for the time being. Ling Fei and the others who were above the chaotic battle's abyss were all overjoyed. As long as their old ancestor was still alive, that was more important than anything else. Uncle Fei, what should we do now? Ling Gang asked Ling Fei. Let's wait here. Since the old ancestor wants to give that kid an opportunity, I'm afraid that our tribe will have another supreme martial artist in the near future. With that kid's combat strength, I'm afraid that there will be one more member of our Kim people on the supreme ranking in the future. Ling Fei replied happily. Ling Xiao did not mention the old ancestor's terrible situation. If he did, Ling Fei and the others would not be able to laugh now. Then Ling Fei sent someone back to the Proud Laughing Palace to tell the people of the Proud Laughing Palace about what had happened so that they wouldn't be worried. As for the chaotic battle's abyss, it was temporarily sealed off by them, and no one in the Central Territory could enter the chaotic battle's abyss during this period of time. Deep underground, as soon as Ling Xiao finished sending the message, a bit of primordial energy immediately flowed towards him. Absorbing this origin energy can help you become a supreme martial artist faster. However, this origin energy is related to the Shenling continent's destiny energy. Even I can't bear to absorb it. Now it's yours. Although I can only give you a little bit, it's enough for you to become a supreme martial artist. Ling Hongyu's voice rang in Ling Zhao's ears. Ling Zhao's body and mind shook. He had never thought that he would actually obtain this origin power. This was the upgraded version of origin power, a power that even supreme beings needed to absorb to advance. According to what his ancestor said, although he would only be provided with a little bit of origin power, it was believed that it would be enough for his strength to advance further. How could he not be happy about this? Ling Xiao suppressed the excitement in his heart and immediately calmed his mind. He activated his divine power and absorbed the bit of origin power into his body. Being able to absorb the origin power, it was worth it for him to bear the blood essence. After all, the blood essence could rely on the improvement of his strength to make up for it, but the blood essence could not improve his strength. After Ling Xiao had just absorbed a little bit of origin power, that bit of power instantly turned into a very large amount of pure origin power in his body. He only felt that his meridians were filled with this power, as if thousands of horses were galloping. If his meridians had not been strengthened, he was afraid that they would have directly broken and destroyed. Even so, Ling Xiao could not help but let out a low roar. The power was so great that it felt like every muscle in his body was about to explode. The unique origin returning technique and the ancient emperor divine technique worked at the same time to quickly divide and absorb this power, letting it enter his dantian. When this power entered his dantian instantly swelled up. Dots of five-colored light emitted dazzling power and rushed towards the divine bridge. To accumulate God power, not only was the power in his dantian enough, but he also needed the feedback of soul power from his God soul. The two kinds of power began to mix together, forming drops of brilliant five-colored power. As this God power gathered, Ling Zhao's strength also began to rise. Ling Hongyu, who was below, could naturally feel the increase of Ling Zhao's strength. However, when Ling Zhao's strength steadily stopped at the peak of God King realm, he was astonished. The bit of origin power he provided should be enough for any high-level God King to reach the half-incipient God realm. Moreover, there should be leftovers. As long as they could continue to refine the origin power and deepen their understanding of the power of a supreme being, it would not be a problem for them to enter the Supreme Being realm. However, right now, this bit of origin power was only enough to push Ling Xiao to the peak of God King realm. It was obvious that the amount of power Ling Xiao needed to absorb was many times more than the others. Ling Hongyu wanted to provide more incipient God realm power, but he hesitated for a while and didn't do so. It should be known that the bit of incipient God realm power that Ling Xiao had just absorbed had consumed 5,000 years of Xianling continent's energy. In other words, Xianling continent's lifespan had been reduced by another 5,000 years. If Ling Xiao absorbed more energy, Xianling continent would be one step closer to destruction. This kid's foundation is really solid. Although he's just at the peak of God King realm, his competence isn't less than a half-incipient God realm expert. I hope this kid's luck can go against the natural order. He can get the 9 kinds of Genesis stones to restore our ancestral land to its ancient glory. At that time, all kinds of divine items will be revived. Our clan can move back from the heaven territory. Later on, our clan will be able to monopolize resources that others can't even imagine. At that time, it won't be a problem for us to become the leader of the clans. Ling Hongyu thought. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that Ling Hongyu had such a grand idea. At this moment, he was still immersed in the pleasure of increasing his competence. He kept compressing the energy in his lower abdomen. He didn't let it push toward the half-incipient God realm because he felt that the remaining energy wasn't enough for him to reach that level. It would be better to compress it and use it to break through to the Great Master realm. However, it was a pity that the 3 strange creatures in his sea of consciousness had devoured a lot of the origin energy. Otherwise, his realm could have been more solid. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao's body opened up, and a powerful force burst out from his body. The barrier around him was shaken by his power, and the barrier around him was shaken by his power. He could feel that it wouldn't be a problem for him to leave this place with his current power. However, he couldn't go deeper. Ling Xiao felt the surging energy in his body, which made him so excited. He hated that he couldn't do it several more times. "Thank you, forefather," Ling Xiao said to Ling Hongyu gratefully. This time his competence had increased unexpectedly. It had made up for all his losses. Moreover, his foundation had become more solid. As long as he could understand more about the power of everything in heaven and earth, including the space power and the barrier power, it wouldn't be an extravagant hope for him to enter the Great Master realm. After all, his God Soul had become stronger this time. He was just a little bit away from the Great Master God Soul. "I can only help you this much. Now that you have the power, you can leave this place. Remember, don't let the others in the tribe save me. If I want to leave, I can do it at any time, unless they can bring me the 9 kinds of Genesis stones," said Ling Hongyu. His words hinted that if he wanted to leave this place, he had to use the second method. How could Ling Xiao not understand his forefather's meaning? He didn't know how to persuade him. He had to report this to the higher-ups of the tribe first. Perhaps they really had the Genesis stones. "Forefather, how about you suck a little more of my blood? That way you can hold on for a little longer. Anyway, I can use other methods to restore my blood," said Ling Xiao. If the forefather didn't want to leave this place, he had to increase his blood qi so that he could resist the spreading of the barrier power. He could live for a little longer, which would give them enough time to collect the Genesis stones. "No need. Your bloodline is similar to mine. I'm afraid that I can't help but suck you dry. You should leave this place now," said Ling Hongyu straightforwardly. Ling Xiao didn't know what to say. He immediately replied, "Then, forefather, please take care. We will try our best to find the Genesis stones to help you leave this place." Then he increased his power to the extreme. His fighting power was dozens of times stronger than before. He then dashed towards the ground. The barrier power was so intimidating. While he was dashing, his body was in so much pain as if thousands of sabers were slashing him at the same time. This feeling wasn't good at all. When he finally touched the Earth Essence Stone, Ling Xiao exhaled in relief. "Finally, I'm out." Breaking through a section of the barrier was even more exhausting than fighting a half-incipient God Realm expert. This place was just the weakest part of the barrier. Under the 9-colored Origins power, only the experts at the Supreme Realm could touch the barrier. Ling Xiao didn't think much. After he swallowed a divine pellet, he continued to dash towards the ground. Boom. After a while, Ling Xiao finally got out of the ground. A dragon shadow that looked like a real dragon flashed in the sky. The warriors of the Kim people who were guarding nearby almost had an urge to worship this dragon shadow. In their eyes, this dragon shadow was the symbol of nobility and the ultimate power of the bloodline. "Brother Xiao is out," shouted Ling Fei. "Uncle Zhao's power? It seems like he has gotten stronger." Ling Gang said with a surprised expression. Ling Fei nodded enviously and said, "It seems that he has received some benefits from the elder ancestor. How enviable." It took him almost 1,000 years to reach the peak of God King Realm from high-level God King Realm. And Ling Xiao had just reached this step not long ago. He couldn't help but be jealous. However, he also knew that Ling Xiao's fortuitous encounters were heaven-defying. It was really not something that any of them could compare to. Chapter 1348. Ling Xiao was full of pride. He had never thought that he could have such a harvest after returning to Xianling continent. His power had soared to the peak King God Realm. With his power, he could even fight against ordinary half-incipient God Realm experts. As for the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo, he had the chance to be invincible. However, he wasn't interested in these rankings. Genesis Stone? I must find a way to collect it. Ling Xiao said confidently. At this step, he just needed to complete his realm and he could break through to the Supreme Master Realm. If it was someone else, they wouldn't dare to think so. After all, the energy needed to break through to the Supreme Master Realm was enormous. Moreover, it was impossible to consume Supreme Divine items to advance. However, Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about Supreme Divine items. He had inherited everything from Hun Feng. There were many Supreme Divine items among them. Moreover, he had a Supreme Divine item that others didn't have, the Genesis Crystal. The Genesis Crystal was dissected from the source beast that Ling Xiao had harvested. Each piece contained an enormous amount of origin energy. It was the best divine item to break through to the Supreme Master Realm. That was why Ling Xiao was so confident. As long as he became the Supreme Master, he was confident that he could go anywhere in the Heaven territory. He even dared to go to the forbidden areas. At that time he might be able to find the Genesis Stone. Of course, having this confidence didn't mean that he had to find it. He had to tell the higher-ups of the tribe about this so that they could make a decision. "Brother Xiao, did you see the forefather? Why didn't he come out?" Ling Fei asked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, I saw him. But his condition isn't optimistic." Then he told Ling Fei and the others about the conversation he had with the elder ancestor. Ling Fei, Ling Gang, and the rest all fell silent after hearing this. They didn't expect their ancestor to make such a decision. As the younger generation, they couldn't comment on it. "I think this matter is of great importance. We must return to the clan immediately and discuss it with the patriarch. Otherwise, we won't be able to persuade the old ancestor," Ling Xiao said. Ling Fei nodded. "You're right. I've heard from my grandfather that the old ancestor has a very bad temper. Once he makes a decision, it's hard to turn back. Since that's the case, we shouldn't delay any longer. Let's immediately return to the clan," suggested Ling Gang. At this time Ling Xiao said, "Brother, you and Ling Gang go first, I'll catch up later." Ling Xiao still wanted to go to the East Sea to see the Dragon Lady. He wanted to bring her to the Heaven Domain to live better. Besides, he also had 2 brothers that he wanted to see. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to return in the future. Ling Fei shook his head and said, "Ling Gang should go back and report this matter. I have to go with you, kid. Otherwise, if we get ambushed by the Dark Shadow clan again, I won't be able to bear the consequences." Ling Zhao's position in the clan was something that even he couldn't compare to. Thus, Ling Fei had to go with Ling Xiao to be at ease. "Brother, you don't have to worry. With my current strength, no one can stop me except for a supreme being. Moreover, we can't make any mistakes in this matter. You should go with Ling Gang. Don't ruin the clan's important matters because of me," Ling Xiao said firmly. Ling Xiao wasn't arrogant. With his current competence, only a supreme being could stop him. Ling Fei hesitated for a while. Thinking about how Ling Xiao had used only 1 arrow to kill a half-incipient God Realm expert, he thought that he didn't have much chance to defeat Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao's competence had increased 1 more time. Thus, Shi Yin didn't have much confidence. "Alright, I'm going back now. But Ling Gang still needs to stay with you. He will protect you. I'll go back alone. It's faster," replied Ling Fei. In fact, he had brought a mysterious item with him this time. He could use this item to contact his fellows in the Heaven Domain and ask them to open the territory entrance to take them back. However, it would consume a lot of energy and divine crystals. At this moment, his forefather didn't want to come out. Ling Fei didn't dare to waste this chance. Ling Fei left as soon as he said he would, without any hesitation. With his half-incipient God Realm speed, it didn't take him a long time to get back to the Heaven Domain. If he brought the others, they would be burdens. Ling Xiao took Ling Gang's team and left the chaotic war's abyss to return to the proud smiling palace. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste more time. He had to deal with the things here and bring them to the heaven domain. Then he would find a way to break through to the supreme realm. Then he would go and find the Genesis Stone. When Ling Xiao got back to the palace, he immediately went to find Dongfang Jing. Dongfang Jing was the daughter of the Dongfang family. There were so many people who wanted to pursue her that they could line up to the East Sea. However, she had fallen in love with Ling Xiao at first glance in the chaotic war's abyss. Moreover, she didn't mind being Ling Xiao's concubine. This courage wasn't something ordinary women could compare to. Dongfang Jing was a woman who looked soft and charming. However, she had a high intellect. Moreover, she was persistent in her cultivation. In just a few decades, she had reached the middle stage mystic, the arch realm from the heavenly venerable realm. She didn't take any elixirs. Although this speed couldn't be compared to the divine body, it was faster than ordinary geniuses. Not long ago, she received the divine spring that Ling Xiao gave her. It cleansed her body and allowed her to reach the peak of the mystic, the arch realm. She was very close to entering the saint realm. Normally, after one's strength increased, they wouldn't continue to cultivate. Instead, they would need to relax and slowly consolidate their strength. However, Dongfang Jing knew that the gap between her and her man was getting bigger. She had to work hard to catch up. She mustn't be left behind anymore. Moreover, she had a few sisters who were stronger than her. This aroused her unyielding fighting spirit. When Ling Xiao found Dongfang Jing, she was still meditating to absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energy. She was trying to understand the power of space. Looking at her serious face, Ling Xiao felt a little pain in his heart. Jing, don't work so hard. Your strength has just increased. You should first relax. It's best to cultivate a divine skill. That way you can comprehend the existence of spatial power faster. Ling Xiao said to Dongfang Jing gently. Suddenly hearing Ling Xiao's voice, Dongfang Jing instantly woke up from her meditation. She looked at Ling Xiao with a smile like a flower and said, "Are you done? You're back so soon." At the same time, she twisted her plump body and came in front of Ling Xiao and snuggled up to him. This man had always given her an invisible charm, making her sink little by little. He occupied her heart and she would never be able to forget him. Ling Xiao hugged her waist and kissed her lightly. "Do you want to go back to your mother's house to take a look?" Dongfang Jing's beautiful eyes flickered with a sparkling light. "Will you accompany me back?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Of course." He felt that he owed a lot to every single one of his women. He always wanted to do something more to them to make up for the guilt in his heart. "That's great. Ever since I married you, you haven't returned to your mother's house with me that many times. This time you have to accompany me properly. The two of us will be enough, but you're not allowed to bring other sisters." Dongfang Jing immediately cheered and even specially emphasized it, just like a selfish little girl who had obtained something she liked and definitely couldn't share it with others. Ling Xiao replied softly, "And just the two of us." With that, he carried Dongfang Jing and flew up to the sky. His figure shuttled through space at an extremely fast speed. In front of him, there was a force that wrapped around them, preventing Dongfang Jing from being affected by the shuttling force. "Laugh, you're too powerful. Your speed is so fast." This was the first time Dongfang Jing felt the terror of Ling Xiao's strength, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, her eyes filled with worship. The stronger her man was, the more it proved that she had good eyesight, and the more faith she would have when she returned to her mother's house. From the Laughing Palace to the Dongfang family, Ling Xiao only took 6 hours to arrive. The Dongfang family was once the #1 family under the medicine sect. Even now, this status had not changed and it still maintained the demeanor of an old power. When Ling Xiao and Dongfang Jing visited, the entire Dongfang family was in an uproar. They had just received the news that Ling Xiao had returned from the heaven realm, and had sent people to the Laughing Palace. However, at that time, Ling Xiao was still under the chaotic battle's abyss, and the people from the Dongfang family did not see Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao's visit naturally made the Dongfang family extremely happy. One must know that the strength of a person who could return from the heaven realm could be imagined. After greeting Grandma Dongfang, Master Dongfang, and the others, Ling Xiao planned to head to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. However, the people from the Dongfang family were too enthusiastic, and he was too embarrassed to leave immediately. Especially his brother-in-law Dongfang Xiong, who insisted on pulling Ling Xiao to drink to his heart's content. The result could be imagined. This brother-in-law was drunk by Ling Xiao until he was unconscious. In the end, Ling Xiao decided to let Dongfang Jing choose some people from the Dongfang family to go with them to the heaven realm. This could be considered as something he could do as a son-in-law. When Dongfang Jing heard Ling Xiao say this, she was even more moved to tears. In fact, she had thought of this a long time ago, but she was too embarrassed to say it, because she did not want to be separated from her parents. That night, Dongfang Jing used her own actions to properly satisfy and reward Ling Xiao. In the end, under Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear, she was completely defeated. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's pity for her, she was afraid that it would be almost impossible for her to stand up the next day. Ling Xiao was depressed at his realm. He already had the ability to control that aspect, but to let him, a god king, intercourse with a mystic the arch, it still couldn't satisfy him. If it was in the proud smiling palace, he could take turns to satisfy his women. Now that only Dongfang Jing dared to provoke him here, it naturally made his desire dissatisfied, and it was uncomfortable to stay half in the heat. After staying in the Dongfang family for 2 days, Ling Xiao went to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace alone, leaving Dongfang Jing to continue to stay in the Dongfang family and wait for him to return. In the depths of the Eastern Sea, it was where the Dragon Palace was located, and it was guarded by high-level spiritual beasts. Ordinary people could not get close. Ling Xiao skillfully arrived at the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. He was a guest of the dragons, and he was not afraid of being rejected. Chapter 1349. Arriving at the East Sea Dragon Palace once again, Ling Xiao had a different feeling. He found that the East Sea Dragon Palace was filled with rich energy that could not be found anywhere else, and there was also a lot of origin energy. It was obvious that the Dragon Clan had already absorbed a lot of essence here for them to cultivate and live in. The spiritual energy here could be compared to the Celestial Sky Domain Fortress. Guest General, I haven't seen you for many years. I really miss you. A short figure walked over from afar. This person carried a turtle shell on his back and walked unsteadily. His smiling face with 4 curved eyebrows made him look very funny. He was Gui Qingxiang of the Dragon Palace. Haha, this consort also misses Gui Qingxiang very much. Ling Xiao went forward and laughed. I don't think I'm not worthy of being missed by Guest General. You must be here to see the 17th princess. Gui Qingxiang squinted his eyes and smiled. It's all the same. I want to see the 17th princess, but I also want to see the Dragon King. Ling Xiao went straight to the point. As they spoke, 2 figures swiftly flew over from a short distance away. They were the current Dragon King and the 17th princess. Ling Xiao's strength was not the same as before, but he still cupped his hands and greeted the Dragon King. Greetings, Dragon King. The Dragon King stared at Ling Xiao, and the dragon's aura from his dragon eyes wanted to penetrate Ling Xiao's heart and see through Ling Xiao's nature. But Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever, giving it a kind of hazy feeling. It couldn't see through him at all. Guest General, we haven't seen each other for many years. Your realm is extraordinary. The Dragon King praised. I was lucky to have some gains, Ling Xiao replied. Then he looked at the beautiful Dragon Lady and asked, Dragon Lady, are you all right? The Dragon Lady revealed a joyful expression and said, Boss, I'm all right, but I still want to follow you. Regardless of whether they were spirit beasts or divine beasts, they were all straightforward and would not beat around the bush. Hee, there's still a chance. Ling Xiao smiled, then turned to the Dragon King and said, Dragon King, I actually have some connections with the Golden Dragon. I wonder if Dragon King would like to meet the Golden Dragon's Crown Prince? Golden Dragon Crown Prince? Where is it? Dragon King asked excitedly. In ancient times, the Dragon Clan was a very united race. No matter what elemental attribute the Dragon Clan belonged to, they would not reject any elemental bloodline. After the passage of time, only the Water Dragon Clan remained in the East Sea Dragon Palace. The other dragons were nowhere to be found. They all thought that the other dragons had been wiped out. It is currently a guest in the Fire Chilin's territory. It will be here soon, Ling Xiao said. He and the 13th prince could sense each other. Within a certain range, he could directly send messages to him. Good, I must let it come to my dragon palace. I never thought that the Golden Dragon would still exist. Back then, it was one of the most powerful dragons, the Dragon King said excitedly. Then it said, I must tell the old Dragon King about this news. Guest General, you should talk to the 17th princess first. After saying that, it immediately disappeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao and the Dragon Lady talked for a while, but most of the time, it was the Dragon Lady who listened and Ling Xiao who spoke. This was something that could not be helped. The Dragon Lady was not good with words, but she made it clear that if you want me to go with you, I will go with you immediately. Ling Xiao was also gratified by the Dragon Lady's persistence. This time he really wanted to bring the Dragon Lady away, and even wanted to bring all the true dragons in the Dragon Palace to the Heavenly Realm. This was equivalent to selling a big favor to the dragons. In the future, their relationship with him would definitely be even stronger. Of course, everything could only be decided after the 13th prince came over and talked to them. The 13th prince hurriedly came out of the Qilin clan and immediately rushed to the East Sea Dragon Palace. When it rushed into the East Sea with its true body, its terrifying dragon might directly intimidated all the spirit beasts under the East Sea. As the 13th prince fell into the sea, the two Dragon King and the other princes and princesses in the East Sea resonated. In this vast and boundless East Sea, a spectacular scene of a group of dragons dancing together appeared. Ling Xiao was not interested in the communication between the dragons. He and the dragon lady stayed at the side and continued to chat. A day passed. Ling Xiao did not know what the 13th prince and the two Dragon Kings were discussing. They all came in front of Ling Xiao. The old Dragon King and the Dragon King looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of kindness and affection that they did not have in the past. I was right to make you a guest general back then. The old Dragon King looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. That was also because of the old Dragon King's love. Otherwise, I would not have been able to enter the dragon transformation pool and activate the power of my bloodline. Ling Xiao said humbly. Indeed, if he had not soaked in the dragon transformation pool here and cleansed his body, Ling Xiao's dragon-shaped battle chi would definitely not have been activated to this extent. Therefore, Ling Xiao was quite grateful to the Water Dragon clan. Ling Xiao did not plan to participate in the internal affairs of the dragons, but he still expressed his desire to bring the Dragon Lady to the heavenly realm. That way the Dragon Lady would be able to grow faster. The Dragon Lady was only at the peak of the 8th order now. If she entered the heavenly realm, she would definitely be able to advance to the 9th order immediately. This time the old Dragon King and the Dragon King did not have any objections. In fact, they were overjoyed. It seemed like they were on good terms with the 13th prince. After staying in the Dragon Palace for 2 days, Ling Xiao left with the 13th prince and the Dragon Lady. When he left, all the true dragons and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals came out to welcome him. This showed how much they valued the 13th prince. It was not that the Water Dragon clan was inferior to the Golden Dragon clan. It was just that the Water Dragon clan had been cooped up in the Xianling continent without any source of energy. It was no longer enough for them to reach the 10th order. Even the old Dragon King, who had lived since ancient times, had only just reached the 10th order. The rest were all below the 9th order. If they were to be placed in the heavenly realm, they would not even be a match for some ordinary holy beast. However, the 13th prince's arrival had given them a great blessing. Perhaps it would not be long before they could move their entire clan to the heavenly realm. The secret behind this was not known to Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao left the Dragon Palace, he did not return to the Dongfang family. Instead, he headed straight for the Martial Spirits Court. News of his return might have already reached the Martial Spirits Court. He believed that Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guigua would definitely pay him a visit once they received the news. However, it would take too long for them to arrive. It would be more appropriate for him to visit them directly. If he wanted to fly all over the Xianling continent now, it would only take him a few days. The Martial Spirits Court was quite far from the Dongfang family. It took Ling Xiao half a day to reach Martial Spirits City. With Ling Xiao's current strength, he found the location of the Martial Spirits Court's spatial base in an instant. He realized that the spatial base of the Martial Spirits Court was 10 times bigger than the proud Smiling Palace. Such a spatial base could only be constructed by a Saint Emperor at the very least. There must have been holy emperors in the Martial Spirits Court in the past. Perhaps many of them had already gone to the heavenly realm. This great force that had existed for tens of thousands of years was indeed incomparable to ordinary forces. He scanned the area with his divine sense and found that there were 2.5 holy emperors in the Martial Spirits Court. There were also nearly 20 saints. This number was not something the proud Smiling Palace could compare with. The reason why the proud Smiling Palace could be as famous as the Martial Spirits Court was because the Martial Spirits Court had always been low-key. However, as long as Ling Xiao's name was in the proud Smiling Palace, the proud Smiling Palace would be the most powerful force in the Central Territory. Ling Xiao's divine sense kept scanning the area. After some investigation, he finally found where Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guigua were. However, one of them was refining pills and the other was forging weapons. They were both very focused and he did not want to disturb them. Seeing that their strength had greatly improved and their condition was not bad, Ling Xiao also felt relieved. However, their appearance was much more mature than before. If the speed of their advancement did not increase, they would soon become middle-aged men. It's time to take them away, Ling Xiao thought to himself. They had already laid a solid foundation in the martial spirit's court. Once they reached the heavenly realm, they would be able to grow smoothly. All these years, Ling Xiao had never forgotten about them. He just did not know if they still remembered him as their boss. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guigua both finished their work and once again returned to the mountain top where they usually drank together. "Brother Tang, how have you been recently?" Hua Xiaogui lazily reclined on a rattan chair and asked Tang Guigua after drinking a mouthful of wine. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guigua were now half-emperors. They had 2 Saint Masters as their masters, which allowed them to sit on more resources. It was not surprising that their cultivation was higher than their peers. They were now 7th-grade alchemists and 7th-grade blacksmiths respectively. With their status, they were highly valued in the martial spirit's court. What else can I do? I spend all my time either forging artifacts or cultivating. It's not easy for me to truly cross this half-step the Arch realm and become a true mystic the Arch. Those brothers who followed boss in the past were already mystic thearchs a few years ago. Tang Guigua didn't seem to care about Bien Fu as he chatted casually with Hua Xiaogui. That's right, us alchemists and blacksmiths cannot compare to them who specialize in martial arts. We have to multitask. Hua Xiaogui sighed and continued, I wonder how boss is doing in the heavenly realm. Why didn't he bring us along to broaden our horizons? It is possible to think about it. The journey to the heavenly realm is long and full of natural dangers. Boss didn't even bring anyone else, so why would he bring us? I wonder how he is doing in the heavenly realm. Tang Guigua replied while drinking. Compared to the martial spirit's court, the 2 of them were more eager to follow Ling Xiao to explore the world. It was more exciting. I believe that with boss's ability, he should already be famous in the heavenly realm, Hua Xiaogui said with a nostalgic expression. Just as Tang Guigua was about to say something, a lazy voice sounded, You guessed it. Even a fraud has to stand aside. Chapter 1350. When Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guida heard the sudden voice, they were shocked. They all wondered if they were hallucinating. Brother Tang, did you hear something? Why do I feel like boss is talking to me? Hua Xiaogui asked Tang Guida. Tang Guigua looked around and said, I heard it too. Could it be that we're both hallucinating? I guess so. Seems like we miss boss too much. Ah. Hua Xiaogui laughed bitterly. Ahem, be careful, I'm not a piece of dead glass. Ling Xiao said as he slowly descended from the sky. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guida were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. They were half-step thearchs and were considered top-notch experts in the central region. Even the mystic the Arch would not be able to get close to them silently. However, when Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of them, it still gave them a big fright. They all knew that Ling Xiao went to the heaven region. Why did he suddenly come back? After all, Ling Xiao had only returned to the central region for 2 months. The news might have just reached the spiritual martial pavilion. Anyway, they had not received the news yet. Otherwise, they would have rushed to the proud smiling palace. They rubbed their eyes at the same time and thought they were hallucinating. I say, what are you doing? Didn't you say you miss me? Now that I am in front of you, you can't recognize me? Ling Xiao smiled lightly. He originally wanted to scare these 2 fellows. He did not expect them to be at a loss. Well, bosses, is it really you? I'm not drunk, right? Hua Xiaogui's eyes were wide open. He took 2 steps forward and looked at Ling Xiao. Tang Guida sobered up and said excitedly, Boss, you are back from the heaven region. Of course. Did you think I turned into a ghost and came to find you? Ling Xiao patted the 2 on the shoulder and said. Seeing these 2 brothers again, Ling Xiao was in a very good mood. Although he did not care about ordinary martial artists as his strength increased, he still missed these brothers who had once ventured with him. Some friendships wouldn't change just because of the gap in strength or the passage of time. Boss, it's really you. I missed you so much. Hua Xiaogui felt the warmth from Ling Xiao's palm and suddenly gave Ling Xiao a bear hug. Tang Guida, on the other hand, had an excited smile on his face. It wasn't hard to see how happy he was. Ling Xiao patted Hua Xiaogui's back, then pushed him away and said, Get lost. I'm not interested in men. Hee, as long as I'm interested in boss. Hua Xiaogui replied with a smile. His brotherly love for Ling Xiao was definitely not something that Tang Luigua could compare with. Back then, the 2 of them were from the same sect and had known each other much earlier than Tang Luigua. Moreover, Ling Xiao had helped him more than anyone else, so he treated Ling Xiao even better than a real brother. It could be said that without Ling Xiao, there would be no Hua Xiaogui today. Go to hell. Ling Xiao said snappily, then said, I haven't seen you for many years, you 2 must be doing well. Back then, Xianyao had concluded that they had a fortuitous encounter in the spiritual martial pavilion, and that Fraud had indeed guessed correctly. It's all right. It's definitely better to stay by your boss's side, Hua Xiaogui said straightforwardly. Tang Luigua said from the side, Master and the others are all good to us. Now, I'm a level 7 spirit weapon master, and Xiaogui is a level 7 alchemist. Tang Luigua's expression was rather proud. To have such achievements at their age was definitely something that others would be envious of. After all, whether it was a weapon refiner or an alchemist, without Tenbin, it was much more difficult to advance to the next level than a martial artist. Therefore they had the capital to be proud. Of course, they were still too embarrassed to show off in front of Ling Xiao. One had to know that when Ling Xiao left the central region, he was already a level 8 alchemist, an existence that was on par with their master. Not bad, not bad. However, with your Tenbin, it's still a bit of a waste. Ling Xiao laughed lightly. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Luigua's Tenbin was definitely not weaker than theirs. If they were to go to the heaven region, they would definitely be able to go up a level. If they were to receive special training, it wouldn't be a problem for them to enter the God realm. Boss, did you return from the heaven region? Aren't there countless peak-level saints over there? And there are countless saint artifacts? Quick, tell me. Hua Xiaogui said impatiently. The heaven region was a holy land. The existence of the God realm was the dream of countless people. Hua Xiaogui naturally yearned for it. You're really right. There are indeed many experts there. Sky venerables and mystic thearchs are just lowly martial artists there. Saints are just considered to have just entered the scene. Ling Xiao replied. Wow, it's really that powerful. Hua Xiaogui exclaimed. Of course. This time, I'm here to ask if you want to go to the heaven region with me. It's more promising for your future there. Ling Xiao said. Really? Then I must go with you, boss. Hua Xiaogui immediately said. Tang Luigua, who was at the side, was also tempted. However, he suppressed his impulse because he had been in the spiritual martial pavilion for so many years and was used to the feeling of being above others. If he suddenly went to the heaven region, wouldn't he have to start from being a commoner? Ling Xiao also saw through Tang Luigua's concerns and immediately said, This time I've brought most of the people from the Smiling Palace to live in the heaven region. The heaven and earth spiritual energy there is more than 100 times denser than here. I also have a place to stay there. However, there are many experts there, and if you are not careful, you might lose your life. You can decide for yourselves. Anyway, I won't force you. Towards his own brothers, Ling Xiao was still full of respect. He stated the good and the bad so that they would regret it in the future. I want to go with you, boss. If I can become a saint alchemist one day, I will be satisfied. Hua Xiaogui said without hesitation. Ling Xiao gently patted his head and said, You haven't become a divine alchemist yet, so you can't call me boss in the future. Hua Xiaogui instantly pulled a long face and said, Boss, your requirements are too high. Could it be that there are many divine alchemists in the heaven region? Not many, but there are still some. Ling Xiao replied and then said, But I believe in your ability. It's only a matter of time before you become a divine alchemist. Hua Xiaogui was greatly encouraged by Ling Xiao's words, and his desire to go to the heaven region grew even stronger. Even if he encountered some danger and died, he would have no regrets because he believed that his boss would never cheat him. Tang Luigua hesitated for a while and said, Okay, I will also go with you. Tang Luigua also didn't want to be a frog at the bottom of a well. Since Hua Xiaogui had the courage, why didn't he? Maybe he could also become a divine tool master. Good. You are my brothers. I will definitely not let you regret making this decision. Ling Xiao laughed, then said, You still have to talk to your masters about this in case they have any ideas. Yes, Master knows that we are going to the heaven region, so he shouldn't stop us, Hua Xiaogui replied. At this time, Tang Luigua changed the topic and said, Boss, how did you come to our place just now? He had never understood how Ling Xiao had appeared out of thin air. Even if Ling Xiao had the strength of a saint, it was impossible for him to avoid everyone's eyes and ears and enter. One had to know that not just anyone could break through the barrier of the space base, and he also knew that there were two ancestors of the half-holy emperor in charge of their pavilion. However, when Ling Xiao came here, he didn't cause the slightest ripple, which made him feel strange. I naturally came down directly from above. The space defense here is not bad, but it is impossible to stop me, Ling Xiao said indifferently. He was a dignified peak divine king, so it was as easy as flipping his hand for him to pass through this space base and avoid the senses of the half-holy emperor. However, he didn't tell them about the situation. In any case, they would know about it in the future. If he said it, they would think that he was deliberately showing off. When Tang Luigua heard Ling Xiao's words, his face revealed a shocked expression. Ling Xiao said it so easily, but he was able to avoid the sight of the two ancestors and come here. One could imagine what realm his strength had reached. This time he was even more determined to follow Ling Xiao to the heaven region. He also wanted to become such a peerless expert. The three of them drank together and chatted about many things. In the end, Ling Xiao let the two of them go and explain the situation to their master. He planned to bring Feng Lingtian and Bai Yueme back to the Spiritual Martial Pavilion and officially visit the higher-ups of the Spiritual Martial Pavilion. After all, the Spiritual Martial Pavilion was Bai Yueme's family. The two families could be considered to be connected by marriage, so it was normal for him to officially visit his in-laws. At the same time, he was also afraid that Hua Xiaogue and Tang Luigua wouldn't be able to get their master's approval. He had to speak up for them, and he believed that his words would be more convincing than the two of them. In addition, he also wanted to inquire about another person's news. Ling Xiao once again returned to the proud smiling palace and called Feng Lingtian and Bai Yueme over. "Father, why are you looking for us? I just wanted to go out for a while." Feng Lingtian brought Bai Yueme to Ling Xiao and asked, "You're messing with those poisonous things again. You're not young anymore, raising your strength is the right way. Those crooked ways are all trash in front of absolute strength." Ling Xiao said sternly. The Gu clan had always focused on refining Gu. Feng Lingtian was brought up by the high priest, and he also had a golden silkworm Gu king by his side, which made him very interested in those Gu poisons since he was young. The Gu poison had all sorts of miraculous uses, and it was indeed something that many people feared. Moreover, Feng Lingtian's gold Gu body gave him a unique advantage in this aspect, which allowed him to cultivate some skills. "Father, it's fine if you don't want me to do it, but you should go and talk to great-grandfather." Feng Lingtian straightforwardly pushed this matter to his grandfather, the high priest. He knew that his father was very respectful to his grandfather, so he didn't dare to say anything wrong about these poisonous things. Wouldn't that mean that he looked down on the Gu clan? Ling Xiao waved his hand helplessly and said, "You guys prepare, I'll bring you back to the Spiritual Martial Pavilion. I didn't attend your wedding back then, so I have to visit my in-laws this time." Chapter 1351. Feng Lingtian and Bai Yueme didn't know why Ling Xiao suddenly wanted to go to the Spiritual Martial Pavilion, and their faces were filled with surprise. Bai Yueme, on the other hand, was even more worried. She was very clear about her father-in-law's strength. She thought to herself, could it be that father-in-law wants to have a showdown with the Martial Pavilion to determine who is the #1 power in the central region? Even though it was said that if you married a chicken you would follow a chicken and if you married a dog you would follow a dog. However, Bai Yueme did not forget her roots. The current pavilion master of the Spiritual Martial Pavilion was her father, and she definitely did not want her father-in-law to attack the Spiritual Martial Pavilion. Feng Lingtian seemed to be able to sense his wife's thoughts, and immediately asked Ling Xiao in a low voice, "Father, are you really only going to see my father-in-law?" Ling Xiao didn't understand what Feng Lingtian meant and immediately replied, "That's right, I'm also going to see your Uncle Hua and Uncle Tang. This time I'm going to take them away as well." "Then there's nothing else?" Feng Lingtian asked again. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and reprimanded, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush." Feng Lingtian scratched his head and glanced at his wife. Then he said to Ling Xiao, "Father, you're not here to pick a fight, are you?" "Pick a fight?" Ling Xiao couldn't wrap his head around it. "I heard that you defeated one of Yueme's martial uncles, Wu Bufan. Aren't you planning to challenge the Spiritual Martial Pavilion this time? No matter what, Yueme is still your wife, you can't go too far." Feng Lingtian said with a pleading expression. Even though Feng Lingtian was fighting alone in the younger generation in front of his father, he still had to be obedient. Only then did Ling Xiao understand what his son wanted to say. He immediately smiled and said, "I really don't know what you guys are thinking. Could it be that father is such an unreasonable person? No matter what, the Martial Spirit Pavilion is your parents' home. Why would dad do anything to them? Just like what I said just now, I'm going to see your father-in-law to make up for the betrothal gifts. Otherwise, people will say that your father doesn't know how to do things and doesn't value you as a daughter-in-law. I'm just taking your two uncles away. Don't think too much." When Bai Yueme heard this, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Then she revealed a happy smile and said, "Thank you, father-in-law. I'll bring Yuer and Zaire over to take them to see grandfather." With that, she hurriedly went to find Ling Yu and Ling Zhe. She was very happy in her heart. When her father-in-law had just returned, the space ring he gave her was filled with all kinds of holy artifacts, including many top-grade mysterious crystals and holy grasses, as well as divine arts and divine artifacts. At that time, she thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her. If her husband hadn't told her about her father-in-law's strength, she would have thought that she was hallucinating. Now that her father-in-law said that he would make up for the betrothal gift, this was a great thing for her father, and she would also gain a lot of face. One had to know that back then, there were many people who opposed her marrying into the Laughing Palace and marrying Feng Lingtian. Bai Yueme brought Ling Yu and Ling Zhe over, and the two little fellows immediately stuck to Ling Zhao's side. "Grandfather, are we really going to grandfather's house?" Ling Yu asked with her round and beautiful eyes wide open. She was only about 15 years old, but she was already slim and graceful, beautiful and moving. Ling Zhe also asked from the side, "Grandfather, I want to sit on Uncle Xiao Jin's back." Ling Zhe had only sat on the Golden Wolf King once, but he had already fallen in love with that mighty Wolf King. He wanted to sit on it again and feel that refreshing and mighty feeling. Ling Xiao patted their heads and said dotingly, "This time, Grandpa will let you two sit on 13th Uncle's dragon back. It's even more eye-catching than Uncle Xiao Jin." Anyone would be overjoyed to have such a pair of fairy twins, and Ling Xiao was no exception. "13th Uncle? Is it that cool golden-haired uncle?" Ling Zhe asked curiously. "What do you mean cool uncle? Little brother, you're so childish. That's a mighty uncle." Ling Yu corrected. That's right. It's that golden-haired uncle. It's a true dragon divine beast. It's the strongest existence in the world." Ling Xiao laughed. "Wow, grandfather, you really aren't lying to me? I know about the 9 great divine beasts. Father said that many of them have already gone extinct." Ling Zhe revealed an exaggerated expression. Ling Xiao laughed and said, "That's because your father's horizons are too low and he hasn't seen the world. I'll let 13th Uncle change back to his true form for you to see." With that, Ling Xiao brought the two of them, Feng Lingtian and his wife, out of the space base. He then called the 13th prince over and told him to return to his true form. An incomparably mighty true dragon soared into the sky, illuminating the entire sky with a dazzling golden color. What a mighty true dragon! As expected of the strongest divine beast in the world. Ling Yu exclaimed with a dazed expression. Ling Zhe exclaimed in an exaggerated manner, "Grandfather is so powerful, he can even subdue such a divine beast. In the future I will definitely be like grandfather and subdue a true dragon divine beast." Not only were the two little fellows shocked, even Feng Lingtian and Bai Yueme were shocked. Bai Yueme finally understood why her husband worshipped her father-in-law so much. Could such a person who could be the companion of a divine beast be compared to an ordinary person? If she were to find out that Ling Xiao had another true dragon and a qilin, she would probably be completely stunned. Ling Xiao brought the 4 of them and flew directly towards the spiritual martial hall. This time Ling Xiao would not sneak in again. Instead, he would openly enter from the main entrance to visit the current pavilion master of the spiritual martial hall, Bai Jinjin. Bai Jinjin looked like a middle-aged man. He had a refined temperament and his aura was extremely restrained. He already had the strength of a low-level saint. He brought many great elders of the martial spirit pavilion to greet Ling Xiao as a sign of respect. After all, other than being in-laws, they were also the 2 most powerful forces in the central region. These etiquettes still had to be done. If they knew about Ling Xiao's strength, they would have sent more people to deal with him. Of course, Ling Xiao would not care too much about these people with ordinary strength. I've long heard of Brother Ling's fame. Seeing you today, your reputation is indeed well-deserved." Bai Jinjin laughed enthusiastically at Ling Xiao from afar. Bai Jinjin had heard of Ling Xiao's name a long time ago. It was just that in the past he did not pay much attention to him. However, ever since his junior brother Wu Bufan was defeated, he paid special attention to Ling Xiao. He had never thought that Ling Xiao would be able to establish the Laughing Palace in such a short period of time, and even make it on par with the spiritual martial hall. In his heart, he had no choice but to admire this young and excessive in-law. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Pavilion Master Bai is too kind. This little brother only wants a place to settle down. How can it compare to Pavilion Master Bai's reputation?" After pausing for a moment he continued, "Moreover, you also have Yueme who has given this little brother a pair of grandchildren. This little brother is extremely grateful. Grandfather, hurry up and let us in. Grandfather said that he has given you a betrothal gift." Ling Zhe affectionately called out to Bai Jinjin. Bai Jinjin was also extremely fond of this pair of grandchildren. He revealed a kind expression and said, all right, I'll invite you in. After entering the spiritual martial hall, Ling Xiao chatted with Bai Jinjin and the others for a while. Bai Jinjin and the others directly asked about the Heaven Realm. They all wanted to know if the Heaven Realm was really a martial artist's paradise. Ling Xiao did not directly tell them too much, because their strength was not enough to know these things. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to pass through the space barrier. Using this topic, Ling Xiao went straight to the point. He expressed that he wanted to see Hua Xiaogui's master and Tang Guigu's master, and was prepared to bring them to the Heaven Realm. Bai Jinjin could not make the decision on this matter, but he still invited Feng Zheng and Tai Shijun. These two were the spiritual martial hall's heavenly crystal. In the spiritual martial hall, other than the old pavilion master and the other pavilion guardian elder, they had the most power. Feng Zheng and Tai Shijun also brought Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guigu over. Their expressions were not good. It was obvious that the result of their negotiation was not very ideal. Tai Shijun's personality was more straightforward and directly said to Ling Xiao, Palace Master Ling, although you have gone to the Heaven Realm to broaden your horizons, you cannot take my disciple away. I still need to rely on him to pass on my legacy. Feng Zheng also lightly said, Palace Master Ling has good intentions. Junior brother, you don't need to be angry, just talk about it. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Xiaogui and Luo Guigu are our direct disciples. They have performed very well, and in the future they will become Saint Refinement Masters and Saint Tool Masters. Palace Master Ling, if you want to take them away, it will be the lifeline of us two old men. Although Feng Zheng's words were polite, there was an undeniable aura in his words. It was obvious that he was very uncomfortable. He suspected that Ling Xiao had told his two disciples in advance, and planned to trick them away for his use. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guigu looked a little anxious, but they also knew that it was useless to say anything. Everything depended on how Ling Xiao would handle it. Ling Xiao took a sip of tea, wiped a faint smile and said, Seniors, I know that you are very good to Little Turtle and Luo Guigu, but you should think about them. If you let them stay here, can you let them refine this pill? Can you let them refine this weapon? After saying that, Ling Xiao took out an ordinary Holy Emperor pill and a top-grade Saint Tool. The holy pill exuded a rich and intoxicating fragrance, and the Saint Tool shone brilliantly, instantly attracting everyone in the hall. Feng Zheng swallowed and took the pill and said, This is the legendary Holy Emperor pill? Tai Shijun, who was next to him, held a saint sword in his hand and exclaimed, This is a top-grade Saint Tool. From the power it exudes, it is definitely infinitely close to a demigod tool. The forging method is also perfect. That's right, the Holy Emperor pill and top-grade Saint Tool are just ordinary goods in the Heaven Realm. If the two of you think that you can train Little Turtle and Luo Guigu to this level, I will never mention this again. Ling Xiao said, and then he added, If it's not possible, please don't stop them from advancing to a higher realm. After saying that, Ling Xiao slightly exposed a bit of his aura, and waves of divine light flickered in the hall. Chapter 1352. Shrouded in divine light, his aura was like a rainbow. Everyone in the main hall felt the urge to kneel down immediately. Even Feng Zheng and Tai Shijun, the two mid-level saints, felt the same way. Ling Xiao retracted his aura and regained his composure. There was no change in his expression. However, everyone in the main hall looked at Ling Xiao with incomparable respect. Even if they were blind, they could sense that Ling Xiao's strength was many times stronger than theirs. At this time, a dozen or so powerful auras rushed into the main hall. Immediately after, two old men rushed into the main hall as fast as they could. These two old men were the true elders of the spiritual martial pavilion. One was the old pavilion master Luo Haohong, and the other was the supreme sect protector elder Xiang Buding. Both of them had the strength of a half-holy emperor. Like Han Kai, they were of the older generation and had lived for more than 10,000 years. They were the oldest existences in the central region. What happened just now? Luo Haohong immediately stared at the people present and shouted. Although the aura just flashed by, everyone could feel the terrifying existence of that aura. The people of the spiritual martial pavilion all stood up and greeted the two old men. Then Bai Jijin explained, Old pavilion master Elder Xiang, don't be nervous. Just now, it was Palace Master Ling's aura. He is just a guest in our pavilion. Luo Haohong and Xiang Buding looked at Ling Xiao together, their old eyes filled with a strong sense of intimidation. Unfortunately, their strength was not worth mentioning in Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao stood up and cupped his hands, smiling faintly, Seniors, it is really Ling Xiao's fault. The more calm Ling Xiao was, the more extraordinary he was. So you are Ling Xiao. Could it be that you want to challenge our spiritual martial pavilion? Xiang Buting said to Ling Xiao bluntly. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The spiritual martial pavilion is the #1 power in the central region, and you too have the strength of a half-holy emperor. Why would anyone challenge you? Ling Xiao's words were very clear. He directly pointed out their strength, letting them know that he, Ling Xiao, could see the depth of their strength, but he would not challenge them because they were not qualified. At this time, Luo Haohong revealed a somewhat moved expression. I have long heard that the proud smiling palace master Ling Xiao is unparalleled in the Tao of alchemy. Today I see that you are truly a dragon among men. I wonder what Palace Master Ling has come to our martial pavilion for? Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Feng Zheng and Tai Shijun each took out a Saint Emperor pellet and a top-grade Saint artifact and began explaining to Luo Haohong and Xiang Buting. The way the two old men looked at Ling Xiao immediately changed. To be able to casually take out such a holy artifact, it was enough to show that Ling Xiao's strength was already far above theirs. The rest of the conversation became much easier. The two old men kept asking Ling Xiao about the heaven realm. For the past tens of thousands of years, every few thousand years, their spiritual martial pavilion would send people to the heaven creation domain, but no one could return. They were filled with curiosity about the heaven realm. Ling Xiao revealed more information to the two of them, and if they were willing he could bring them to the heaven realm. However, once they reached the heaven realm, everything would still depend on them. Ling Xiao did not have the heart to take care of so many people. Everyone in the hall revealed looks of yearning, but they also knew that it was not a place they could go to whenever they wanted. After a series of discussions, the spiritual martial pavilion finally agreed to let Hua Xiaogui and Tang Luo follow Ling Xiao to the heaven realm, and Luo Haohong and Xiang Buting were also willing to go. After all, there was not much they could do to stay here. Without the source energy to absorb, they would not be able to break through and become the true holy emperor. Ling Xiao did not mind bringing 2 more people and immediately agreed to their request. He was thinking if one day the source energy of the Shenling continent recovered, he did not know if they would still want to leave. However, in the short term, going to the heaven realm was the best choice. As for the others, Ling Xiao did not plan to bring any more. He did not want to cause so much trouble. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Luo finally felt the weight in their hearts drop. At this time Ling Xiao asked Luo Haohong, "Oh right, I wonder if Wu Bufan Brother Wu is here? The battle with Brother Wu back then has benefited me greatly." Ling Xiao's words were very sincere, and there was not the slightest hint of mockery. He really wanted to see Wu Bufan. This opponent, who once made him feel that he was a difficult opponent in the Central Territory, was really hard to find, and his physique was 1 in a million. Ling Xiao naturally wanted to rope this person with limitless potential to his side. In the future he would have a good helper in the heaven realm. At the same time he thought of another person, Yuan Zhantian, the inheritor of the sacred battle ape. He also had to find him, he could not let him be buried. At this time Luo Haohong, Xiang Buting, Bai Jin, and the others all looked a little ugly. Obviously Wu Bufan's situation was not very good. Ling Xiao was a little worried that something had happened to the chaotic battle body. He asked again, "Could it be that Brother Wu is?" At this time, Luo Haohong waved his hand and dismissed the others, leaving only Xiang Buting, Bai Jin, Feng Zheng and Tai Shijun. Then he said, "Actually we don't know where he went either. After his battle with you, he tasted defeat for the first time. He sat there for a whole 3 years, then said goodbye to this old man and went to search for his destiny. He left for a few decades, and during this time we sent many people to pay attention to his whereabouts, but we found nothing. If not for the light from the jade tube of life, this old man would have thought that he was no longer in this world." Luo Haohong's expression was indescribably desolate. Wu Bufan was the most outstanding disciple he had accepted in his later years, and his chaotic battle body was a unique top-notch physique. His future could be said to be smooth and it would not be a problem for him to reach the peak. However, he had disappeared for a few decades, and they all suspected that Wu Bufan had gone to the heaven realm, or perhaps he had fallen into some kind of predicament and was desperately struggling. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Since he is still alive, then he should be fine. Wu Bufan was born with a chaotic battle body, so his destiny should not be inferior to his. It was just a pity that he couldn't meet him, as he had a generous gift to give him. "We also hope so," Luo Haohong sighed softly. Since they couldn't find Wu Bufan, Ling Xiao was too lazy to say anything else. After agreeing on a time to go to the heaven realm with them, he handed over a space ring to Bai Jijin as compensation for Feng Lingtian's betrothal gift to Bai Yueme. At first, Bai Jijin had been declining. After all, the proud smiling palace had also given him a generous gift, so how could he accept a double gift? In the end, Bai Yueme, who had been silent all this time, had no choice but to persuade her father to accept it. Bai Yueme knew that her father-in-law's gift was definitely extraordinary, and if her father didn't accept it, he would definitely regret it. Bai Jijin looked at his daughter's expression and thought back to the aura Ling Xiao had just released. After hesitating for a moment, he still accepted the space ring. After Ling Xiao left the martial spirit pavilion, Bai Jijin immediately looked at the things inside the space ring and his mouth opened wide in surprise, his old eyes filled with disbelief. Yueme, are the things inside real? Bai Jijin looked at his daughter and asked in surprise. Feng Jing didn't wait for Bai Yueme to answer and immediately asked, Pavilion Master, what exactly is inside? Bai Jijin hesitated for a moment before taking out some of the things inside the space ring and showing them to everyone present. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the pile of holy objects that were emitting a brilliant aura. Although their martial spirit pavilion was the #1 force in the Central Territory and also had a lot of good treasures, compared to the many holy artifacts in front of them, they were simply trash. Everyone's eyes shone brightly, and they couldn't wait to immediately take these holy artifacts for themselves. Luo Haohong took a light breath and said, no wonder Ling Xiao can defeat Bu Fan of the same level as him. He must have obtained a heaven-defying opportunity in the heaven domain. Xiang Buting said faintly, if we leave with him, we should be able to go to the next level. The martial spirit pavilion and the proud smiling palace have already formed an alliance, so I believe our martial spirit pavilion will not face any big waves in the next 10,000 years. We can also leave with peace of mind. And go back and tell them about the things we need to do. Who knows what will happen in the heaven domain? Luo Haohong nodded and left the main hall. Xiang Buting turned to Bai Jijin and said, Jijin, the martial pavilion will depend on you in the future. With this batch of sacred objects, you will be able to improve your cultivation level. You must not destroy the foundation left by your ancestors. After saying that, he also left with Luo Haohong. Feng Zheng and Tai Shijun looked at the pile of holy artifacts in Bai Jijin's hands reluctantly. However, they did not seem to remember that the Holy Emperor Pill and the top-grade holy artifact that Ling Xiao had just given them were still in their hands. Bai Jijin secretly said in his heart, Elders, you can't be too greedy. Although Bai Jijin was unwilling, he still picked out a few holy artifacts from the spatial ring and gave them to Feng Zheng and Tai Shijun, sending them away. When only Bai Jijin, Feng Ling Tian and Bai Yueme were left in the main hall, Bai Jijin could not wait to ask Feng Ling Tian, what realm has your father reached now? Feng Ling Tian spread his hands and showed an impatient smile. I don't know what realm father has reached, but it will only take him half a day to fly here from our side. Feng Ling Tian was also telling the truth. He really did not know the true strength of Ling Xiao, but they all guessed that he should already be a god. It was just that gods were also divided into ranks, but it was hard to say which rank they were. Moreover, he was afraid that if he spoke too openly, it would not be good to frighten his father-in-law. However, Feng Ling Tian's words were already frightening enough for Bai Jijin. The distance from the proud smiling palace to the martial spirit pavilion was more than millions of kilometers. With the help of the transmission array, it would take him more than 2 months to travel, but Ling Xiao only needed half a day. What kind of concept was this? No wonder he can take out so many holy artifacts so easily. Bai Jijin looked at the spatial ring in his hand with a look of horror. Chapter 1353. Ling Xiao temporarily left Feng Ling Tian, Bai Yueme Ling Yu, and Ling Zhe at the spiritual martial hall to have a good gathering. When the time came to head to the heavenly region, he would bring them back to the Laughing Palace one by one. After losing track of Wu Bufan, Ling Xiao felt a little unwilling in his heart. No matter what, this former enemy of his was like a bright future to him. As long as he grew up, there would be a place for him in the heavenly region. Let's go find Yuan Zhantian first. This guy probably won't reject my invitation. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he tore open a spatial rift and shot towards a certain direction. In the southeastern part of the central region, in the deepest part of a continuous mountain range, there was a monkey paradise. Within a radius of several tens of mountains, the entire mountain was filled with monkeys. They hung from the ancient trees and leaped non-stop. Squeaking sounds rang out incessantly in this place. Among these mountains, there was one tallest and most majestic mountain with a waterfall hanging upside down. This waterfall was like a river that hung upside down from the sky, roaring endlessly, stirring up thousands of layers of waves, and the crashing sounds were deafening. Behind this waterfall that was like a silver veil, there was a cave that ordinary people would not be able to discover. On top of the cave was engraved the ancient words Water Curtain Cave. These 3 words seemed to carry some kind of hidden power, giving off an incomparably intimidating power. If an ordinary person saw these 3 words, they would probably vomit blood immediately. Inside the cave, there was a tall and sturdy figure dressed in golden armor. His face looked like a human and an ape, giving off a formless sense of deterrence. He held up the monkey wine that the monkeys had brought over and was drinking it in big mouthfuls. His eyes revealed a thick hostility, and his expression was incomparably irritable. Upon closer inspection, there was actually a very sinister scar on his waist. This scar was extremely strange and could not be healed. Furthermore, it was constantly oozing with blood, making it look rather frightening. Around this ape kneeled an old monkey and a few large power King Kong apes. They were impressively all at the 8th step and above. Such a force was a top-notch existence anywhere in the central region. The ape who was drinking wine and disregarding life and death was Yuan Zhantian, who had once been defeated by Ling Xiao. Now, the signs of his transformation into an ape were becoming more and more obvious. His current strength had actually risen from the mystic the arch level to that of a mid-tier saint. This kind of advancement speed would definitely shock everyone. However, given Yuan Zhantian's battle prowess, even a high-level saint or a high-level 8th-level spirit beast would find it hard to injure him. But now he was indeed injured and his injuries couldn't be healed. He could only wait for death. Yuan Zhantian's heart was filled with indignation. He was extremely frustrated and aggrieved. A few days ago he had challenged all the mutated peak-type 8 poisonous mantises in this mountain range, intending to determine who was the true king of this mountain range. However, in this battle he was able to defeat the mutated poisonous mantis and gain the upper hand. But in the end he had been too careless. He had wanted to make the poisonous mantis submit to him, but in a moment of carelessness, he had been beheaded and ruthlessly slashed by its sickle claws. The sickle claws contained all the strength and poison in its body. It had broken through Yuan Zhantian's defense and almost cut him in half. Even though he had killed the mutated poisonous mantis with one strike, his wound was still bleeding profusely. No matter what method he used, he was unable to heal it. This was the terrifying part of the mutated poisonous mantis. If not for his abnormal physical body, this slash would have been enough to take his life. Now that a few days had passed, he had been holding on and had not fallen. However, he knew that he couldn't hold on for much longer. He kept using wine to anesthetize himself, forcing himself to forget the pain of death. He thought of a figure. In this life his goal was to defeat him. He would only be satisfied after wiping away his previous humiliation. Now it seemed that he was powerless. All of you retreat. The poison in Yuan Zhantian's body had already begun to attack his heart. His blood was almost drained, and even his speech had become incomparably weak. "Prince?" Old Monkey said with a trembling voice. His eyes were filled with tears. The other Diamond Ape Kings patted their chests and cried out in alarm. "Get out!" Yuan Zhantian stood up with his golden rod in hand and shouted. He stabbed the rod into the ground, causing the cave to shake. Even if he died, he was unwilling to let any ape see him like this. He had to face death alone. Even if he died, he had to stand tall and never let any of his companions pity him. This was the sorrow of being a king, the pride and loneliness of being a king. Old Monkey and a few other diamond apes went outside and knelt in front of the waterfall. They raised their heads to the sky and screamed. Their sorrowful cries spread everywhere. Following that, all the apes seemed to have realized something. One by one they knelt down in front of the waterfall. Low cries could be heard. Suddenly, cries of sorrow could be heard everywhere. When Ling Xiao found this place, he was shocked by the cries. When Yuan Zhantian came out to help him, he told Ling Xiao that he lived in this mountain range for a long time. That was why Ling Xiao was able to find this place. However, just as he arrived here, he heard so many ape cries. Needless to say, something must have happened. Ling Xiao's gaze locked onto the old monkey that had taken human form. This old monkey had once helped him along with Yuan Zhantian. Ling Xiao instantly landed in front of the old monkey and said, "What happened to Master Monkey? Where's Brother Yuan?" Old Monkey and the few Diamond Ape Kings were shocked by the sudden appearance of Ling Xiao. Many of the apes revealed a fierce aura and wanted to attack this human. Old Monkey recognized Ling Xiao and immediately cried out, "Prince, he's in a bad situation." Ling Xiao frowned deeply. He scanned the waterfall with his divine will and sensed that Yuan Zhantian's aura was about to be cut off. "This is bad." Ling Xiao cried out in alarm, and his body shot towards the waterfall like lightning. The old monkey and the few diamond ape kings immediately lost Ling Xiao's aura. They looked around but did not see anyone. They all wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Not long after, they actually sensed that their prince's aura was gradually recovering. Furthermore, his strength was constantly rising, and all the spiritual energy in the mountains was being sucked into the water curtain cave. Old Monkey and the few large power King Kong ape kings did not understand why there was such a sudden change. However, this was at least a good thing. Their prince might already have a way to save them. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. The aura in the water curtain cave had finally risen to its peak. Boom. An explosive sound rang out from the water curtain cave. A sparkling wave exploded from the middle of the waterfall. A shadow rushed out from there, and tens of thousands of golden lights shone in the sky. Brr. An ape's roar resounded for tens of thousands of miles. A 1,000-meter-tall sacred battle ape image suddenly appeared, causing all the monkeys and apes to kneel on the ground and cry out in alarm. Soon after, another figure emerged from the waterfall. However, this figure was rather low-key. He only looked at Yuan Zhantian, who was standing in the air with a satisfied expression. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise this guy would have died. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Yuan Zhantian was a helper that Ling Xiao valued. His potential was definitely not inferior to Wu Bufan's, and as long as he was allowed to grow up, his combat strength would not be inferior to any of the monsters in the heavenly realm. The sacred battle ape was the most warlike race in the world, and it was also a race whose combat strength was comparable to that of a divine beast. If he were to die, what would happen to the heavens? Yuan Zhantian descended from the sky and instructed the old monkey and the large power King Kong ape to disperse all the monkeys and apes. Then he rushed to Ling Xiao's side and said, "Although you saved me, I will defeat you one day. However, I will spare your life when the time comes." Yuan Zhantian did not feel any enthusiasm for Ling Xiao saving him. His face was always meticulous, as if he did not feel any gratitude. However, Ling Xiao understood Yuan Zhantian. His personality was like this, and the fact that he could say these words already represented the gratitude in his heart. Ling Xiao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Then I will thank you in advance. I will wait for that day to come, but I will not lose." After a pause, he said, "I have returned from the heavenly realm, and I plan to bring you with me." Ling Xiao did not explain too much to Yuan Zhantian, but he knew that Yuan Zhantian could already understand his sincerity. Yuan Zhantian looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated look in his eyes. Then he suddenly attacked Ling Xiao. He had just obtained the antidote from Ling Xiao's deity's spring, and his body had been cleansed once again, allowing him to break through in one go and become a high-level saint. The golden rod in his hand smashed down at Ling Xiao with all his might, and the space in midair was immediately destroyed by the power of space. Its power was extremely terrifying, and even a peak saint would find it difficult to withstand it. However, Ling Xiao did not dodge, and directly looked at Yuan Zhantian's attack indifferently. Rumble. A golden light exploded above Ling Xiao's position, and the shocking sound of the attack rang out, causing the surrounding space to tremble. This powerful move had used up all of Yuan Zhantian's strength. Yuan Zhantian stared coldly at the dissipating power, his eyes shining with starlight. Then a look of horror appeared on his face. This was because Ling Xiao, who had been hit by his attack, was still standing in one piece, looking at him with a gentle smile on his face. It was as if the attack had not affected him at all. "What is your strength now?" Yuan Zhantian asked, tightening his grip on the golden rod. Even though he knew that there was a huge gap between his and Ling Xiao's strength, he still wanted to know how big the gap was. "God." Ling Xiao's answer was also very concise, with only one word. Yuan Zhantian's pupils shrank, and all his golden hair stood on end. Clearly he was extremely shocked by this result. "All right, I will go with you." Yuan Zhantian no longer hesitated and replied straightforwardly. Chapter 1354. He had contacted all the people he needed to contact and made all the necessary arrangements. Ling Xiao planned to bring all the people he had arranged to the heaven realm in 3 days. The main purpose of this migration was to create a better environment for them so that they could advance faster and live forever. Before they left, Ling Xiao used a holy item to catalyze some of the mystic thearchs in the Smiling Palace to become saints. He also raised the level of the saints under his control and asked them to protect the Smiling Palace. Even if they left, they could not let the name of the Smiling Palace be tarnished. As for the position of the Palace Lord of the Smiling Palace, it was Lu Shimin, the most outstanding disciple of the first generation. Lu Shimin was only a little over 70 years old, about the same age as Xian Li and the others. He was a disciple of the Smiling Palace when it was first established. He was the disciple of Leng Shi, the hall master of the Snake Hall. Lu Shimin's physical condition was not very good, but his comprehension was better than others. He could often draw inferences about other things from one instance. His cultivation speed was not any slower than that of his peers who had better physical conditions. In fact, he was much faster. Leng Shi taught him everything he knew and even taught him the killing sword Dao that he had learned in his early years. Lu Shimin understood it and created a top-grade spirit sword in Tenth Small World. When he was just over 40 years old, he broke through to the Celestial Lord realm. He was the best among his peers in the Smiling Palace. Another thing worth mentioning was that he had participated in the Imperial List competition and won the title of Imperial Killer. Lu Shimin already had the strength of a peak-level Celestial Lord. He was only one step away from becoming a Mystic the Arch. This time, after he had been recommended by the various hall masters to be the Palace Lord's successor, Ling Xiao had forcefully raised his strength to the mid-stage Mystic the Arch realm. He had even bestowed the Saint Liquid and had remolded his physique. Ling Xiao had allowed him to stay in the Palace Lord's palace with peace of mind. When someone else took over his position in the future, he would still have the chance to head to the Heaven region. Lu Shimin, of course, had no objection. After all, he was already very satisfied to be able to become so powerful and have the chance to become a saint. What's more, he was now the Palace Lord of the Smiling Palace. When everything was almost ready, Ling Xiao brought back all the people who had yet to return. Ling Xiao's return to the Heaven domain this time was only temporary. He firmly believed that he would return to the Shenling continent in the near future. If they could really save the Shenling continent, perhaps this batch of people who had moved to the Heaven realm would come back again. Before Ling Xiao returned to the Heaven domain, Ling Fei had already returned to the clan and reported everything that had happened in the Shenling continent to clan leader Ling Bo. In the end, all the big shots of the Kim people immediately gathered the elders to discuss this matter. In the end, they were unable to come up with a plan because they understood the old ancestor. He always meant what he said. If they recklessly rescued him and destroyed the Shenling continent, that old ancestor would probably explode in anger. After some discussion, they decided to wait for Ling Xiao to come back and listen to his suggestions. At the same time, they ordered people to start searching for the Genesis Stone. Another thing was that when Ling Xiao returned to the Heaven domain, the Medicine Guild of the Tianyuan region sent someone with an invitation, inviting Ling Xiao, the youngest godly alchemist, to participate in the alchemy conference of the Medicine Guild. This conference was only held for the youngest godly alchemists of the new generation. Its purpose was to promote and exchange alchemy skills. Anyone who could perform well in this conference would receive a generous reward and the opportunity to have a face-to-face conversation with the Supreme Alchemist. As for those rewards, godly alchemists wouldn't care too much about them, but the opportunity to have a face-to-face conversation with the Supreme Alchemist was absolutely a luxury that any godly alchemist could only dream of. After all, it was already a great fortune for an alchemist to become a godly alchemist. If one wanted to advance to the Supreme Alchemist without the guidance of the Supreme Alchemist, the probability was almost 1 in 10,000, which was very small. This was also one of the reasons why there were only a handful of people in the Heaven domain who could reach the Supreme Alchemist level. And if those new godly alchemists could get the recognition of a Supreme Alchemist and receive 1 or 2 pointers, it might play an absolutely crucial role in their advancement to the Supreme Alchemist level in the future. Therefore, every time a godly alchemist was invited by the Medicine Guild, it was a supreme honor. And this invitation was only for those young godly alchemists with 10 bin. There was no such treatment for those godly alchemists who were late bloomers. When the Dragon Gate found out that Ling Xiao had received this invitation, the entire sect was extremely excited. It must be known that in the past hundreds of thousands of years, only Zheng Ken, the godly alchemist in the Dragon Gate, was lucky enough to receive an invitation from the Medicine Guild. However, he didn't receive the favor of the Supreme Alchemist, which made him regret it for the rest of his life. As for the other godly alchemists, they didn't have this opportunity. After all, they became godly alchemists relatively late, so the Medicine Guild didn't look favorably upon them at all. However, as the alchemy conference of the Medicine Guild drew closer and closer, they didn't see Ling Xiao return. This made the people of the Dragon Gate very anxious. If they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't have another one like this in the future. This was an opportunity that concerned whether or not the Dragon Gate would have a Supreme Alchemist in the future. Once Ling Xiao became the Supreme Alchemist, more people would join the Dragon Gate, and the Dragon Gate's strength would definitely multiply. At that time, the Dragon Gate would be even more dazzling in the Heaven Domain, and its status would rise to another level. The entire sect hoped that Ling Xiao could represent the Dragon Gate to go to the Medicine Guild and participate in this conference. However, it was useless for them to be anxious. They had to wait for Ling Xiao's return. Besides these things, the Dark Shadow clan had started to arrange the plan to kill Ling Xiao. After they had lost many half-incipient God Realm existences, the Dark Shadow clan couldn't sit still anymore. Once they let Ling Xiao mature, the Dark Shadow clan would be destroyed soon. They had to take action immediately to kill him in one strike. However, this plan had to be perfect. They couldn't make any mistakes. Otherwise, if they provoked the master of the Kim people, the Dark Shadow clan would be finished. The competence of the Dark Shadow clan had declined a lot compared to the antiquity time. They didn't have the competence to challenge the Kim people directly. Otherwise they wouldn't be so scared. After discussing for a while, they decided to spread the news that Ling Xiao had the inheritance of the Soul clan to the other ancient clans. They believed that not only the Dark Shadow clan was interested in the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, but the others also didn't want to miss it. As long as the other ancient clans showed up, even if the Kim people were stronger, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. And this time, the Dark Shadow clan had contacted some unknown ancient clans in the Sky Dragon area. Just like the Dark Shadow clan, they used to deal with the Soul clan. They didn't tell the ancient clans in the other areas. If they were asked to cross the border to deal with one person, it would create a big commotion. In the Sky Dragon territory, the Gold clan caught up and became the strongest race in the Sky Dragon territory. The people of the Gold clan often moved around outside, so many people knew of them, so they were quite famous. Ordinary people didn't know about the other ancient clans that had been living in seclusion. The Dark Shadow clan was an ancient clan that had been passed down from the antiquity time. They knew more than the others. There was the Beastman tribe that people thought was extinct. They had the intimidating competence to transform into beast men. If it weren't for the fact that not many of them could activate their bloodline, they wouldn't be less powerful than the Kim people. Since the antiquity time, they were a race that had been discriminated against even more than the Soul clan. People thought that they were hybrids. After all, they had the mixed bloodline of humans and beasts. Because of this, their nature was fierce and their methods were ruthless. Of course, when the Soul clan was besieged by the other races, they wanted to take advantage of Ping Yi and steal the Soul clan's resources. It was also at that time that the Beastman tribe had invaded the other races, causing people to be afraid of them. As time passed, the Beastman tribe had offended too many people. Many of them had been killed by others. They also learned to hide their identities and didn't expose themselves easily. They would only transform at the critical moment to kill their enemies. Although there weren't many of them, they were definitely a powerful race that people couldn't help but pay attention to. In addition, there were two other powerful ancient clans that didn't appear in the world. They were the Wood Grain race and the Winged race. The hatred between these two races and the Soul clan wasn't as deep as the Dark Shadow clan, but there had been many conflicts. This was all because the Soul clan had been too overbearing in the past. Once they had a disagreement, they would kill. That was why they were besieged and killed by the other races. The Wood Grain race was born with wood grain on their bodies, and the different shapes of their wood grains represented the different paths they would take in the future. They had always lived in an unknown ancient mountain range and no one knew their whereabouts. It was said that their race had an exquisite divine tree. It was a miraculous ancient tree that was ranked fourth among the 9 great divine trees. It was an existence that was equally famous as the undying tree. It was precisely because of the existence of this divine tree that the Wood Grain race possessed the miraculous ability to see through the hearts of others. It allowed them to see through their opponents' attack patterns during battle and deal with them in advance. Since the Wood Grain race possessed this miraculous ability, it allowed them to see through the dangers of the world. So they chose to live in seclusion. Most of their clansmen didn't interact with other humans because it was very easy for them to see through the intentions of others. This allowed them to understand that the greed of humans was endless. As for the Winged race, they were born with a pair of divine wings that gave them an innate advantage in flight that other humans couldn't compare to. Ordinary humans could only fly after attaining the king rank, but the Winged race could fly regardless of their strength. Moreover, they didn't consume any spirit energy and were extremely fast. They considered themselves to be innately divine, and all of them were incomparably arrogant. They looked down on other humans and beasts. In the past, it was because of this arrogance that they had incurred enmity with the Soul clan. Later on, the other races had besieged the Soul clan, and they'd sent their clansmen to participate in the battle. They were most interested in Solwin's Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. In that battle they'd gone there for the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. So, the Dark Shadow clan had undoubtedly sent news to them so that the winged race could capture and kill Ling Xiao. Because the winged race was one of the powerful ancient clans that wasn't afraid of fighting the Kim people head-on. Chapter 1355. After the Dark Shadow clan spread the news to the other 3 clans, only the Wood Grain clan didn't have any representative. The Werewolf clan and the Bear clan were the most interested, and the Winged clan was even more determined to get it. The Dark Shadow clan planned to fish in troubled waters and see if they could get any benefits in the end. Of course, they also valued the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop the most. If it wasn't for the fact that Supremes couldn't move out casually, they definitely wouldn't have spread the news to the other clans. If the other clan's Supremes moved out and attracted the attention of the Kim people, they would be able to reap the benefits without doing anything. Currently, there were a few unfamiliar faces in the territory of the Green Moon Palace. All of them had hidden their strength, but they had all reached the Divine King level. When the few Divine King elders of the Green Moon Palace learned of the situation, they all looked anxious. They didn't know what these Divine Kings were doing here. After all, the territory of the Green Moon Palace was the most remote place in the Sky Dragon domain. Normally, very few Divine Kings would come here. Now that so many of them had appeared, they all felt that something big was going to happen. At the same time, they thought of the Sinjin of Goguryeo Ling Xiao who had appeared in the Stone Heaven City 2 years ago. They felt that these Divine Kings were looking for Ling Xiao and wanted to challenge him for the position of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Although they guessed wrong, they had already guessed a direction. They were looking for traces of Ling Xiao because this was the last place Ling Xiao had appeared. They were sure that Ling Xiao would definitely appear here again. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that a great danger was approaching him. He had already brought all the people he needed to bring. He was on the way back to the Heaven region with Ling Gang, the Evil Emperor, Mad Monk, the Prodigal, and the 13th Prince. They flew all the way to the space checkpoint and forcibly passed through the barriers. With their strength, they didn't need to worry about being affected by the power here. From the Xianling continent to the Heavenly Region fortress, Ling Xiao and the rest had only spent a month's time. Compared to the time that would have taken years in the past, it was many times shorter. After arriving at the Empyrean stronghold, they did not stop. They immediately activated the Heaven Connecting Formation in the 9 heavens and returned to the Empyrean stronghold. Many people who went up to the Heaven domain from the Heaven array would be uncontrollably scattered to different places. However, Ling Xiao and the others were not affected by this. They were all God Kings, so the power of the Heaven Connecting Formation did not affect them too much. As long as they chose a direction, there would not be any deviation. Returning to the heavenly domain, Ling Xiao and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Being in the Xianling continent and the Heaven domain stronghold, which lacked the source of energy, made them feel very uncomfortable. The Heaven domain was indeed a place where talented people came from. The dense energy here was not something other places could compare to. Ling Xiao thought, if the Xianling continent really gathered the source of energy like what his ancestor said, wouldn't they be able to create another Heaven domain? By that time, the Kim people would move back to their ancestral land and become kings. He believed that it would be more comfortable than living in the Heaven domain. Of course, it was not to say that they were going to remain stagnant there. They could still open up the space gate between the Xianling continent and the Jin clan's land. With one more space gate between the two lands, they would be able to travel back and forth, allowing them to occupy more resources and increase their power. However, it was still too early to think about these things. They must first find the 9 kinds of source stones, the 9 supremes of different attributes, and a divine array master who knew how to set up the origin formation. Every condition was almost as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It would not be easy to achieve them. Ling Xiao thought of Fraud Tian, who had left him for many years. He did not know if he had found his opportunity. If he became a divine king, he might be able to set up the origin formation. He knew that Fraud Tian's method of setting up a formation was no worse than his alchemy method. Uncle Xiao, let's go back now. I believe the clan master and the others are waiting for us. Ling Gang reminded Ling Xiao, who was in a daze. Ling Xiao nodded. Just as he was about to make his move, he sensed something and looked around. Ling Gang and the others seemed to feel something too. They immediately became alert. Uncle Xiao, there seems to be something wrong. Ling Gang transmitted a message to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and said in a low voice, "You go ahead with my master. I'm sure they're coming for me." "No, my responsibility is to protect you. How can I let you take the risk? Besides, I don't think they are our opponents." Ling Gang refused. Ling Xiao had no choice but to say, "Let's play it by ear." "Is it the Dark Shadow Clan again?" Ling Xiao thought suspiciously. Previously, when he killed the Dark Shadow Clan, he had alerted them. His identity as the inheritor of the Soul Clan had been exposed. However, the aura hiding around didn't seem to belong to the Dark Shadow Clan. After all, the Dark Shadow Clan was good at hiding their tracks. If it wasn't the Dark Shadow Clan who dared to attack them, could it be that they weren't here for them? Ling Xiao and the others didn't say anything. They immediately dashed toward Shirtian City. They just needed to use the space formation to leave this place. They believed that they could get rid of those people. However, the people who came were really going to deal with them. A few figures appeared and blocked Ling Xiao and the others' way. These people were straightforward. They all transformed into werewolves and bearmen and entered their fighting mode. They didn't want others to recognize their human forms. The werewolf tribe and the bearman tribe. Ling Xiao and the others immediately knew who they were. The 3 werewolves and the 2 bearmen were all half-incipient god realm existences. After transforming into beastmen, their fighting power doubled. Around them were more than 10 level 10 wolf kings and more than 10 level 10 black bears. Among them, there were 2 high level 10 existences and 1 mutant wolf king was at the peak of level 10. Powerful beastmen had the ability to get close to holy beasts. These wolf kings and black bears were their companions. They didn't need to sign any contract to recruit them. This was the beastman's powerful beast taming ability. Such a force was waiting for Ling Xiao and the others here. They were giving them too much face. "Beastmen, do you want to attack us, the Kim people?" Ling Gang took the lead, riding his golden lion and shouting at the 5 people. Although the other party's strength was terrifying, the Kim people were not cowards. The people around Ling Xiao became alert. The leader of the werewolves bared his fangs and ignored Ling Gang. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Kid, give us the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop and we will let you go." The Beastmen tribe wasn't stupid. The Dark Shadow Clan sold them this information because they wanted them to deal with the Soul Clan's successor. If it was just an ordinary Sinjin of Goguryeo, they wouldn't mind helping the Dark Shadow Clan get rid of him. However, the Dark Shadow Clan couldn't deal with the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Moreover, he was related to the Kim people. They had to be cautious. If the other party was smart enough to give them the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, this matter would end here. That way they wouldn't need to offend the Kim people. After all, they were only half-incipient God Realm experts and so many level 10 holy beasts. Would the other party dare to resist? Ling Xiao understood why they came here. "If you guys come here first, it saves me the trouble of looking for you," Ling Xiao thought. Ling Xiao hated the enemies of the Soul Clan from the bottom of his heart. However, even though he had Hun Feng's inheritance, he didn't go around looking for the ancient tribe members to take revenge on them. It was because he wanted to wait until he reached the Great Master Realm before taking action. Also, he hoped that the descendants of the Soul Clan could complete this revenge plan. But now, his identity was exposed and they came to him. He had to deal with them. "Ling Gang, you guys step back. I'll deal with them," Ling Xiao said to Ling Gang. Then he looked at the werewolves and bears. "Since you know the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop and you still want to die, I have to admire your courage." Ling Xiao looked at them coldly and his aura suddenly soared. "If they have the guts to deal with us, why should we be afraid of them?" No matter what, Ling Gang was a peak god king and a member of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. He wasn't afraid of these half-incipient god realm experts. Evil Emperor and Mad Monk also stepped forward, their auras rocketing. The Prodigal Boy and the 13th Prince also stepped forward. Although their force didn't have any half-incipient god realm experts, they were all elites among king god realm experts. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers. Even if they couldn't kill them, they could still resist. Don't act rashly. Gather together. Don't let them kill you one by one. Ling Xiao reminded them. There's nothing to be afraid of. Do you think your teacher isn't as good as you? The purple halberd in Evil Emperor's hand exploded with lightning. Mad Monk also said, "It's true. They look strong but we're not weak. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being merciless," the werewolf leader said faintly. A wolf howl came from his mouth. Several wolf kings beside him instantly dashed towards Ling Xiao's group. The other werewolves and bearmen also screamed in fear. All the wolf kings and black bears moved at the same time. A total of more than 30 level 10 holy beasts dashed towards Ling Xiao's group. Naturally, Ling Xiao didn't need to deal with these holy beasts himself. With the 13th Prince and the Prodigal Boy, it wasn't a problem. The aura of the 2 great holy beasts wasn't a joke. He believed that these holy beasts would be frightened immediately. The 13th prince and the prodigal boy transformed into their true forms. Their mighty bodies instantly appeared. One gold and one red, divine light shone and their auras were oppressive. The charging wolf kings and black bears were so frightened that they stopped at the same time. However, they were all level 10 existences. Although they were shocked, they weren't completely defeated. They continued to rush forward. The 13th prince and the prodigal boy moved at the same time. The other holy beasts also joined them. The flames of war were ignited. The wind and clouds surged again. Chapter 1356. When Ling Xiao returned from Xianling continent, he knew that the Dark Shadow clan wouldn't let it go easily. But now it seemed that they didn't want to let it go. They wanted to borrow someone else's knife to kill them. Shi Yin had to admit that it was a brilliant plan. However, they didn't know that Ling Xiao wasn't someone that could be trifled with easily. While the holy beasts were fighting, Ling Xiao had divided himself into two and entered his fighting mode. His god soul had reached the middle level of half-incipient god realm as his competence had increased. It wasn't the same as when he had just entered half-incipient god realm. Moreover, when his god soul was invisible, he was in an invincible state. Without the great master realm, no one could find him. 3 werewolves and 2 bearmen stormed towards Ling Xiao's team. Ling Gang and the other Kim people tried their best to stop Ling Xiao because it was their mission. Mantis trying to stop a chariot. Go die. The werewolf leader screamed in fear. The mace in his hand smashed down. A wisp of spatial turbulence instantly rushed towards Ling Gang and the others. The terrifying power overwhelmed them. The other 2 werewolves and the bearmen also took action. Their heavy divine weapons pressed down at the same time, almost tearing this world apart. Countless chaotic space currents poured down from the 9 heavens. Ling Gang, the evil emperor, and Mad Monk had used all of their powers to resist. Boom boom boom. The ear-splitting explosions reverberated unceasingly. Space energy twisted and collapsed unceasingly. Each beam of energy was enough to overwhelm ordinary King God Realm experts. The spatial turbulence was even more terrifying. The explosive power that rushed out caused Ling Gang, the evil emperor, the Mad Monk, and the others to be unable to withstand it. One by one they were sent flying. Some weaker King God Realm experts under the Kim people had their god bodies destroyed immediately. This was the real intimidation of half-incipient God Realm experts. If one of them attacked at the same time they could resist it. However, when 5 of them attacked at the same time, it was absolutely earth-shaking. It was so intimidating that it made people shiver. Ling Xiao's real body did not participate in the battle. Instead he retreated far away. One of the bear men realized that Ling Xiao was trying to escape. He roared and charged towards Ling Xiao with his divine saber. His aura was very ferocious. His speed was not fast, but it gave people the feeling of a meteorite crashing down. Muffled sounds echoed in the air. Facing this half-incipient divine bearman, Ling Xiao sneered coldly as if he wasn't afraid of him at all. What are you laughing at? I will make it so that you will never be able to laugh again. The bearman let out an ear-piercing roar. The divine blade in his hand swept towards Ling Xiao with the force of 1,000 tons. A crack in the void was forcefully created by him. Unfortunately, before his saber energy could land on Ling Xiao's head, 2 invisible fists smashed toward his eyes. Bang! Muffled sounds reverberated continuously. The bearman's eyes were directly smashed. His eyes were completely caved in. 2 streams of blood gushed out. The bearman screamed in agony. Ling Xiao's god soul doppelganger exerted its strength again. The dragon's subduing palm pounded on the bearman's head. One after another, the golden dragons wreaked havoc on the bearman, and the bearman's head was directly blown off. Ling Xiao's god soul doppelganger collected the bearman's belongings and returned to the sea of consciousness of his real body. The other werewolves and bearmen also sensed the strange situation. Their murderous aura became thicker. A bearman and a werewolf dashed towards Ling Xiao at the same time. 2 turbulent space flows bombarded Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's god soul power divided into 2 and attacked the 2. He wanted to injure their god souls and then seize the chance to capture them. Unfortunately, when his god soul power entered their sea of consciousness, he found that it was like mud entering the sea. There was no reaction. Ling Xiao was shocked, and in an instant he retreated backward. Fortunately, his strength had reached the peak divine king realm. Coupled with his unparalleled speed, he was lucky enough to escape the 2's pincer attack. Otherwise he wouldn't have had an easy time. What's going on? Soul power attacks don't work on these bearmen? Ling Xiao was shocked. Ling Xiao was surprised that his god soul attack, which had always been successful, couldn't hurt these two bear men. The werewolf and bear men continued to chase after him. They didn't want to let Ling Xiao go. Ling Xiao had to make his god soul doppelganger invisible again. His real body raised the golden dragon spear to block these attacks. Even though Ling Xiao's fighting strength was at its peak, he still felt that it wasn't enough to block the attacks of two incipient god realm experts. His body was blasted away, golden blood splashing. A mere peak divine king dares to challenge us? You don't know what's good for you. The werewolf grinned maliciously. His mace swept towards Ling Xiao's waist. The other bear men raised his twin hammers and smashed them towards Ling Xiao's back. The pincer attack from the left and right had already sealed this space. The space power squeezed so tightly that Ling Xiao couldn't dodge at all. When Ling Xiao's real body blocked the werewolf's attack, his god soul doppelganger had already rushed towards the bear men. The 9 sun sky burning fists bombarded the bear men mercilessly. Every punch carried a torrential fist intent, and every punch carried the burning flames of extreme yang, causing the bearman to fall into a daze. The heaven flames burned his body, making him howl in pain. The werewolf was fighting against Ling Xiao's real body, forcing Ling Xiao to retreat. However, he could feel that his companion was on fire. He couldn't help but suspect that there were some unknown enemies here. Ling Xiao wielded the Tyrant Dragon Spear technique to fight against the werewolf. He couldn't let the werewolf escape. As long as the god soul doppelganger killed the bear men, the werewolf would die. Ling Xiao seized every second. He had to kill them as fast as he could. He was afraid that if he was late, the others would be in danger. I have to kill this kid as soon as possible. The werewolf made up his mind. He didn't want anything to happen if he was late. He had a quasi-ancient divine weapon in his hand. His energy increased several times as he attacked Ling Xiao unceasingly. Every time he swung his mace, it almost tore heaven and earth apart. The turbulent energy was so strong that it could destroy everything. Since the quasi-ancient divine weapon appeared, Ling Xiao didn't dare to fight against the werewolf. He raised his speed to the limit, moving as fast as lightning. At this time, his divine soul avatar finally forced the heavenly fire into the bearman's body, burning him into a flaming man. He was unable to force the heavenly fire away again, and now he could only be burned to ashes. The god soul doppelganger didn't have time to wait for the bear men to be burned to ashes. He had already quietly rushed towards the werewolf. The werewolf's back was exposed. Ling Xiao's god soul doppelganger attacked the werewolf with everything he had. Bang! Ling Xiao's fists were top-grade divine weapons. They directly hit the back of the werewolf's head, almost blowing it up. Just as the god soul doppelganger was about to increase its strength, the werewolf actually turned around and attacked in all directions, forcing Ling Xiao's god soul doppelganger to retreat. The werewolf's head was dazzled and blood flowed continuously. He looked around and screamed, "Which bastard sneak attacked me? Get the hell out here." The werewolf was extremely shocked. His 2 bearmen companions had died inexplicably. He wondered what kind of expert was hiding. Even he couldn't sense it. Could there be a supreme being nearby? The werewolf thought nervously in his heart. Apart from a sovereign, he couldn't figure out who was so powerful that they could kill his companions without a sound. Ling Xiao's real body and god soul doppelganger started to work together to deal with the werewolf. They had to kill him as soon as possible. At this time, there were 3 thin and weak people in another direction. They were very strange. Their appearances were extraordinarily handsome, but their figures were rather thin and weak. However, they had a pair of white wings on their bodies. Moreover, they were all naked, only wearing pants on their lower bodies. There was also a halo of light flickering above their heads. No matter where such a strange race appeared, they would be very attractive. People who didn't understand their race would think that these 3 were a branch of the Beastmen clan. In fact, they weren't. At least they wouldn't admit it. They also didn't admit that they were humans. They called themselves the Heavenly God clan. In fact, people called them the Winged Men clan. No one would admit that they were the Heavenly God clan. When the Dark Shadow clan spread the news about the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, the Werewolf, the Bearmen, and the Winged Men all took action. They didn't dare to send their King God Realm experts because they knew that Ling Xiao had the power of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Moreover, he was one of the Kim people's subordinates. They couldn't afford to be careless. Thus, they sent half-incipient God Realm existences. These 3 winged men were also half-incipient God Realm existences. As soon as they sensed the battle, they hurried over. However, they didn't join the battle immediately. Instead, they hid and waited for a chance to attack. However, when they saw the 2 bear men get killed easily, they felt a chill run down their spines. If they couldn't find this hidden enemy, they would die if they acted rashly. I didn't expect this kid to be so hard to deal with. Luckily, we didn't act rashly. The winged man with the noble silver helmet said in a sharp voice. The blue-helmeted winged man next to him said, "Why don't we help those idiots find that hidden person?" "That's right, Prince Jet. If we find that person, we can make those idiots fight even more fiercely. Then we can just sit back and watch," another winged man said. The winged man with the silver helmet hesitated for a while. Then a resolute look flashed across his face. "Then let's help them." As soon as he finished speaking, the blue-helmeted winged person next to him sneered and flew forward. Then he kept forming complicated hand seals with his hands, and balls of blue light burst out from his body. Heavenly God's light, divine light illumination. The winged man mumbled and raised both of his palms to the sky. His face looked sincere. Following that, rays of blue light broke through space and shone towards Ling Xiao's location. Chapter 1357. Besides their innate talents, the winged men race were all existences of light attribute. They disdained to associate with the human race or any other beast race. They had carved out a territory in the light domain of the Sky Dragon area to live. They rarely allowed humans to enter their territory, and they rarely stepped into the territory of humans. In the antiquity time, they were an arrogant race. They thought that no one at the same realm could be their opponent. But at that time, the experts of the soul race had killed them. From that time on, they and the soul race had become archenemies. However, at that time, the winged men race had to face the provocation of their biggest enemy, the demon tiger race. They couldn't really fight to the death with the soul race. But when the winged men race's ancestor joined the soul-slaying war, he was killed by the soul race's ancestor. At that time, they wanted to take the dragon phoenix divine hoop, the ancient divine weapon of the soul race's ancestor. Unfortunately, in the end, it was all for naught, and it disappeared into the void. This time, when the dragon phoenix divine hoop reappeared, they received the news from the Dark Shadow clan and hurried over. Now that the dragon phoenix divine hoop was right in front of them, they couldn't stay still. That dazzling blue light shone on Ling Xiao. It didn't cause any damage, but it made Ling Xiao's god soul clone appear. "Who is it?" Ling Xiao screamed in fear. He passed through layers of space barriers and landed on the winged men. "Oh, it's those birdmen." Ling Xiao cursed inwardly. From Hun Feng's inherited memories, Ling Xiao knew that the winged men race had some abilities. However, their arrogant and aloof personalities were the most annoying. In the antiquity time, the winged men race and the demon tiger race were archenemies. One of them was light and the other was dark. They were natural enemies. However, as the Kim people rose in the Sky Dragon area, the winged men race restrained themselves. This made the demon tiger race and the Kim people compete. However, the main reason why the two races crossed realms to fight against each other was because of the struggle for supremacy. The reasons for this would be explained later on. When Ling Xiao's god soul clone was revealed, the wounded werewolf finally found his target. However, when he saw the two identical Ling Xiao, he immediately suspected that they were twins. Even if Ling Xiao's god soul clone was revealed, he didn't need to worry. Right now, there were still two werewolves being held back by Ling Gang, the evil emperor, and the mad monk. His divine soul doppelganger possessed the same level of strength as this werewolf. If it was a one-on-one battle, Ling Xiao was confident that he could kill this werewolf as soon as possible. The werewolf's head had already been injured by him. If he didn't heal it in time, men would die. Ling Xiao's doppelganger's power increased by tens of times. He used the 9 sun sky burning fist and the dragon subduing palm in turns, pressing towards the werewolf. In the direction of the winged men called Jet sneered, "This little trick can only hide it from those idiots." Of course, in front of our light of God, all skills are not worth mentioning. The winged men wearing the blue helmet said proudly. This person was called Jason and the other was called Jim. At this time, Ling Xiao's real body looked in their direction. The Bodhi divine bow appeared in his hand, and the Bodhi arrow was instantly knocked in his hand. All of his power gathered together, and balls of green light shone in all directions. At this time, Ling Xiao's real body looked in their direction. The Bodhi divine bow appeared in his hand, and the Bodhi arrow was knocked in his hand. All of his power gathered together, and a green light flashed in all directions. At this time, Ling Xiao's real body looked in their direction. The Bodhi divine bow appeared in his hand, and the Bodhi arrow was instantly knocked in his hand. All of his power instantly gathered together, and balls of green light shone in all directions. The ancients shot birds with bows and arrows. What the winged men race hated the most was to have arrows pointed at them as if they were bird people. The 3 winged men race members were extremely indignant. They thought that Ling Xiao's action was the biggest insult to them. Damn bastard. I wanted to let him live a little longer. Seems like I can't let him live, Jason said, his face dark and sinister. Just as they were about to attack Ling Xiao had already shot his divine arrow. The ancients shot the sun. Today the Japanese shoot birds. Ling Xiao shouted in fear. He loosened the arrow in his hand. Swoosh. A green light shot up into the sky like a meteor. It drew a line in the sky and arrived in front of the winged men in just a blink of an eye. Not good. Dodge. Jet was the first to react. He was the first to scream. He was the first to dodge. His speed wasn't slower than the wind, a tribute half-incipient God Realm expert. The other 2 dodged at the same time. Ling Xiao sneered, "You think you can dodge?" His arrow was aimed at Jason, who had just attacked him. The moment Jason dodged the arrow, he exhaled in relief because he could feel the power of that arrow. It made him scared. However, before he could relax, his hair stood on end. He didn't think much and wanted to fly away again. Unfortunately, it was too late. At the moment he had just exhaled, the divine arrow had locked on his aura and fiercely shot at his back. Boom. Jason didn't even have a chance to scream. The arrow had blown him into pieces. The 2 winged men nearby screamed in fear. Their eyes were filled with deep fear. Jason's competence wasn't much different from theirs. However, he was killed by the other's arrow. It showed how divine the other's bow and arrow were. As soon as the arrow stopped, Ling Xiao took out some pellets and swallowed them. Then he took out another arrow and put it on the divine bow. Not good. That bastard prince is about to shoot another arrow. Jim screamed in fear. We, the deity race, have no reason to retreat. Watch my deity curse. Jet suppressed the fear in his heart. After responding, he took a deep breath and made an ear-piercing sound in Ling Xiao's direction. ZZ. This ear-piercing sound was like an iron tool scratching on a rock. It was very uncomfortable to listen to, as if it was cutting one's heart. Ling Xiao was just about to shoot the arrow when he suddenly heard this sound. He felt pain in his internal organs and his momentum instantly weakened. Fortunately, he had cultivated the ancient emperor's divine technique to an infinitely close realm. All of his internal organs were as hard as divine weapons, so he didn't suffer much damage. If it were any other divine king, this sound would probably be fatal. The moment Ling Xiao's momentum weakened, the 2 winged men instantly rushed toward him. 2 rays of light containing surging power blasted in his direction. Damn it, they're fast. Ling Xiao cursed. He put away his divine Bodhi bow and dodged to the side. At this moment, his divine spirit clone also blew up the werewolf. Ling Xiao immediately withdrew his divine spirit clone. He knew that to deal with these 2 birdmen in front of him, he could only use soul power attacks to deal with them. Unfortunately, before he could use his soul power attacks, the other party's fierce attacks had already blasted over wave after wave. Deity's light, eternal exile. Deity's light, boundless radiance. A ray of divine light was like a reincarnation tunnel, stirring up the surrounding space and causing it to churn endlessly. Anything caught in it would be forcibly sent into the turbulent space and twisted into pieces. The other ray of divine light flashed with unparalleled power. Each ray of light could shatter meteorites and stars. Faced with these attacks, Ling Xiao had no way to dodge. He could only summon his divine spirit clone again and do his best to block these attacks. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's strength had increased in the Xianling continent, and even his divine spirit had benefited. In addition to his explosive power that was dozens of times stronger, Ling Xiao was still capable of blocking these 2's joint attack. It was just that it would consume a lot of soul power. At first, Ling Xiao wanted to use his real body to retreat a little further and then shoot an arrow at one of the birdmen. However, the 2 birdmen didn't seem to want to let Ling Xiao have his way. While Jet was dealing with Ling Xiao's doppelganger, he shouted to Jim, "You go deal with the other bastard. You must get that divine hoop." As soon as he said that, Jim immediately dashed towards Ling Xiao's real body. Begrudgingly, Ling Xiao could only brace himself and fight one-on-one first. He could only hope that his divine spirit clone could kill the other birdman first. After all, his divine spirit clone was much stronger than his real body, so he had a higher chance of winning. While Ling Xiao was in a stalemate, in another direction Ling Gang, Evil Emperor, and Mad Monk were trying their best to deal with the 2 half-incipient God Realm werewolves. Although their fighting competence wasn't ordinary and they could threaten half-incipient God Realm experts, these half-incipient God Realm experts were the Beastmen tribe. After they transformed, their fighting competence was even more extraordinary. They weren't afraid of their joint attack. Many of them were killed by the two half-incipient God Realm experts. They had around 30 people and now only 8 of them were left. However, these 8 were wounded to different degrees. Their situation wasn't optimistic. After all, half-incipient God Realm experts and peak God Realm experts had a big difference. Not only were they much faster and stronger than peak God Realm experts, but they were also half-incipient God Realm experts who could increase their fighting competence. Ling Gang's team had proven that they were strong enough to resist for a long time. However, the 2 werewolves were enraged when they saw that Ling Xiao had a Wing tribe member who wanted to snatch the food from their mouths. However, they didn't understand why the auras of their 3 companions had disappeared. They suspected that it was the work of these 2 damn birdmen. You stay here and kill them. I'm going to capture that kid. We can't let those birdmen die. The werewolf leader screamed in fear. He grabbed his mace and dashed towards Ling Xiao. Evil Emperor wanted to stop him, but he found that he couldn't catch up with his speed. He was helpless. Bald donkey, if you have any special skill, don't hide it. Let's join hands and kill this guy first. Evil Emperor shouted at Mad Monk. As soon as he finished speaking, 5-colored divine light exploded around Evil Emperor. All of his energy gathered on his purple halberd. Mad Monk, Ling Gang, and the others had made their last attack. If they couldn't kill this werewolf, they would be the ones to die. As for the battle between the holy beasts, the 13th prince and the prodigal displayed their prowess as divine beasts. Together with the other holy beasts, they outnumbered the wolf kings and black bears and bit them into pieces. Chapter 1358. The prodigal shouted at the 13th prince, "13th prince, go and help boss. I'll handle this." The king wolf and the black bear were intimidated by the auras of the 2 divine beasts, which reduced their fighting power. Most of them were killed by the 13th prince and the prodigal. Even the strongest ones were not spared. Therefore, the prodigal was not afraid of the remaining divine beasts. Plus, he had King Teng and the other divine beasts to help him. It was the best time for the 13th prince to help Ling Xiao. The 13th prince did not argue. He knew the urgency of the situation. He swung his dragon body and swept away a big black bear. Then he dashed towards Ling Xiao. He was only at level 10, but his fighting power was 100 times stronger. The Dragon Ball he had just swallowed wasn't any weaker than any half-incipient God Realm expert. He dashed towards Jim, helping Ling Xiao relieve some of the pressure. However, the werewolf also joined in, aiming for Ling Xiao's head. The fierce battle raged in the sky. Sounds of battle rose everywhere, energy splashed everywhere, and space turbulence appeared continuously. Jim and the 13th prince were fighting, while Ling Xiao's real body was fighting the leader of the werewolves. Ling Xiao was much more relaxed this time. The leader of the werewolves was no weaker than Jim, but he wasn't as fast as Jim. This gave Ling Xiao space to dodge. However, Ling Xiao knew that the situation was not good if this continued. His divine soul doppelganger actually couldn't take down that genius. His opponent's battle prowess was frighteningly strong. Even if he increased his battle prowess, he could only fight to a draw with him. No wonder he was one of the most powerful ancient races. It seems like I can't win if I don't use my full strength. Ling Xiao kept retreating after fighting with the werewolf several times. He even spat out a lot of blood. When the werewolf was about to chase after him again, Ling Xiao turned around and headed towards his divine soul clone. The werewolf shouted from behind, "You think you can escape? Obediently hand over the divine hoop, and I'll let you keep your soul." The werewolf chased after him from behind, swinging his mace repeatedly. Turbulent space currents surged toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao consumed a divine pill to recover some of his divine energy and increased his speed to the maximum. Finally, he arrived in front of the doppelganger. His real body and doppelganger instantly swapped positions. His real body faced the Birdman jet while his clone faced the werewolf. The reason why he did this was because his real body could barely withstand the Birdman's attack, while his clone could directly conceal itself and attack the werewolf. After all, the concealment of the Divine Soul Avatar had no effect on the Birdman, but it had an effect on this werewolf. The Birdman and the werewolf naturally did not know what Ling Xiao was planning. The Birdman was still happy that Ling Xiao's strength had weakened. From his point of view, taking down Ling Xiao was already an easy task. His light attribute attacks continuously bombarded Ling Xiao's body, forcing Ling Xiao into a sorry state, and many wounds appeared on his body. If it was any other Sinjin of Goguryeo, he would have already died under this Birdman's attack. The werewolf wanted to continue chasing after Ling Xiao, but he discovered that after the two identical Ling Xiao exchanged positions, one of them seemed to have disappeared. Ling Xiao, who was wearing the divine hoop, was surrounded by the birdman. He wanted to chase after him, but after hesitating for a moment, he became alert and did not act rashly. He was puzzled. I clearly saw two people just now, why is one of them missing? There must be something strange. Although the werewolf's brain was not very bright, it did not mean that they were fools. He constantly paid attention to the surrounding situation, ready to react and launch a surprise attack at any time. It was just that Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar had already hidden beside him, but he still did not notice it. When Ling Xiao's fist fiercely smashed towards his face, he only felt pain. But what followed next was not as simple as pain. In order to strive to resolve the crisis in front of him in the shortest time possible, Ling Xiao's fist contained all the power in it, and his fist intent was also exerted to the peak. Every punch carried the power to destroy heaven and earth, and it was going to directly blow the werewolf up. Bang bang. Although the werewolf activated his defense to the maximum, facing an opponent of the same level of strength directly bombarding his face, the werewolf's head was beaten until it was deformed. He raised his mace and made a final counterattack, sweeping away everything around him. When Ling Xiao withdrew, a finger light instantly rushed towards the werewolf's wolf eye. Oh! A blood-curdling scream rang out. One of the werewolf's wolf eyes was directly pierced, and he was in so much pain that he covered his eyes and howled wildly. He was already scared out of his wits, and immediately began to flee like a headless fly. Ling Xiao did not even want to waste the time to chase and kill him, and his real body was forced into a miserable state. The divine light scepter in his opponent's hand was impressively half an ancient god artifact, and his opponent's speed was not slower than his, and he was about to smash his physical body into pieces. Haha, Kim, people are only SOSO. Obediently accept your death. Jet seemed to be very happy to bully the weak. Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar rushed over in an instant, and attacked Jet like a storm. Jet was instantly dumbfounded from the beating. After all, he had to use the light of God to reflect Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar to its original form, and he was so pleased with himself that he forgot that his opponent still had another invisible avatar. Damned bastard light of God. On the other hand, Jet's reaction was extremely fast. He had just been bombarded a few times when he immediately spread his wings and flew backwards. After loudly cursing, he once again released the divine light to illuminate Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar. However, Ling Xiao was no longer afraid of revealing his body. With the strength of his divine soul, he was not afraid of this birdman at all. Ling Xiao did not fight 2 against 1. Instead, his avatar continued to fight the birdman, and his real body summoned back the arrow that he had just shot. I'll let you know what despair is. Ling Xiao swallowed another divine pill, drew his bow and nocked an arrow. His aura immediately locked on to the birdman fighting the 13th prince, and then the arrow left the bow. Swoosh! The arrow pierced through the sky like a meteor, shooting straight toward the birdman. The birdman was using all his strength to deal with the terrifying energy that the 13th prince had erupted with. By the time he noticed the divine arrow, it was already too late. No. Get the hell out of my way. Jom roared in shock. He brandished his divine weapon and blocked the arrow. Rumble. The power of the divine arrow exploded at this moment. The top-grade divine artifact in the birdman's hand had already been shattered, but he managed to escape. Only half of his body was blown up and he was severely injured. However, he could still recover if he wanted to. Light of God, heaven-reversing technique. That birdman's vitality was astonishing. He instantly let out a cry, and a ball of light slid around his body, restoring his damaged body. His half-destroyed body actually grew back at an extremely fast speed. When Ling Xiao saw this scene, he could not help but exclaim, "His recovery speed is so fast." The Winged Clan used to be the dormitory of the Demon Tiger Clan, and they were one of the top ancient clans in the Heaven region. Without a trump card, how could they be arrogant? However, he had forgotten that there was still a golden true dragon roaring at him. His body had been severely injured, and although his recovery speed was no slower than Kim People's ancient emperor's divine art, he could not escape the fate of being swallowed alive by the 13th prince. After dealing with this birdman, Ling Xiao once again summoned the arrow. He shouted at the 13th prince, "13th, go and help the others. Kill that werewolf as soon as possible." In another direction there was only one werewolf. It was clearly impossible for him to deal with Ling Gang, the evil emperor, and the mad monk. However, that werewolf was able to deal with them, preventing them from supporting him. Moreover, the werewolf was strong enough to deal with Ling Gang and the others. If the 13th prince joined in, the situation would be completely different. Ling Xiao was only left with one last birdman, and he wanted to properly deal with this birdman. However, that birdman seemed to have sensed that the aura of his companions had disappeared, and his expression became solemn. He already had the intention to escape. What kind of divine bow is this Kim people holding? Could it be the legendary Bodhi divine bow or the sun-slaying divine bow? Jet thought anxiously. He could only fight to a draw with Ling Xiao's clone with the quasi-ancient divine weapon in his hand. If Ling Xiao shot arrows at him again, it would be terrible. As expected, Ling Xiao's true body drew the bow again, and a green light shone brightly. Jet was so scared that he almost lost his soul. He used all his strength to force Ling Xiao's divine soul clone away and exclaimed, "How dare you kill the winged clan? Even if you are Kim people's subordinate, you will die a horrible death." After saying that, he spread his wings and quickly shuttled through the space, retreating in defeat. Unexpectedly, as soon as he escaped, the aura of Ling Xiao's true body weakened, and his entire body became weak. His divine soul clone's soul power was also greatly consumed, and the two quickly merged back into one. Ling Xiao took out a divine pill and immediately swallowed it. After shooting 2 arrows in a row, Ling Xiao's body was almost unable to take it anymore. Every arrow almost consumed all of his divine power. Ling Xiao knew that if he wanted to continuously shoot arrows with the Bodhi divine bow, he had to at least reach the level of a true paragon. Only then would he not have to worry about the consumption of divine power. After all, this Bodhi divine bow was a complete mid-grade ancient divine weapon. It was already very impressive for a god king like him to be able to draw the bow. At this time, with the addition of the 13th prince, the other werewolf was finally killed by their combined forces. All the other holy beasts were also killed and not a single one was left. Only one birdman managed to escape, and the rest were all dead. On Ling Xiao's side, a total of 22 people died, leaving only 8 people, the 13th prince and the wastrel. As for Yun Mingqi and Euro Fei, they were still seriously injured even under the intentional protection of the evil the Arch and the Mad Monk. Fortunately, it was only the body that was injured and this could be completely healed. If it was the head that was injured, then it would be very troublesome. Ling Xiao looked at his companions who had died because of him, and at the woman he loved being so seriously injured, and a wave of anger rose to the sky. Dark Shadow Sect, Beastmen Clan, Winged Clan, wait until I become a paragon, I will definitely kill you bastards first. Ling Xiao made up his mind and shouted. Chapter 1359. If the Dark Shadow clan hadn't spread the news of him getting the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to the other clans, Ling Xiao didn't think that they would come to trouble him. After all, the ancient clans usually lived in seclusion. Thus, Ling Xiao had to blame the Dark Shadow clan for this. At this moment, Ling Gang dragged his wounded body to Ling Xiao and said, "Uncle Xiao, we the Kim people can't just let it go." The Kim people had swaggered in the Sky Dragon area, but they had rarely encountered such a big ambush. Today many of their fellows had died. Although many of them were from the branch families, they represented the Kim people's reputation. This had hurt the Kim people's reputation. They had to respond. Otherwise, how could they maintain their reputation as the first ancient clan of the Kim people? Don't worry. If they dare to jump out, they have to bear our wrath. Ling Xiao nodded solemnly. Although Ling Xiao said so, he decided not to involve his clan in this. After all, it wasn't good to expose the Soul clan's secret. Little Xiao, how did you offend those ancient clans? They sent more than half of the incipient God Realm beast. Damn it, it's not easy to deal with them. Evil Emperor came to Ling Xiao with blood all over his body. Mad Monk smiled. He's like you, isn't he a troublemaker? I'm sure he got some divine item that they want. Teacher, father-in-law, you're right. I got it from the chaotic burial space. It's the divine item they want. Ling Xiao pointed at the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on his forehead. He didn't need to hide many things from his family. He didn't want them to worry about him. In fact, they had noticed the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on Ling Xiao's head. However, they didn't know what level it was. As they saw more than half of the incipient God Realm experts attacking Ling Xiao, they could confirm that Ling Xiao's divine hoop wasn't an ordinary divine item. There's no time to lose. We need to hurry back. There might be other people who want to attack you, said Ling Gang. Ling Xiao nodded and said, let's go, we'll settle this debt sooner or later. Ling Xiao knew that these things could not be rushed. After each of them took a divine pill, he began to leave through Shitian City and hurriedly returned to the Dragon Gate. Not long after Ling Xiao's team had left, the half-incipient God Realm expert of the Dark Shadow clan arrived. It was just that they were a step too late and had no way of knowing the outcome of this battle. But when they saw some severed limbs on the ground and the corpses of werewolves and bear men, they guessed that the beastmen had suffered a great loss. The leader of the Dark Shadow clansmen immediately returned to the clan to report this. Since they could kill these half-incipient God Realm beastmen, their strength was not as simple as it seemed. Perhaps they also had the half-incipient God Realm experts accompanying Kim people. They had to plan ahead of time. If Kim people really wanted to attack them, it would be troublesome. Along the way, Ling Xiao's team met some clowns, but they were not as strong as the first group. They were probably just paying attention to Ling Xiao's whereabouts and did not dare to attack Ling Xiao's team. Ling Xiao's team did not dare to confirm which clan these people belonged to, so they did not attack them. Ling Xiao's team hurried on their way and soon returned to the Dragon Gate. In front of the strongest sect in the Sky Dragon territory, no one dared to be rude to them. After all, there were several famous existences in the legendary list in the Dragon Gate. No force in the Sky Dragon territory dared to provoke them. After returning to the sect, Ling Xiao immediately returned to the clan. There were some things he had to decide as soon as possible. As soon as Ling Xiao came out of the spatial formation, Ling Fei flew over to greet him. "You brat, you're finally back. I was so worried." Ling Fei exclaimed to Ling Xiao. "Brother, what happened?" Ling Xiao asked Ling Fei. "What else could it be? Of course it's about the forefather. The patriarch and the others are waiting for you to come back to discuss it." Ling Fei replied. "Yes, I just came back. I did not dare to delay this important matter." Ling Xiao responded and immediately went to the meeting hall with Ling Fei. When Ling Xiao arrived at the meeting hall, the elders of the Kim people were already gathered there. At the same time, there were a few faces that Ling Xiao had never seen before. Seeing that they were sitting in front of the great elder Ling Qiu, Ling Xiao knew that these people were definitely the elders of the older generation in the clan. They might not care about the affairs of the world normally, but they had no choice but to come out and listen to the important matters of the forefather. As soon as Ling Xiao came in, he immediately greeted all the elders. Patriarch Ling Bo immediately asked, "Ling Xiao, tell us the situation of the forefather again." Even though Ling Fei had already reported it to them, they wanted to hear the person in question say it again to determine what to do next. Unhurriedly, Ling Xiao narrated the exact words that the old ancestor told him when he found the old ancestor, not leaving out a single word. After listening to it, everyone knew that it was almost the same as what Ling Fei had said. Great Elder Ling Qiu was the first to speak. "How can the forefather be so righteous in this matter? Anyway, it is only a matter of time before the Shenling continent perishes, and he still did that. I really don't know what to say." Ling Qiu's words deeply resonated with the others, and they all secretly nodded their heads. In their eyes, the lives of those ordinary people were as insignificant as ants, while the lives of their ancestors were incomparably precious. No matter where they went, the dignified top 10 supremes were the most powerful existences. How could they sacrifice their lives for some ordinary people? That was simply not worth it. At this time Ling Wei said, "Don't you understand the forefather's character?" Pausing for a while, he continued, "The forefather has always been kind and he misses us a lot. He told us these things because he wants us to collect enough Genesis stones to arrange the Genesis Great Formation to restore the vitality of the Shenling continent. After all, it is our ancestral land. If we can do what the forefather said, perhaps we will move back to our ancestral land one day." That's right. Brother Wei's words truly understand the ancestor's temperament. He has always been kind, and as long as ordinary people don't treat him too excessively, he will disdain to deal with them. I remember when I committed a crime when I was a child and was almost punished, it was the ancestor who pleaded for me. He is the kindest person in my clan, but this is also his weakness. But it is because of this that he has reached the peak of perfection, said another elder from the Jin clan. The others all showed their agreement after listening to him. Patriarch Ling Bo said, "Are we really going to find the 9 incipient god stones like the forefather asked us to? We have been spreading the news for 1 year, but we didn't get any Genesis stone. We, the Kim people, only have the golden origin stone. We still need the other 8. It's not easy to find them. We can find some of them, but it won't be easy to get them if we don't pay the price." Another Kim people said, "No matter what, since the old ancestor has made such a request, we will do our best. Anyway, we still have some time. If we really can't find all of them, we must rescue the old ancestor even if we have to forcefully destroy everything." Another person said firmly. His words resonated with the others. No matter what, they didn't want to go against the forefathers' plan unless they had no other choice. As Ling Xiao listened to their discussion, he felt a weight lifted from his heart. Most of the old people here were at the Great Master realm. With them, it wouldn't be a problem to find the Genesis stones. However, from their discussion, Ling Xiao heard another problem. Finding the formation master who could arrange the great formation of the Genesis stones was also the most difficult task. In the Heaven territory, there were divine formation masters, but only 2 or 3 of them were the top divine formation masters. Moreover, each of them was a proud and aloof existence. They were also the great masters who rarely showed their faces. Asking them for help was as hard as climbing up to the sky. However, they had to do it. Thus they had to do it separately. On one hand, they would trade with other items. If anyone could provide the Genesis stone, the Kim people would pay the price. Even if they knew the information about the Genesis stone, they could get a high income. On the other hand, they would send people to the outer space to find the Genesis stones. The outer space was above the 9 heavens. After crossing the space barrier to the outer space, there were many independent continents. There were places with life and places without life. There were even ancient continents where the supreme materials that the great masters needed could be found. The outer space was the battlefield of the great masters. That year, the grudge between the Kim people and the Demon Tiger tribe happened in the outer space. In order to fight for the rare cultivation resources, everyone would fight each other. As for the divine formation masters, the Kim people could only send people to look for them. Through these arrangements, they believed that the Kim people would have some effect. However, it was unknown whether they could accomplish this. Since things had reached this stage, there was basically nothing for Ling Xiao to do. However, just when he thought that he could relax, Ling Feiwu personally rushed to the tribe from outside the sect. Greetings, great uncle Ling Xiao. Although Ling Feiwu had become the outer sect master, he couldn't not respect Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's seniority was there. After Ling Xiao's name was established as the Sinjin of Goguryeo, Ling Xiao's position in the tribe was much higher. Thus, Ling Feiwu didn't dare to put on any airs as a sect master. Feiwu, what's so important that you have to rush back? Ling Xiao asked. Ling Feiwu took out a golden invitation card and passed it to Ling Xiao. This is an invitation from the Alchemy Alliance. It'll be held in Heaven's origin city on the Tianyuan continent half a year from now. They're inviting you to attend. Ling Xiao received the invitation card with a stomach full of doubts. In reality, he had once understood a few things about the Medicine Union, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. He possessed the inheritance of the medicine god. With his ability, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a sovereign medicine god. There was no need for him to travel thousands of miles to learn. He immediately said to Ling Feiwu, I won't be going to the meeting held by the Medicine Union. Let someone else represent our Dragon Gate. Chapter 1360. Ling Xiao was only a divine alchemist, but he was already a peak-level divine king. As long as he focused on cultivation and passed the last hurdle, he would be able to transcend the mortal world and become a supreme being that stood above everyone else. All life and death would be in his hands. There was nothing he couldn't do. As for the sovereign alchemy god realm, it would also break through along with his breakthrough and would not be an obstacle. Therefore, he had no interest in this pill refining conference. However, even if Ling Xiao didn't care, Ling Feiwu couldn't help but care. Great Uncle Xiao, you should think about it again. If you stand out in this alchemy conference, you will receive the guidance of the supreme alchemy god. At that time you will become a supreme alchemy god. Ling Feiwu persuaded. Ling Xiao becoming the sovereign alchemy god meant that his status in the Dragon Gate would rise, and it also meant that the strength of Kim people would soar to another level. Whether it was for official or personal reasons, Ling Feiwu hoped that Ling Xiao would be able to participate in this gathering. Furthermore, this gathering gathered all the divine apothecaries under the age of 5,000 in the heavenly domain. Every single one of them was an existence that was proud of the heavens, and not just anyone could participate. Ling Xiao representing the Dragon Gate to participate was the glory of their Dragon Gate. After all, the Medicine Alliance had always been recognized as the #1 power in the heavenly domain, and there were countless powers that relied on them. It could be said that all the big and small forces in the Tianyuan region respected the existence of the Medicine Alliance. As long as their sovereign alchemy god raised his arm and shouted, all the forces would have to listen to their orders. In addition, every once in a while the Dragon Gate would send people to the Medicine Alliance to auction off the extremely rare Sovereign Dan, and every time they went they might not even be able to auction it off. Therefore Ling Feiwu also hoped that Ling Xiao would make a trip to the Medicine Alliance. If he could form a relationship with them, it would definitely be beneficial to their Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao could see Ling Feiwu's urgency, and after hesitating for a moment, he still decided not to sweep away this new sect master. In any case, it would only take a year to go back and forth, so it wouldn't take too long. However, now that he had become the target of the ancient clan's crusade, he would be ambushed and killed if he went out recklessly. He had no choice but to be on guard. As long as the supreme martial artists don't make a move, it's not difficult to fight or escape. Moreover, it's also beneficial for me to advance if I can exchange blows with them. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Following this, he agreed to Ling Feiwu's request to make a trip to the Tianyuan domain and participate in the alchemy conference. Ling Feiwu exhaled in relief. Then he asked for more things that Ling Xiao needed. He planned to arrange a half-incipient God Realm Protector and Elder to go with him. They couldn't weaken the prestige of the Dragon Gate. At the same time, he also learned from Ling Gang that Ling Xiao had been attacked. As the Gate Master, he had no choice but to take it seriously. With a half-incipient God Realm expert, Ling Xiao thought it was feasible. At the same time, he suggested that he didn't need any King God Realm expert to go with him. Otherwise, if they got ambushed on the way, they would just die for nothing. After a preliminary discussion, Ling Xiao decided to leave for the Tianyuan continent in 3 days. Within these 3 days, Ling Xiao had to find a place to settle the people he had brought here. Ling Gang was in charge of reactivating the power of the Ling family's bloodline. He would decide whether or not to let them stay in the clan's land based on the strength of their bloodline. Ling Zhao's women, of course, were arranged to live on the lone peak of the Dragon Gate. As for the others, they were arranged to stay in the city so that they could adapt to the lifestyle in the Heaven territory first. Ling Xiao had arranged people to take care of them, so they didn't need to worry about anything. As for rebuilding the proud smiling palace in the Qingyun realm, Ling Xiao had temporarily forgotten about it. Anyway, with his current competence, he wasn't strong enough to establish a sect in the Heaven territory. Moreover, the Dragon Gate had solved its internal problem. With its support, Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about anything. Moreover, if he could restore the primordial energy of the Xianling continent in the future, the proud smiling palace in the Central Territory would become his base. Ling Xiao arranged them as fast as he could and asked Ling Gang to take care of them personally. After all, Ling Xiao didn't bring them to the Heaven territory to be bullied by others. He absolutely didn't want anyone to bully his people. Ling Gang respected Ling Xiao more when he knew that Ling Xiao had the competence to kill half-incipient God Realm experts. He believed that as long as he worked hard to follow his uncle Xiao, he would get more benefits in the future. After everything was settled, Ling Xiao, Ling Fei, and the other 3 half-incipient God Realm experts left for the Heaven Source area through the space formation. The Heaven Source area was the center of the 5 territories. They had to go through the Eastern Territory Gate. With the speed of Ling Zhao's team and the transportation speed of the space formations, it would take them almost 2 months to reach the Eastern Territory Gate. Ling Zhao's team kept a low profile. They didn't stop along the way, rushing at full speed. However, when they passed by a city called the Tao Family City, they heard a piece of news. It was about the new Sinjin of Goguryeo, Ding Gudu, challenging Tao Fuliu, who was ranked 488th on the Sinjin of Goguryeo ranking list. Ding Gudu was the same as Ling Xiao. He was a dark horse among the group of people who had competed for the Sinjin of Goguryeo ranking list 3 or 4 years ago. Just like Ling Xiao, he was just a high-level God King. However, he could defeat many peak God Kings and get the title of Sinjin of Goguryeo. Today, he had the guts to challenge someone who was ranked 400 when he was ranked around 900. It was a big gap which made people speechless. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in Ding Gudu, but he admired his courage. Brother Xiao, I remember that you are ranked 957th on the Sinjin of Goguryeo ranking list, right? Ling Fei asked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and said, yes, what about it? I think you should upgrade your strength. Sometimes the ranking is very important. It represents the face of our Kim people. Ling Fei said seriously. To be honest, Ling Xiao had passed the age where fame mattered. He didn't care much about the limelight. However, he felt that Ling Fei's words made sense. As a member of Dragon Gate and Kim people, he might have the obligation to upgrade his ranking to prove his strength. At the same time, he could also win glory for Dragon Gate and Kim people. This was a collective sense of glory. Whether he wanted to think about it or not, it still existed. Then let's go and have a look. Maybe I can pick up something. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said. To be honest, he didn't really care about a ranking above 400. With his strength, he should have challenged the Sinjin of Goguryeo in the top 100, or even the top 10 Sinjin of Goguryeo. However, since he had encountered a challenge from the Sinjin of Goguryeo, there was no harm in Ling Xiao going to have a look. Whether he would fight or not was secondary. Tao Fuliu was a famous god king. He had been the Sinjin of Goguryeo for nearly 5,000 years. He could be considered as an old-fashioned Sinjin of Goguryeo. He had a lot of prestige in this area. He was also a guardian elder of the Tao family, a rising family in this area. In the beginning, the Tao family was just a small force. However, after Tao Fuliu became the Sinjin of Goguryeo, the Tao family quickly gained the favor of other small forces and became a medium-sized family. Anyone who became the Sinjin of Goguryeo couldn't sit back and relax. They still had to face all kinds of challenges. If they didn't accept the challenge, they would be viewed as cowards. Therefore, while they gained fame, they also brought a lot of trouble. Unless they could kill so many challengers that they were afraid, no one would come to find trouble with them. Tao Fuliu had accepted no less than 100 challenges in the years he became the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Those peak god kings who challenged him had already become souls of the dead under his saber. In the past 1,000 years, no one dared to challenge him. Ding Gudu was the first person to challenge him in the past 1,000 years. However, Tao Fuliu wasn't surprised by Ding Gudu's challenge. Ever since he knew that Ding Gudu won the Sinjin of Goguryeo position, he knew that this day would come sooner or later. Others might not know the inside story, but he knew his own affairs. This concubine disciple that he had personally chased out of the Tao family had come for revenge. Ding Gudu followed his mother's surname. In fact, the Tao family's bloodline flowed in his body. His father was also an outstanding disciple of the Tao family. However, because he had a conflict with Tao Fuliu, he was expelled from the Tao family by Tao Fuliu. Moreover, his father's martial strength was crippled, causing his father to die of depression. The moment his father died, Ding Gudu made up his mind that one day, he would slay Tao Fuliu with his sword to comfort his father's soul. In the past 1,000 years, he had experienced countless life and death experiences to finally reach his current realm. Now was the time for him to take revenge. After killing Tao Fuliu and eliminating the people of the Tao family who had mistreated his family, he would have no more worries. For this battle, they arranged to fight in a desolate mountain range outside of the Tao family. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived, there were already many people gathered there. There were many divine kings, but most of them were holy emperor. Ling Xiao could not help but worry for the safety of these holy emperors. The battle of the Sinjin of Goguryeo was not something they could come and watch. Any sputtering energy would be enough to take their lives. There were two people high up in the sky. One was a middle-aged man holding a divine sword. There was not a hint of nervousness on his face, and his aura was extremely domineering. Beside him was a water attribute 10th tier holy beast. The other figure looked much younger. It was Ding Gudu, whom Ling Xiao had met before. He did not have a deep impression of Ding Gudu, but the fact that he could seize the title of Sinjin of Goguryeo with the strength of a high-level divine king still attracted his attention. At this moment, when he saw Ding Gudu again, Ling Xiao could actually sense Ding Gudu's dense hostility. It was as if there was a demon floating behind him. A torrential killing intent spread out in all directions. The battle was about to begin. Ding Gudu did not say a single word to Tao Fuliu. He rode on his peak-grade heaven tiger and charged towards Tao Fuliu with a true ancient god artifact in his hand. The power that Ding Gudu unleashed finally made Tao Fuliu realize how terrifying Ding Gudu was. However, Tao Fuliu was able to kill his way to the top 400. How could an ordinary peak-grade divine king compare to him? When the two Sinjin of Goguryeo met, monstrous power began to collide in the 9 heavens. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Chapter 1361. Every Sinjin of Goguryeo represented the pinnacle of God King's battle prowess. The battle between them could be said to be earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Tao Fuliu was a veteran Sinjin of Goguryeo, and his ranking wasn't low at all. There was no doubt about his battle prowess. However, Ding Gudu had already placed his life on the line. Furthermore, his battle prowess had increased greatly with the ancient divine artifact in hand. He had comprehended the baleful tiger chi, which made him even more powerful. Ling Xiao seriously watched their battle and discovered that the two of them were basically evenly matched. Neither of them had much of an advantage, causing the battle to be rather intense. However, as the battle dragged on, Tao Fuliu clearly became a little impatient. After all, as a peak god king, he couldn't suppress Ding Gudu, who was a high-level god king, so he couldn't help but feel anxious. Moreover, Ding Gudu's ancient divine artifact was quite powerful, so he had no choice but to temporarily avoid it. As for Ding Gudu, he was like an indomitable warrior. Every move he made was filled with his full strength. That dense evil aura and killing intent soared to the sky. That ancient divine artifact carried a very terrifying might, allowing him to have the ability to fight above his level. Furthermore, he had a half-ancient divine artifact defensive divine shield in his hand. He could attack and defend at any time. He was not any weaker than this veteran Sinjin of Goguryeo. After a desperate battle, many of those holy emperor who were too close were killed by the shockwaves. At this time Ling Fei said, "That Tao Fuliu is going to lose." Ling Xiao nodded lightly and said, "He is going to lose, but Ding Gudu won't be able to win either." Following Ling Xiao's words, several god kings actually charged towards Ding Gudu at the same time. "Tao Fuliu, you despicable person." Ding Gudu used the half-ancient divine artifact to block the joint attack of these people, but he was sent flying far away. He couldn't help but curse loudly. He knew that although the Tao family wasn't a super clan, they still had more than 10 godly kings. Furthermore, after Tao Fuliu became the Sinjin of Goguryeo, he had made quite a few godly king friends. This was something that Ding Gudu was very clear about. That was why he couldn't just kill his way to Tao Fuliu's doorstep. Instead, he sent a challenge letter hoping to kill Tao Fuliu openly. This way he did not need to worry about being surrounded and attacked by others. After all, in front of everyone in the hall, he felt that Tao Fuliu, the Sinjin of Goguryeo, would definitely not do such a thing with his proud personality. Unfortunately, his estimation was still wrong. When faced with the threat of death, people would do anything. "You bastard, don't think you can forget your roots just because you've become the Sinjin of Goguryeo. You actually dare to kill your uncle. Your death is not to be regretted." Tao Fuliu shouted in alarm. He cooperated with the others and chased after Ding Gudu. He looked at Ding Gudu's ancient divine weapon with a greedy look. He thought to himself, as long as I snatch this brat's ancient divine weapon, my combat strength will definitely increase. It's simply a waste of God's gift in his hands. But, you old bastard, if it wasn't because you saw that my father, Ten Bin, was higher than you and threatened your position in the family, you used despicable methods to cripple my father. My father and mother wouldn't have died. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I will perish together with you. Ding Gudu's eyes were scarlet red. He roared in alarm. The ancient divine weapon in his hand was unleashed to the limit as he charged towards the divine kings who were surrounding him. Ding Gudu is going all out. The divine king who just got close to him was instantly blasted away by him. He vomited blood non-stop. Tao Fuliu took the opportunity to attack Ding Gudu from behind. The others also worked together to attack. Ding Gudu clenched his teeth and used all his strength to attack and defend at the same time. However, he was still unable to withstand the overwhelming number of people. He wanted to escape, but he was already surrounded by his opponents. His heavenly tiger was also surrounded by a few saint beasts. The situation was not looking good. Ding Gudu knew that there was no way out. He simply gave up on the idea of escaping and charged towards Tao Fuliu. He completely ignored the attacks of the others and wholeheartedly wanted to drag Tao Fuliu down with him. Unfortunately, Tao Fuliu did not fight with his life on the line. He only restrained him and gave the others an opportunity to take advantage of him. Most of the people who had been watching the battle had already fled. If they stayed, they would undoubtedly be caught in the crossfire. Perhaps they would be silenced by Tao Fuliu. The challenge between the Sinjin of Goguryeo was originally a battle that attracted a lot of attention. Unfortunately, it turned into a situation where more people bullied the less. It was really not a glorious thing. Ling Xiao and the others naturally did not leave. They also did not expect that it would turn into such a good show. I really don't know how some people managed to get the name of Sinjin of Goguryeo. Ling Xiao snorted disdainfully. Right now he could not bear to see Tao Fuliu besiege Ding Gudu. This was simply a disgrace to the name of Sinjin of Goguryeo. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Let's go. There's no point in watching any longer. Ling Fei said. Why should we go? Didn't brother just say that you want me to raise my ranking again? Now is the best time. Ling Xiao said. His figure shot towards the direction of the fierce battle. Seeing injustice on the road, he roared. Actually, not many people would do such a thing. Many people would choose to put their own safety first. Ling Xiao also did not think of himself as a righteous person. However, he could not bear to see Tao Fuliu's despicable methods. No matter what, he was still a Sinjin of Goguryeo. After accepting the opponent's challenge, he still did such a thing. It was truly a disgrace to the name of Sinjin of Goguryeo. Ling Fei had just asked him to raise his ranking. Ling Xiao might as well use Tao Fuliu as an example. At this time, Ding Gudu was already seriously injured. Even though he was a Sinjin of Goguryeo, Tao Fuliu was restraining him from the front. Moreover, the surrounding godly kings were constantly launching sneak attacks. It was difficult for him to resist. At this time, one of the godly kings was about to stab Ding Gudu's back with his divine sword. This godly king's face revealed a fierce expression. He must end Ding Gudu's life with this sword. However, just as his sword was inches away from Ding Gudu, he felt a gust of wind coming from the back of his head. Bang! His brain was instantly smashed. Even when he died, he did not know what had happened. His divine soul fled in panic, but unfortunately, there was a force that forcefully pulled him in a certain direction. Today has truly broadened my horizons. The name of Sinjin of Goguryeo has been sullied by a coward like you. Ling Xiao sneered at Tao Fuliu after looting the dead person's belongings. Tao Fuliu leapt in fright at the sudden appearance of this uninvited guest. The surrounding god kings all raised their guard as well, suspecting whether this person was Ding Gudu's reinforcements or not. Who are you? You clearly know this king's identity, yet you still dare to meddle in other people's business. Are you tired of living? Tao Fuliu stared at Ling Xiao and asked coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a high-level godly king beside him transmitted his voice to him. He seems to be the newly promoted Sinjin of Goguryeo Dragon Gate's Ling Xiao. Ding Gudu shot a cold glance at Ling Xiao, his eyebrows raised. He did not expect Ling Xiao to appear here and even help him. You don't need to know who I am. Today I will take your head and replace your position. A person like you is not worthy to be the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Ling Xiao sneered and rushed towards Tao Fuliu. Ling Xiao's speed was as fast as lightning. In an instant he arrived in front of Tao Fuliu. The others simply could not react. Tao Fuliu was indeed worthy of being the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Although his speed was not as fast as Ling Xiao, his reaction speed was astonishing. The long sword in his hand slashed out several times. Each slash seemed to split the sky. The power was terrifying. Ling Xiao's movement technique had already reached the transformation realm. Tao Fuliu's sword light could only slash Ling Xiao's afterimage. Ling Xiao had already swung the dragon's subduing palm at him. Roar roar. Several golden dragons rushed towards Tao Fuliu. The power was rather powerful, causing the surrounding space to constantly collapse and churn. Tao Fuliu's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect Ling Xiao's attack to be so fast and terrifying. The divine sword in his hand immediately swung out, forming an iron barrel-like defense around him. Let's kill him together. Tao Fuliu did not forget to call for reinforcements. There were 8 other divine kings. 3 of them surrounded Ding Gudu, while the other 5 attacked Ling Xiao from behind. Since you're all here to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao muttered viciously. He dodged their combined attack and rushed to the back of one of them. With a palm strike, he immediately blew up his opponent's head. When the other saw his companion killed in an instant, he immediately shivered in fear. His eyes were filled with fear. Tao Fuliu did not expect that Ling Xiao could be that ruthless. He was even more direct than Ding Gudu's hand. He screamed and used his most powerful strike. He had to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Otherwise he would think that he, the Sinjin of Goguryeo, could get rid of him easily. The quasi-ancient divine weapon in his hand radiated dazzling divine light. Beams of sword energy began to move. Sword moves the divine court. This was an ancient divine technique that Tao Fuliu had relied on to become famous. Its power was incomparably terrifying. The sword energy had minced the area tens of thousands of miles around into nothingness. All of the spaces were disintegrated. Space slits appeared. This technique had the full power of a half-incipient god realm expert. It was worthy of the power of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Now it's interesting. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was strong. He didn't retreat because of the power of this technique. His fighting power finally boiled up. Several golden dragon claws swiped at the god kings who hadn't retreated far. He forcefully pulled the few god kings into Tao Fuliu's wave after wave of sword chi. Those god kings were cut by Tao Fuliu's sword energy. They screamed and screamed, blood gushing out of their wounds. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, used his arms as godly arms to block all the sword chi. However, the power of the quasi-ancient divine weapon wasn't weak. Both of his arms were slashed. What? Tao Fuliu saw that Ling Xiao had used only his body to block his powerful strike. He was scared out of his wits. He knew that he couldn't deal with Ling Xiao even if he stayed. Plus there was still Ding Gudu. His only option was to retreat immediately. However, how could Ling Xiao let him escape? The great Sinjin of Goguryeo fled without a fight. You're really something. Ling Xiao said mockingly. He chased after Tao Fuliu like the wind. The dragon's subduing palm struck out. In the sky, several golden dragons appeared, roaring and wreaking havoc for tens of thousands of miles. Chapter 1362. If Ling Xiao used all of his power, he wouldn't be weaker than a half-incipient God Realm expert. Each of his palms contained a great momentum that could tear the chaotic space basin. Tao Fuliu was blown away a long distance away. If he wasn't wearing the godly armor, the power of these palms would have been enough to take his life. Damn it! That bastard has hooked up with such a strong helper. What a blunder! Tao Fuliu cursed under his breath, dragging his wounded body to run away. Unfortunately, his speed wasn't worth mentioning in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was using the subduing dragon palm smoothly. His palm intent was approaching the perfect realm. He had struck Tao Fuliu so hard that he didn't know what to do. Tao Fuliu knew that he couldn't run away. He wanted to counterattack, but he couldn't lock his target. The other was too fast. He could only defend. He couldn't let Ling Xiao approach him. Otherwise he would be smashed into meat paste. However, after defending for a long time, facing Ling Xiao's fierce attacks, Tao Fuliu couldn't endure it anymore. Ling Xiao had forcefully hit him. Ling Xiao seized the chance when Tao Fuliu couldn't catch his breath. He approached Tao Fuliu and pounded his palms on Tao Fuliu's chest. Tao Fuliu was blown away like a cannonball. Blood splashed everywhere. Ling Xiao followed him like a shadow. His feet treaded in the air. His footprints pushed Tao Fuliu away. Many bones in Tao Fuliu's body were broken, and many footprints were left on his god armor. His entire body crashed into a barren mountain, directly smashing the barren mountain into smithereens, the rock fragments splashing everywhere. Ling Xiao chased after him, stomping on Tao Fuliu's chest as he was trying to get up. Spare my life. Tao Fu looked at Ling Xiao with pleading eyes. He was now hiding the fear in his eyes. This Ling Xiao did not look like the newly promoted Qian Divine King. He was simply not much weaker than those madmen in the top 100. He had actually beaten him to such a state with his bare hands. He was truly convinced of his defeat. If I spare you, I won't give you your ranking. Moreover, I feel ashamed that the Sinjin of Goguryeo has such an existence like you. Ling Xiao said coldly, stomping on him with all of his strength. Tao Fuliu's chest caved in. Blood gushed out one more time. Right after that, Ling Xiao stomped on his chest. A gray-black murderous aura gushed into Tao Fuliu's body and eroded his vitality. The 488 Sinjin of Goguryeo was killed by Ling Xiao just like that. Just as Ling Xiao took away Tao Fuliu's things, ES God appeared in the sky, and a beam of divine light shone down on Ling Xiao from the sky. This was the Sinjin of Goguryeo divine light. Thinking back to when Ling Xiao destroyed the 2 Sinjin of Goguryeo divine lights, he would not do the same thing this time. After the divine light continued to shine on his body for a while, it shamefully disappeared, and his relevant information appeared high up in the sky. His ranking directly jumped from 957th to 488th. This news would soon be known by the others in the Heavenly Dragon region. The number on the Sinjin of Goguryeo token in Ling Xiao's space ring also changed automatically. Ling Xiao had just sensed the vastness of the divine light. It contained an inexplicable power, as if someone was manipulating all of this, making him unable to grasp it or sense it clearly. At this time, the 3 god kings who besieged Ding Gudu all died in his hands. Ding Gudu's entire body was stained with blood. Like a god of death, his ordinary face exuded a strong sense of unwillingness. I want to challenge you. Ding Gudu said resolutely to Ling Xiao with the trident in his hand. Although his purpose in challenging Tao Fuliu was for revenge, he also wanted to take Tao Fuliu's position as the Sinjin of Goguryeo. In his opinion, Tao Fuliu would definitely lose to him, but something like this happened, allowing Ling Xiao to pick up Ping Yi. Ding Gudu knew how powerful Ling Xiao was. The fact that he was able to win the title of the Sinjin of Goguryeo battle was enough to prove his strength. However, he was also a proud and aloof person who did not pursue many things in life. Besides revenge, he wanted to make a name for himself in the heaven domain and set foot on the peak of martial strength. He had a fearless heart and had long ago become indifferent to life and death. Therefore he did not mind challenging Ling Xiao now. He felt that he might not necessarily lose. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes at Ding Gudu and said lightly, "If you want to challenge me, you have to immediately restore your divine power. I'll give you this opportunity." There was never a shortage of arrogant geniuses in this world. Many people felt that they were invincible within the same realm, but they did not know that there was always someone better than them. Ling Xiao had never felt that he was truly invincible within the same realm, but he had long since developed a strong fighting spirit and confidence. Although Ding Gudu's strength was not bad, he was still not qualified to defeat Yang Kai. Ding Gudu looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated look. He pinched a divine pill in his hand and quickly swallowed it. His 10th tier top-notch heavenly tiger had also returned to his side. This heavenly tiger was a holy beast that was infinitely close to the white tiger divine beast. Its combat power was extraordinary. Just now it was besieged by several holy beasts, but it still managed to kill 3 of them and stood in an invincible position. Its tiger eyes stared at Ling Xiao, exuding an inviolable king's might. Ling Xiao looked at this heavenly tiger with his hands behind his back. In his heart he somewhat admired this big guy. If it could obtain the white tiger's tooth, it would not be a problem to become a real divine beast. The white tiger was in charge of killing. That was the Lord of Heaven Fiends. Its combat power was comparable to the dragon's. Whoever could obtain a white tiger as a mount would be the fortune of 3 lifetimes. It was just that Ling Xiao was somewhat greedy. He already had 3 divine beasts following him, but he was still thinking about other divine beasts. It was really disdainful. Ling Fei and the others had been waiting all along. They did not go forward to dissuade Ling Xiao. He knew that Ling Xiao had a sense of propriety. Moreover, dealing with a high-level god king was a piece of cake for Ling Xiao. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. The wind whistled past. Ding Gudu's thin body was once again filled with battle intent. Streams of elemental energy crisscrossed around his body, and a vicious aura gradually rose. This was the baleful tiger chi. It had the special power to suppress the opponent's combat power. At the same time, it could also enhance one's own killing intent. Recovered? Ling Xiao looked at Ding Gudu indifferently and asked. Ding Gudu pointed his trident at Ling Xiao and said, "I've recovered. Let's have a fair fight. My strength is above yours. It is already destined that I can't have a fair fight," Ling Xiao said as he moved. He did not want to waste time here with Ding Gudu. He directly suppressed this person and let him know that there is always someone better than you in this world. To deal with the metal attribute, Ling Xiao chose the 9 sun-burning heaven fist. The torrential fist intent blasted the space, causing it to collapse and tumble. Waves of extreme yang flames burned towards Ding Gudu. Every single punch was like a mountain crashing down. Every single punch was enough to destroy several cities. Just how terrifying was the power behind it? Ding Gudu brandished his trident and dispersed Ling Xiao's fiery fists one by one. However, the webbing between his thumb and index finger was cracked by Ling Xiao's fist energy. He almost lost the ancient divine tool in his hand. So powerful. Ding Gudu was not afraid at all. Quite the contrary, his fighting will was burning fiercely. Tiger murderous aura stormed towards Ling Xiao. It was like several heavenly tigers opened their terrifying mouths wide to bite Ling Xiao. Their deep fangs were bloodthirsty, which made people frightened. Ling Xiao was not affected by the tiger murderous aura. Quite the contrary, his dragon-shaped fighting spirit soared up. A gold true dragon roared and bit towards the heavenly tigers. In the face of Ding Gudu's powerful attack, Ling Xiao didn't dodge. Instead, he waved his fists and unleashed the 9 sun sky burning fist with extreme fist intent. The raging fire wrapped around Ding Gudu. Ding Gudu wasn't weak. The low-grade ancient divine tool, the trident, was absolutely beyond the peak king god realm. It was pretty close to the attack of a half-incipient god realm expert. Unfortunately, in front of Ling Xiao's absolute competence, it was still not enough. Ding Gudu's tiger murderous aura couldn't subdue Ling Xiao. He was forced to retreat. "I thought you were really strong. Lose for me?" Ling Xiao looked disdainful. He screamed in fright. His fists were like 2 brilliant suns. 9 brilliant suns moved like the stars. His power seemed to be able to destroy the entire world. Tens of thousands of miles of space had been bombarded into nothingness. Ding Gudu recognized the intimidation of this attack. He gritted his teeth and roared in fear. The trident in his hand also performed his best attack. At the same time, the half-ancient divine shield in his other hand was ready to defend. Boom boom boom. The battle between the tiger and the dragon in the sky was really brutal. It had even changed the color of the wind and clouds. Ding Gudu's top heavenly tiger also joined the battle to help its master. Ling Xiao was fighting two enemies at the same time. His fighting will surged as he continuously drew his god power. Countless fist intents filled the area. After a fierce battle, Ding Gudu's figure was sent flying. The trident in his hand actually fell out of his hand. Blood flowed non-stop. The sky tiger's fur was stained with heavenly fire. There were many huge fist marks on its body and blood burst out. Ling Xiao did not chase after him. His clothes were slightly messy and there were a few cuts, but he was not injured at all. A mere high-level divine king can damage my clothes. He does have some ability. Ling Xiao thought in his heart. If he and Ding Gudu were only at the same level, there would have been a fierce battle before he could trample on him. After all, the ancient god tool in Ding Gudu's hand had a very powerful amplification. If not for his physical body being much stronger than others, he would not have dared to fight Ding Gudu barehanded. Ding Gudu stabilized his body. There were many wounds on his body. His blood-stained appearance made him look extremely ferocious. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, this unwillingness was quickly replaced by a kind of sadness. Ling Xiao glanced at Ding Gudu and said faintly, "Come and find me when your strength has improved. Now even two of you are not a match for me." After saying that, Ling Xiao turned and shot in the direction of Ling Fei. He hurried to the eastern domain gate with them. Ding Gudu looked at the distant figure, and his eyes flashed with confusion. Chapter 1363. Brother Xiao, why didn't you take that kid in? From the looks of it, as long as you're willing to throw out a branch, you'll definitely pledge your life to follow you. Ling Fei said to Ling Xiao. There was no lack of examples of experts subduing other experts in the heaven region. Many experts preferred to take in geniuses of equal strength as their followers. Not only would this increase one's helper, but it would also serve as a show of strength. What's more, Ding Gudu was a Senjin of Goguryeo. Whoever was able to subdue him would be an incomparably glorious matter. Ling Xiao shook his head. I'm not interested in these things right now. What's more, that person should be training in a divine art that overdraws one's potential. If he doesn't reach the sovereign stage, he'll definitely die. Through his previous battle with Ding Gudu, Ling Xiao had already sensed the strangeness of Ding Gudu's divine art. Moreover, he didn't have the leisure to subdue such an arrogant and unruly person for the time being, unless he could step into the sovereign stage in the future. Ling Fei chuckled but didn't say anything else. There were no other complications along the way. The group passed through the outer domain and arrived at the Tianyuan region. The 5 great regions of Tianyuan, Sky Dragon, Sky Tiger, Sky Sparrow, and Mysterious Sky had been separated in ancient times. In ancient times, the 5 great regions had been combined together. As for why they were separated, it was related to an ancient secret. It was likely that no one knew the reason now. The Tianyuan region was at the center of the 5 great regions, and was much more prosperous than the other 4. It wasn't because the origin energy in the Tianyuan region was stronger than the other regions, nor was it because the population was greater than the other regions. Instead, it was because of the influence of the number 1 faction in the Tianyuan region, the Medicine Alliance. Although the Medicine Alliance didn't unify the Tianyuan region, their influence was everywhere. They had the largest number of alchemists, and 70% of these alchemists came from the Medicine Alliance, while the rest all joined the Medicine Alliance in name only. With such a large number of alchemists, they had infiltrated the various factions, causing them to be extremely respectful towards the Medicine Alliance. After all, there were 3 supreme alchemists in the Medicine Alliance, more than 30 divine alchemists and countless saint alchemists. With this kind of rallying power, there were naturally countless martial warriors who joined the Medicine Alliance. It could be said that the Medicine Alliance had great influence in the Tianyuan region. In addition, all the divine alchemists in the entire heaven domain had to pass their verification and be given a divine alchemist badge. Only then would they be recognized and be able to enjoy the free use of the space formation and the realm gate. It had to be said that the Medicine Guild not only affected the Tianyuan region but also other regions. Many alchemists felt honored to join the Medicine Alliance. There were also many alchemists from other regions that chose to join the Medicine Alliance and not return to their original regions. This was also the reason why the various regions had far fewer alchemists than the Medicine Alliance. Ling Xiao had long since understood this basic information. In his heart, he couldn't help but admire the Medicine Alliance's control. They had pulled in all the alchemists' resources. It was impossible for the Medicine Alliance not to be powerful. Of course, Ling Xiao did not have any interest in joining this medicine alliance. His Divine Alchemist badge could only be considered a form of recognition from the Medicine Alliance, and did not mean that he was a member of the Medicine Alliance. On the way, Ling Fei told Ling Xiao a lot of things about the Medicine Alliance. At the same time, Ling Fei and the others came out with a mission, and that was to strive to auction off the Sovereign God Dan after this gathering. It had to be known that only the Sovereign Alchemist God could refine the Sovereign God Dan, and every single one of them was extremely precious. Without sufficient wealth, it was impossible to even think about the Sovereign God Dan. The previous few times that Dragon Gate had sent people to auction off the Sovereign God Dan, they had all returned empty-handed. This time they had to get it. After all, the auction held by the Medicine Alliance was one of the biggest events in the Heavenly region. The top powers and ancient families of the various regions would all send people over, and they were all here for the Supreme Dan. In this situation where there were too many monks and too little rice, it was naturally extremely difficult to auction the Supreme Dan. In this regard, Ling Fei and the others were very anxious. After all, they were half-incipient God Realm experts. If they could auction off the Sovereign God Dan, they would have a chance to increase their competence and become true Supremes. This was the realm that they had been dreaming of. It should be known that there were thousands of half-incipient God Realm experts, but less than 10 people could break through to become true Supremes. This 1 in 100 chance was very small. However, with the Sovereign God Dan it would be different. The chance of breaking through would increase greatly. Ling Xiao understood their eagerness and thought that the Sovereign God Dan would definitely cause a storm. When there was still half a month left before the Alchemy Guild's Alchemy Conference, Ling Xiao and the others finally rushed over. The Medicine Alliance headquarters was the most prosperous city in the Tianyuan territory. The city was unimaginably spacious. Numerous luxurious buildings rose from the ground, and they seemed to be densely packed together. All the official roads were paved with rare stones, and even if a 9th-rank Saint Beast trampled on them, it would be difficult to destroy them. As soon as they stepped into the city, they immediately smelled all kinds of medicinal fragrances. There was the fragrance of medicinal pellets, and there was also the fragrance of spirit herbs, which made people feel refreshed. The surrounding shops were mainly selling spirit grasses and elixirs. Even those who set up stalls were the same. Warriors were all crowded on the official roads and inside the shops. It was very lively. Even Heavenly Dragon City and Raging Flame City couldn't compare to this level of human traffic. From time to time, there would be 1 or 2 people in alchemist attire among the crowd. They all had a unique badge on their chests. This badge represented their identity and their position in the Alchemy Alliance. All the members of the Medicine Guild were treated with respect and courtesy by the other warriors. Do you see that? Everyone from the Medicine Alliance walks with their heads held high, and everyone else has to smile. Ling Fei reminded Ling Xiao. There were more alchemists in the Tianyuan territory than in other territories, but it wasn't easy to find them. After all, not everyone could become an alchemist if they wanted to. Regardless of their rank, the alchemists of the Tianyuan region were all people of status. Who knew when they would become divine alchemists or divine alchemists? Hence, there would always be martial practitioners who would try to curry favor with them. In addition, the Alchemy Alliance attached great importance to the nurturing of every alchemist, causing them to gradually develop a prideful and superior character. In the Tianyuan territory, there were all sorts of rules and regulations that protected alchemists. For example, if a grade 6 alchemist was bullied, no matter what the reason was, once other martial artists in the Tianyuan region discovered it, they would definitely come forward to seek justice for the alchemist. Those who helped the alchemist would also be rewarded by the Medicine Union. As for the reward, it would depend on the situation. In short, these rules and regulations that protected alchemists were very popular among alchemists, and greatly increased their respected status. There was a saying in the Tianyuan territory, it was better to offend a god king than an alchemist. These words were enough to prove how high the status of alchemists was in the Tianyuan territory. Ling Xiao joked, "Brother, if you're jealous, why don't you also get an alchemist title for fun? You think I don't want to? But I still need the ability to do so." Ling Fei spread his hands and said, "Let's go, we'll first find a place to settle down and then take a stroll. This is only the outskirts of Tianyuan City. The real Tianyuan City is over there." It's a floating city in the middle of a city. The Alchemy Conference is held there, and the auction is also held there. It's usually only open to alchemists and it's not open yet. Ling Xiao nodded obediently, his gaze looking towards the distant sky above the city. Although he couldn't see the floating city, he had already understood some things about it. It was the only floating city in the Tianyuan territory. It required the combined efforts of a powerful divine array master and numerous sovereigns to create a small piece of land in outer space and build a city in the void. It represented the dignity of the greatest faction in the Tianyuan territory, and represented the highest glory of alchemists. Any alchemist would feel proud to be able to live in such a city. Half a month later, Ling Xiao and the others were heading there to participate in the alchemy conference. Ling Xiao and the others arrived in front of a relatively lively, luxurious restaurant. There were many powerful cultivators coming and going, but most of them just wandered around the entrance and didn't enter. This location was already very close to the floating city, and this luxurious restaurant was only used to receive divine alchemists from all over the world. Those who wandered around the entrance hoped to get to know some divine alchemists and become their followers. Brother Xiao, with your status you can let us stay here. If you didn't come, we wouldn't have the qualifications to enter. Ling Fei said. Brother, what do you mean by that? Ling Xiao really didn't understand what was going on. This place is only open to those who have an invitation. It's specially designed to serve divine alchemists like you who came to participate in the conference. Ling Fei explained. So that's how it is. It seems like we have a special treatment. Ling Xiao laughed, then walked towards the luxurious restaurant with Ling Fei and the others. Unfortunately, before they could get close, they were immediately stopped by several divine kings. One of the black-faced high-level divine kings shouted, "Irrelevant people are not allowed to enter. Don't you know the rules?" Just as Ling Xiao was about to say something, a group of people came to his side. The black-faced divine king immediately smiled and bowed. "Divine Master Liao, you're here. Quick, come in quickly." The dozen or so people behind him also bowed at the same time, as if they were welcoming some high-class distinguished guest. Ling Xiao and the others looked to the side and saw 8 people slowly walking over. The person in the lead raised his arrogant head and looked at them with his 2 nostrils. He walked like a tortoise, looking very cool. Chapter 1364. This person wasn't very tall and his appearance could be said to be ordinary. No, it should be said that he was a little ugly. The combination of the facial features gave off a strange feeling. On the right side of the big mouth was a large mole. There were 2 hairs growing on the mole, giving off a very mean and disgusting feeling. However, this person was indeed a divine alchemist. Moreover, he was a young divine alchemist. He was only 4,000 years old and was a peak low-level God King realm expert. It was rare to be able to reach God King realm at this age and become a divine alchemist. Without alchemy Tenbin, he wouldn't be able to become a divine alchemist no matter how strong he was. This person was called Liao Yin. He was a young master of the alchemy aristocratic Liao family in the Heaven Source territory. Several years ago, when he became a divine alchemist, he was publicly summoned and rewarded by the Alchemy Union. Thus, he was a famous existence in the Heaven Source territory. The people following him were all from the Liao family. There was a half-incipient god realm and 4 god kings. There were also 2 voluptuous women hugging his left and right hands. It was a very imposing scene. Just from the surface, one could tell that this person was arrogant and wanted to save face. Liao Yin looked at the black-faced god king and said, "Yes, have this divine alchemist's rooms been emptied? Most of the divine alchemists are here. The best 6 rooms have been reserved by me. They are just enough for divine alchemist Liao." The black-faced god king said. This black-faced god king was the supervisor in charge of receiving the divine alchemists. His name was Lu Haizi. Normally, he was one of the city guards of the Heaven Source city. In this place, the restaurant naturally didn't lack rooms. Lu Haizi purposely said this to curry favor with Liao Yin. At his realm, he didn't need God King pellets, but his disciples and grand disciples needed them. To Lu Haizi, being able to curry favor with a divine alchemist was the best resource. Perhaps one day they would become a supreme alchemist god. Wouldn't he benefit greatly then? Liao Yin nodded with satisfaction and laughed. "Ha, good. Commander Lu, you're a good friend." Lu Haizi only said 6 rooms, so 5 of them were naturally given to his people. The last one was naturally left for him to spend the night with the 2 beauties. Liao Yin felt quite comfortable listening to Lu Haizi's words. However, just as Lu Haizi was about to welcome them in, Ling Xiao and the others once again stepped towards the entrance. Lu Haizi's subordinates once again blocked their path and one of them shouted, "Get lost. Don't block Divine Teacher Liao's path, or don't blame us for being impolite." Usually, those who dared to enter this reception restaurant were all divine alchemists. They would all wear alchemist robes and have a divine alchemist badge on their chests to show their status. But Ling Xiao and the rest were fully armed. Anyone who saw them would feel that they were martial artists and not like alchemists at all. That was why these guards dared to berate Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao frowned, and just as he was about to take out his invitation card, another disgusting voice sounded from the other side. "Where did all of you country bumpkins come from? Could it be that you don't know that this fragrant medicine floor only receives divine medicine masters? Get lost. Don't block this divine teacher's way." The one who spoke was precisely Liao Yin, who was being carried by two coquettish women. His voice was dragged out as if he was afraid that the people around him did not know that he was a divine alchemist. "Where did this clown come from? Actually, being ugly isn't your fault, but being ugly and still coming out to scare people is your fault. Could it be that your parents didn't teach you this logic?" Ling Xiao looked at Liao Yin in disgust and said disdainfully, "People respected him a foot, he would respect them tenfold. But, if other people disrespected him and even wanted to bully and offend him, he absolutely would not let the other party have an easy time." Ling Xiao was not someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. On the contrary, he hated this kind of presumptuous fellow the most. If this place was not someone else's territory, he really could not wait to grab this fellow and give him a few slaps before talking. "You? What did you say? Say it one more time if you have the guts. This divine teacher won't be able to vent my hatred if I don't kill you." Liao Yin instantly exploded in rage as he pointed at Ling Xiao and shouted. What he hated the most was people calling him ugly. It was precisely because of his appearance that he was ridiculed and ridiculed by many people since childhood. But he turned his grief and indignation into strength, constantly working hard to refine pills. Only by becoming an outstanding alchemist would he be able to change his current situation. Through his efforts, he went from an ordinary alchemist to a true divine alchemist. His status in the family instantly soared. Those who once ridiculed him were now currying favor with him. Those women who hated him were itching to hug his thighs and beg to become his concubine. It had been a long time since someone dared to speak to him like this, but this ignorant brat in front of him actually dared to say such words to him. He couldn't help but be angry. Following Liao Yin's roar, Lu Haizi immediately appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the others and shouted, "Immediately kowtow to divine teacher Liao and admit your mistake, otherwise don't even think about leaving Tianyuan City." As soon as his voice fell, his subordinates immediately spread out and surrounded Ling Xiao and the others. The godly kings in the periphery also joined in, one after another shouting in alarm. "What big dog guts! To actually dare to insult a divine alchemist, they are really tired of living. Take them away and cripple them as a warning to others. Let's see if they still dare to be arrogant. I feel that after we deal with them, we should strip them naked and hang them outside the city as a demonstration. Let's see who still dares to disrespect divine teacher Liao in the future." Well said. Where did these people come from? They actually don't know our rules, they are simply courting death. Kill them, don't let them affect the other divine alchemists. Ling Zhao's words immediately aroused the anger of the crowd. One couldn't help but admit that divine alchemist status in Tianyuan City was quite respected. Ling Fei looked at Ling Xiao worriedly and said, "Quickly take out the invitation, don't let these clowns jump around." As long as Ling Xiao revealed his identity as a divine alchemist, the others would not treat them like this. Ling Xiao shook his head, showing an expression that he was not in a hurry for the time being. He still wanted to see how long these clowns would keep up their act. "Did you hear that? You dare to disrespect this divine teacher? You are courting death," Liao Yin said proudly. He paused for a moment before continuing, "Pass under my crotch, kowtow, and admit your mistake. Be this divine teacher's servant, and this divine teacher will spare your life." While speaking, Liao Yin spread his legs and pointed at his crotch, indicating for Ling Xiao to pass under it. "Divine teacher Liao is truly magnanimous," Lu Haizi said respectfully. He then turned to Ling Xiao and shouted, "Did you hear that? Divine teacher Liao is so magnanimous, hurry up and kneel down and pass under him." At this time, many people had already come out of the restaurant to watch the show. They looked at Ling Zhao's group with wanton expressions and felt that Ling Zhao's group was too insensible. They didn't even know where they were and dared to disrespect a divine alchemist. Ling Zhao's group had become the target of public criticism. If they continued to be arrogant, it was likely that the situation would worsen. Just as Ling Xiao wanted to say something, Ling Fei shouted in alarm, "Do you think you're the only divine alchemist? We are from Dragon Gate, and this is our representative divine alchemist." Ling Fei didn't want to provoke public anger, so he impatiently pointed at Ling Xiao and said, It would have been better if he didn't say anything, but his words caused Liao Yin's group to laugh wildly. Haha, this little brat is a divine alchemist? I want to see if you have a screw loose. Liao Yin sneered, then paused for a moment before continuing, I'll count to 3. If you don't kneel down and pass under me, then no matter what sect you are from, you will not be able to leave Heavenly Origin City. Hurry up and kneel or else we won't be polite. Lu Haizi shouted like Liao Yin's lackey. At this time another voice came from outside, How lively, why are you all blocking this divine teacher's path? Hurry up and get out of the way. This voice was full of arrogance as if he was the master of this place, not one bit inferior to Liao Yin. The people surrounding him made way for him and a handsome man walked in with big strides. His flame-red hair fluttered in the wind, and his alchemist robe was adorned with a shiny badge that showed his noble status. There were 4 people behind him. 2 of them were at the half-incipient god realm, one was a high-level god king, and the other was a beautiful woman at the middle god king realm. Look, isn't that divine alchemist Fen Jingliang from the Fen family? He's here too. This divine alchemist conference is going to be interesting. Divine alchemist Fen Jingliang is only 3,000 years old, his future is even more promising than divine alchemist Liao Yin. Lower your voice, who doesn't know that divine alchemist Fen Jingliang has an uncle who is a divine alchemist in the guild? He has the highest chance of becoming the next supreme alchemist. I heard that the Liao family and the Fen family are good friends. These country bumpkins will have a good show. Isn't that right? How dare they disrespect a divine alchemist? They must be tired of living. When Liao Yin saw who it was, he hurriedly shook off the 2 flirtatious women beside him, and then ran towards Fen Jingliang while jolting his buttocks, saying, Little brother Liang, you're here. Little sister Xiang, you're here too. Good, really good. Although Liao Yin was talking to Fen Jingliang, his lustful eyes were fixed on the beautiful women next to Fen Jingliang, and he was about to drool. One had to admit that the beautiful women next to Fen Jingliang were several times more beautiful than the 2 women he brought with him. Their bodies were even more fiery, and just looking at them would make any man's blood boil. This beautiful woman was Fen Jingliang's older sister, Fen Jingxiang. She was a bit younger than Liao Yin, so it wasn't rude for him to call her that. However, Fen Jingxiang looked at him with extreme disgust and didn't reply. Fen Jingliang politely said, So it's brother Liao, what are you all doing here? Aren't these country bumpkins looking down on us divine alchemists? They actually dared to scold me and even wanted to force their way into the fragrant medicine tower. They're really blind, I just wanted to teach them a lesson. Liao Yin pointed at Ling Xiao and the others, then said to Lu Haizi and the others, Since they don't want to kneel, then cripple them all. Chapter 1365. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. And these people in front of them weren't just local snakes. They were fierce tigers guarding this place. Whoever dared to offend them would have a tragic end. Ling Xiao, Ling Fei, and the others had just arrived at Heaven Origin City and they had already encountered such a situation. They had to admit that they had a bad start. What's going on? Tell us. Let's see who has the guts to look down on us godly alchemists. Fen Jingliang said as if he wanted the world to be in chaos. Then Lu Haizi immediately became the commentator, adding some embellishments to the story. In his words, Liao Yin was the embodiment of justice, and Ling Xiao and the others were the villains. They were not worth a single cent. Ling Xiao, Ling Fei, and the others couldn't help but admire this man's eloquence. His ability to turn things around wasn't small. After Fen Jingliang finished listening, his gaze fell on Ling Xiao and the others, revealing a playful expression as he said, Interesting, interesting. You guys actually want to enter the fragrant medicine tower in this state, and even insulted brother Liao. You really don't know what you're talking about. Little brother Liang, little sister Xiang, let's ignore these country bumpkins. Commander Lu, cripple them. I don't want to see them here. Liao Yin waved his hand. Lu Haizi's group nodded and signaled the others to attack Ling Zhao's group. Presumptuous. You think you can bully our sky dragon people? Ling Fei snorted. He released his half-incipient god realm aura, pushing back the king gods who were approaching. Lu Haizi was the first to be pushed back. If Ling Fei's subordinates hadn't been careful, he would have been hurt badly. The half-incipient god realm experts behind Liao Yin, Fen Jingliang, and the others became vigilant, protecting them. Rebel. You dare to resist. Everybody, let's go together and kill them. Lu Haizi struggled to get up and shouted. His face was grimaced. Although he knew the opponents were strong, he wasn't afraid of anything here. As long as a fight broke out, he believed that their half-incipient God Realm Outer Sect elders would come to help. Moreover, Liao Yin, Fenjingliang, and the others had a half-incipient God Realm expert behind them. Shi Yin wasn't afraid that they could turn the sky upside down. Just as the surrounding God Kings were about to take action, another voice rang out from outside. Lu Haizi, what's going on? Why are you causing trouble here? As the voice faded, 3 people slowly walked over. The combination of 2 old men and a stunning woman immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially the woman in the middle who was the most eye-catching. Her beautiful hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her delicate face was covered with a thin veil, revealing her enchanting beautiful eyes. There were flame-like battle marks on her forehead. Her neck was exquisite and smooth, flashing with a sparkling jade light. A loose alchemist robe wrapped around her body, but it was still unable to hide her surging sexy parts, as well as her perky and full buttocks. Anyone who saw this woman would immediately be attracted by her wonderful temperament, and her appearance in men's clothing was even more unique, causing people to have endless fantasies. Fen Jingxiang was already a top-notch beauty, but compared to this woman there was still a gap. This gap was in temperament. The woman constantly revealed her amorous feelings, and it wasn't something an ordinary man could resist. When Fen Jingxiang saw this woman, her beautiful eyes flashed with jealousy, but she hid it very well. Her delicate face bloomed like a flower, and she walked towards the veiled woman with a smile. Little sister Yen, long time no see. You're still so charming. After Fen Jingxiang, Fen Jingliang and Liao Yin also revealed greedy and infatuated looks towards the woman. They all knew that this woman was the Alchemy Guild's proud daughter, the goddess of Heaven's origin city. Most of the surrounding people also knew this woman's identity, and they all whispered to each other. That's the guild's goddess, our Heaven's origin city's #1 beauty, Divine Master Yen Dai Jiaoyan? Isn't that her? She's the treasure of our guild's 3 elders and also their successor. I didn't expect her to appear here. Yeah, she's not even 300 years old yet, but she's already at the God King realm, and she's also a genuine divine alchemist. This Tenbin is truly our Heaven's origin city. No, it should be the #1 person in the entire Heaven domain. Look at Divine Master Liao and Divine Master Liang, they both admire Goddess Yen so much. Whoever marries her will have 10 lifetimes worth of good fortune. The number of men pursuing her is enough to fill the ocean, but Goddess Yen has very high requirements. Ordinary people can't even enter her eyes. The one who spoke just now was an old man wearing a black robe beside Yen Dai Jiao. Lu Haizi immediately went forward and knelt on one knee. Greetings goddess, greetings 2 elders. Yen Dai Jiao was a proud daughter of the heavens, and she had an unparalleled position in the Alchemy Guild. The 2 old men were at the half-incipient God realm, and they were both inner court elders. Lu Haizi, an outer court commander, had to treat them with respect. The black-robed old man looked at Lu Haizi and asked, "Speak, what happened? Why did you start a fight in the city?" Yen Dai Jiao and Fen Jingxiang conversed on the side, while Lu Haizi quickly explained what had just happened to the old man. When Lu Haizi finished, Liao Yin also came over and cupped his hands at the 2 old men. "Elders, Commander Lu's words are the truth. Please help us." Fen Jingliang also said, "According to the rules, we can't let people who disrespect us alchemists off lightly. Otherwise, anyone can insult us in the future." The 2 old men nodded. They were alchemists themselves, and even though they weren't divine alchemists, they were proud of their status. Naturally, they would side with Liao Yin and Fen Jingliang. But before the 2 old men could speak, they heard Yen Dai Jiao ask Lu Haizi, "Commander Lu, has the divine alchemist from the Sky Dragon region Dragon Gate arrived yet?" Yen Dai Jiao's voice was clear and gentle, like the sound of pearls falling on a plate. It was very pleasant to the ear. Lu Haizi didn't understand why Yen Dai Jiao asked such a question, so he hurriedly answered, "Not yet." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly recalled the names that those people had announced. They seemed to be from the Heavenly Dragon sect. Could it be that they really have a divine alchemist? Lu Haizi's forehead was instantly beaded with sweat. He didn't know how to answer. They haven't arrived yet? What a pity. Yen Dai Jiao frowned slightly and sighed. "Goddess, there's nothing to be pitiful about. Perhaps that guy is just trying to build his reputation. He wouldn't dare to spar with us." Fen Jingliang said from the side. Liao Yin also interrupted, "Goddess Yin, are you talking about the youngest divine alchemist in history?" Even though Yen Dai Jiao didn't have a good impression of either of them, she still nodded in response. Since he hasn't come, then forget it. Let Uncle He and Uncle Chen handle this. We'll be heading back first. Yan Daijiao said to the two old men beside her. Just as she was about to turn around, Lu Haizi pointed at Ling Xiao and the others and stuttered, "Goddess, they just said that they're from the Dragon Gate." Liao Yin and Fen Jingliang's expressions froze the moment Lu Haizi said this. Liao Yin's expression was especially ugly. If the other party really was a divine alchemist from the Dragon Gate, then he wouldn't dare to do anything to them. After all, although the Dragon Gate wasn't in the Tianyuan region, it was still a top-notch clan in the Heaven region. Furthermore, the divine alchemist they'd invited wasn't even 100 years old yet, and he was already on the Alchemy Guild's radar. Yin Daijiao walked over to Ling Xiao and the others. She glanced at Ling Xiao and the others before her gaze finally settled on Ling Xiao. Her beautiful eyes rippled like jade as she said, "I presume you're divine alchemist Ling Xiao?" Ling Xiao was just about to say something when Yin Daijiao added, "Don't deny it. I've seen your crystal record and your appearance hasn't changed. I was the one who personally gave you your divine emblem. If I hadn't glanced over just now, I wouldn't have dared to confirm that it was you." Yin Daijiao's words were a little teasing, giving off a very comfortable and intimate feeling. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Since you already know, why are you asking?" Lu Haizi's heart sank when he heard their conversation. He'd actually reprimanded a divine alchemist and even forbade him from entering the fragrant medicine pavilion. He was finished. Yin Daijiao looked at Ling Xiao with interest and said, "Ha, you're indeed different from the rest. You're not wearing an alchemist's robe, nor are you wearing a divine alchemist emblem. Could it be that you like to keep a low profile?" She seemed to want to completely see through Ling Xiao. She'd always been known as the most Tenbin alchemist. She'd been nurtured like a treasure by the three supreme divine alchemists since she was young, allowing her to become a divine alchemist in a short 200 years. Although she wasn't the youngest existence in history to become a divine alchemist at such a young age, she was comparable to those monstrous divine alchemists from ancient times. Unfortunately, she hadn't even warmed her position as the youngest divine alchemist before she'd been replaced by a divine alchemist from the Sky Dragon region's Dragon Gate. This had always caused her to be rather depressed. She'd always wanted to see with her own eyes whether this fellow was still human, what kind of ancient inheritance he'd obtained, and how could he reach such a realm at such a young age. Now her wish had come true. This fellow was even more handsome and domineering than she'd seen in the crystal bead. It was just that she didn't know if he had the ability or not. Ling Xiao lightly rubbed the bridge of his nose and said, "Perhaps it's because we're too low-key. Some people think that our Dragon Gate's people are easy to bully, and they're not even willing to give us a place to stay. We're planning to return to the Sky Dragon region, but unfortunately, we're not allowed to leave. We originally wanted to participate in this gathering to see the heroes from all over, but unfortunately, our moral quality is really bad." Ling Xiao's gaze swept across Lu Haizi, Liao Yin, Fen Jingliang and the others. Lu Haizi panicked and hurriedly went forward to kneel down in front of Ling Xiao and said, This divine alchemist, I have eyes but failed to see. I really didn't do it on purpose. There's still a superior room inside you. You can go in and rest at any time." Chapter 1366. What a bad character. These words weren't only aimed at Lu Haizi, but also at Liao Yin, Meng Jingliang, and the others who wanted to attack them. The other hadn't even taken out the invitation yet, but he had already determined that they weren't godly alchemists. He had even insulted them and instigated the others to attack them. His character was really bad to the extreme. Liao Yin and Fen Jingliang weren't afraid of offending Ling Xiao. After all, they were godly alchemists with similar statuses. However, Lu Haizi was just a commander of the Outer Gate and was in charge of receiving godly alchemists from different places. Now that he had offended Ling Xiao, it was a grave sin. Moreover, now that the goddess of the guild was here, he had to change his attitude and hope that Ling Xiao would forgive him. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Haizi, who was acting like a grandson, but he didn't feel any sympathy for him. "I heard that there were only 6 rooms left for Divine Master Liao. I don't want to snatch what he likes. I don't want to be bullied by you with numbers. I still want to return to the Heavenly Dragon sect alive." Ling Xiao ridiculed them without any trace of politeness. Then he turned to Ling Fei and said, "Fifth brother, since they don't welcome us, let's leave. In any case, I don't have much interest in this alchemy conference. If we stay and let the local bullies cripple our cultivation, it will be a great loss of face for our Heavenly Dragon sect." Then Ling Xiao didn't mind Yan Daijiao anymore. He wanted to leave with the others. This, don't, godly alchemist Ling, my eyes are blocked. You are a noble godly alchemist, please don't lower yourself to my level. Lu Haizi knelt and pulled on Ling Xiao's clothes. Yan Dai Jiao didn't think that Ling Xiao would make such a decision. Her beautiful eyes sparkled cunningly. At this moment, a half-incipient God Realm expert next to her raised his hand and pulled Lu Haizi back. Then he slapped the back of Lu Haizi's head. Boom. Lu Haizi was sent flying like a cannonball, blood splashing. Although this slap didn't take his life, it stunned him. Detain him. Dismiss him from his position as a commander, snorted the half-incipient God Realm expert. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said faintly, I wonder if this divine apothecary is satisfied with what I've done. Whether it was the local apothecary or the apothecary guild would treat everyone equally. They would not allow any apothecary to suffer any grievances. This inner sect elder was quite good at doing things. He immediately decided to punish first and then admit later. Not only would this show that the Medicine Alliance wouldn't side with its own people, but it would also give Ling Xiao and the others an explanation. If Ling Xiao and the others still insisted on leaving, it could only mean that Ling Xiao and the others were narrow-minded. The man's slap landed on Lu Haizi's face, but Liao Yin felt a burning sensation on his face, as if the slap had landed on his face as well. If Lu Haizi hadn't been trying to please him, he wouldn't have ended up like this. If he didn't say anything, people would think that he was a coward. So this is the youngest divine apothecary from Dragon Gate. He's wearing martial attire like a warrior, but he's not wearing our apothecary guild's badge. It seems like he doesn't care about our apothecary guild's verification. Liao Yin was ugly, but he still had some brains. He immediately pointed out the reason why Ling Xiao was stopped by Lu Haizi. This was because Ling Xiao wasn't wearing an apothecary's robe like them, nor was he wearing a divine apothecary badge. It was normal for Lu Haizi to stop them. Fen Jingliang also chimed in, Brother Liao, you're right. Maybe he doesn't want to spar with us, or maybe he thinks that our apothecary guild isn't that great. The two's words won the approval of the people around them. Those who came to participate in the alchemy conference were all divine apothecaries. It's fine if you don't wear an apothecary's robe, but you don't even wear the apothecary guild's verification badge. This is clearly looking down on the guild. When the black-robed elder heard their words, he frowned slightly, and his gaze fell on Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao smiled playfully and said, You guys are right. You guys. This divine apothecary really doesn't put you in my eyes. What did you say? If you have the guts, say it again. Liao Yin was instantly enraged and shouted. Fen Jingliang, who was at the side, also said with an ashen face, What big words, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? When we were concocting pills, you were still in your mother's womb and you actually dared to say such words. I think there's something wrong with your identity. If you can't take out the divine apothecary badge, I'll suspect that you're a fake. The others also started shouting, and at this time the divine apothecaries in the restaurant also walked out one by one. Each and every one of them looked at Ling Xiao and the others with gloating expressions. Yin Dijiao didn't say anything, and she unblinkingly looked at the calm and composed Ling Xiao. She was very curious as to how he would solve this problem. Ling Xiao still had a cold smile on his face as he looked at these people and said, I said that you guys have poor manners and I wasn't wrong. He then took out the divine apothecary badge and played with it in his hand. You're talking about this little thing, right? In your eyes, it may represent supreme glory, but in my eyes it's really just ordinary. Why do I have to hang it on my chest all day? Being a divine apothecary isn't my goal. The supreme divine apothecary is this divine apothecary's dish. Ling Xiao's words were very calm, but his calm and confident expression caused his words to carry an invisible might. When Ling Fei and the others heard Ling Xiao's words, they immediately wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. They all thought to themselves, isn't this adding fuel to the fire? This is bad. Ling Xiao's arrogant words instantly ignited the anger of all the divine apothecaries present. They all felt that they had been completely looked down upon by Ling Xiao. What did you say? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? You actually dare to not put the position of divine apothecary in your eyes? Who do you think you are? That's right, how many years has it been since a supreme divine apothecary appeared in the Sky Dragon region? You actually dare to say such words? You simply don't know what you're talking about. This kind of brat who still smells of his mother's milk can't participate in the alchemy conference with me. Hurry up and scram back to your Dragon Gate. Truly young and impetuous. You think you can be so arrogant just because you obtained the Divine Apothecary badge? What a big tone. Scram back to Dragon Gate. Our alchemy union has no interest in people like you. Ling Zhao's words truly infuriated the crowd. Each and every one of them cursed the Dai clan and wanted to drown Ling Xiao with their saliva. Liao Yin, Fen Jingliang, and the others looked at Ling Xiao with cold smiles on their faces. It was as if they wanted to see Ling Zhao's sorry appearance as he rolled out of Heavenly Origin City. Ling Xiao was still unmoved. Another item appeared in his hand as he indifferently said, I don't wear the alchemist robe or the divine apothecary badge because I am the Sinjin of Goguryeo of the Sky Dragon region. I am ranked 488th. Let me ask you, with 2 great honors on my body, which identity do you want me to respect? With that, Ling Zhao's peak God King aura instantly erupted from his body. A peerless golden dragon roared into the sky as he raised his palm towards the sky. Raging flames soared into the sky like a volcanic eruption. The raging flames instantly condensed into the shape of a fire dragon. 1 gold and 1 red dragon, each several thousand meters long, shone brightly in Heavenly Origin City, appearing incomparably majestic. Those in the vicinity who had not reached peak God King level were all forced to retreat as they cried out in alarm. They looked at the 2 majestic true dragons under Ling Zhao's control and felt a sense of submission that came from the very source of their being. The Divine Apothecary badge and the Sinjin of Goguryeo badge flickered incessantly in the sky, appearing incomparably dazzling. This was an honor that everyone yearned for even in their dreams. Obtaining even one of them would cause them to die in this lifetime. However, this young man before them had actually obtained both. This was truly a first in history. The faces of the divine apothecaries who were criticizing Ling Xiao turned as pale as eggplants. They didn't know what to say anymore. After all, their divine apothecaries were a little more glorious than the Sinjin of Goguryeo, but the Sinjin of Goguryeo was the pillar of every major region. He was an existence that could possibly become a sovereign in the future. They could only be considered to be on equal footing with the Sinjin of Goguryeo. However, Ling Xiao wasn't only a divine apothecary, he also possessed the name of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. With these 2 identities stacked together, he simply flung them away by tens of thousands of miles. After all, they were known as young divine apothecaries, but the strongest among them had only just stepped into the middle stage God King realm. If they wanted to reach the peak God King realm and step into the sovereign realm, who knew how many years it would take? To become a divine apothecary, one had to have the strength of a sovereign in order to have a chance. And right now they were still very far from the sovereign realm. That was a realm that they didn't even dare to think about for the time being. However, Ling Xiao was different. He was already a peak divine king and not an ordinary peak divine king either. He was on the same level as the Sinjin of Goguryeo, an existence that had the highest chance of becoming a sovereign. With his double Tenbin, who would dare say that he couldn't be on par with the sovereign realm? These people all seemed to be mute and didn't dare to make a sound. They were all worried that they had offended an existence that could become a sovereign alchemy god in the future. Moreover, with his Tenbin, the Medicine Alliance would definitely throw him a branch. Once he became a member of the Medicine Alliance, their future would not be good. Following Ling Zhao's group, each and every one of them looked at the intimidating Ling Xiao. Their faces all revealed joyful smiles. They were truly afraid that if they were attacked by these people just now, they would have to retreat in a sorry state. At that time, the Dragon Gate would lose face, and they would become the laughingstock of the Heaven Realm in the future. Liao Yin and Fen Jingliang's expressions were as red as pig's liver, alternating between green and red. They didn't know what to do. At this time, Yin Dijiao opened her jade lips and said, Divine Apothecary Ling, it's a little noisy here. Why don't you come with us back to the city to rest? As soon as she said this, everyone became even more nervous and unsightly. At the same time, they were all incomparably envious. If Ling Xiao arrived at the floating city and the Medicine Alliance's main hall a step ahead of them, didn't that mean that Ling Xiao had come into contact with the sovereign alchemy god before them? Chapter 1367. Before Ling Xiao could open his mouth, Ling Fei had already impatiently sent him a sound transmission. Agree to her immediately. Since Ling Fei had spoken, Ling Xiao had no reason to object. Moreover, he had already achieved his goal, so he wouldn't fit in with the group if he stayed here. Ling Xiao lightly nodded and said, Since that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you. I still want to pay a visit to the 3 supreme alchemy gods. Ling Xiao's words were spoken carelessly, but in the ears of the others, they were like cannonballs exploding, causing them to feel dizzy. Just a moment ago they were still insulting him, but now he had arrived at the floating city one step ahead of them. Moreover, he even said he wanted to pay a visit to the three supreme alchemy gods. This was a great honor. They were like a bunch of clowns, disdainful in the eyes of the other party. The crowd opened up a path. Jiao led the way, walking shoulder to shoulder with Ling Xiao. The two were like a pair of heaven's wall, a perfect match for each other. The woman's temperament was peerless and peerless, while the man was handsome and handsome, dignified. When they walked together they were incomparably dazzling. Liao Yin, Fen Jingliang and the other alchemist's eyes were burning, but they didn't dare to say a word. Once they were far away, Liao Yin unwillingly shouted in a low voice, "Arrogant trash, wait until the alchemy conference, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." Fen Jingliang didn't say anything, but his narrowed eyes looked like they could spit fire. In the Heaven Source region, there were countless men who admired Jiao. Every one of them viewed her as a goddess of their dreams, and Fen Jingliang was no exception. Aside from Jiao's beauty, there were also three supreme alchemists standing behind her. The entire alchemy alliance stood behind her. This kind of backing was something that everyone envied and wanted to curry favor with. As long as they could marry her, it would undoubtedly be the fastest shortcut to success. However, Jiao's eyesight was not ordinary. Many young men were infatuated with her, constantly trying to please her, but not many of them were able to make her look them in the eye, let alone capture her heart. Fen Jingliang had become a divine apothecary a bit earlier than Jiao. Back when Jiao was still an apothecary saint, he was already interested in her. He must have an uncle who was a high-level elder in the Medicine Alliance. He knew many things that others did not know. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of the fact that he had become a divine alchemist to propose marriage to the three supreme beings. However, the outcome that awaited him was undoubtedly very cruel. Jiao actually looked down on him, and in the Medicine Alliance she also had a senior apprentice brother who had long since treated her as his woman. Moreover, in the powerful Heaven Tiger region, there was also a rather outstanding freak who had long since taken an interest in her. Among the many suitors he didn't seem to stand out at all. But regardless of whether he was rejected or not, he believed that the man in front of him who looked like a martial artist was definitely not worthy of the goddess in his heart. "Kid, wait until you reach the main hall, then you'll understand what a clown is." Fen Jingliang wiped away the cold smile on his face and thought to himself. Heavenly Origin City was the central city of the Heavenly Origin region, the holy land of alchemists. The city within Heavenly Origin City was the heart of the Heavenly Origin region. The floating city was the only city in the Heaven region that could float in the air. It was located in the sky above the center of Heavenly Origin City, and was isolated by a spatial restriction set up by a supreme being. No one could see its existence at all. Only during the Alchemy Festival would the restriction be removed and displayed to everyone. Now, if one wanted to enter the floating city, they would naturally need to use a specific spatial formation. When Ling Xiao, Ling Fei and the others followed Jiao through the spatial formation and arrived at the floating city, they were immediately shocked by the scene before them. The bejeweled buildings here were all built with rare sacred and divine materials. They were like celestial palaces and shrines that rose from the ground. The official road was paved with stone flooring that was as clean as jade. Walking on it gave off a feeling of smoothness and comfort. It was as if they were in a luxurious place of worship, appearing incomparably noble. In front of them stood a giant desolate palace. The majestic aura it exuded made one feel incomparably vast and insignificant. A strong medicinal fragrance wafted from all directions, giving off a wonderful feeling of relaxation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth and origin energy here were tens of times denser than in the outside world. It would be difficult not to grow up in such an environment. Apart from the patrols, the majority of the people walking in the city wore alchemist robes. At a glance there were at least 8,000 alchemists, if not 10,000. And this was just the tip of the iceberg. It wasn't hard to imagine just how many alchemists the Medicine Alliance had nurtured. No wonder they were so powerful and had such a strong appeal. Ling Xiao, Ling Fei and the others had long since heard of the extraordinariness of this floating city, but hearing about it was not as good as seeing it in person. They still felt that the Medicine Alliance was too rich. Otherwise, how could they have built such a city of immortal palaces and divine palaces? After many years of experience, Ling Xiao's state of mind could no longer be easily shaken. However, after a brief moment of surprise, he regained his clarity and calmness. Yen Dijiao's prestige here seemed to be very high. Everyone recognized her, and along the way, everyone would respectfully greet her when they saw her. Yin Dijiao was also very amiable and approachable, smiling back at them one by one. In half a month the alchemy conference will be held here. Only then will the other new divine alchemists be brought here, and the palace city will be opened. Yin Dijiao explained softly. Ling Xiao nodded his head from time to time in agreement. His expression was very calm, but his heart was not calm at all. He was filled with endless emotions. To be able to establish such a faction, a supreme being must have had great ambitions to be able to develop the Medicine Alliance to its current state. He had also fully experienced the strength of the Medicine Alliance. No matter what kind of faction it was, if they dared to challenge it, they would definitely be seeking their own destruction. Just the wealth on the surface was enough to make groups of King God Realm God Kings work for them. As they walked, Ling Xiao, Ling Fei, and the others could feel that each of the patrols had the power of a King God Realm expert. Moreover, there were many half-incipient God Realm experts. On the surface, these forces were much stronger than the Heavenly Dragon sect, let alone those hidden supreme beings. Even though Ling Xiao was a fearless master, he felt that he absolutely didn't want to offend such a powerful overlord force unless he had no other choice. Otherwise he would have to bear the consequences. Of course, the scenery here had also aroused his ambitions. One day when he reached the peak he would also build his own palace, one that was even more extravagant than the one in the palace. When Yin Dijiao saw that Ling Xiao's conversation with her was as calm as still water, as if he didn't care about a peerless beauty like her, she felt a little annoyed. No matter what, she was the publicly acknowledged #1 beauty of the Tianyuan region, as well as the woman with the most power. Every man wanted to marry her, every man wanted to get close to her, and every man wanted to curry her favor. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any reaction. She suspected that he was doing the exact opposite and purposely doing this to attract her attention. No matter what, she wanted to see if the youngest alchemist in history really had true abilities. Uncle He, please arrange for the lodgings of these Dragon Gate distinguished guests to rest. I will go back and report, Yin Dijiao said to the black-robed old man. Then she looked at Ling Xiao and asked, didn't you want to visit the 3 supreme alchemists? I will go and talk to you now and see if they are willing to meet you. However, if you don't have the slightest bit of true ability, then it is best to wait until the alchemy conference begins. Yin Dijiao's words were undoubtedly reminding Ling Xiao not to ask for a snub. Otherwise it would be a big deal if he made a fool of himself. Ling Xiao naturally didn't care about Yin Dijiao's reminder. With his ability he wouldn't necessarily make a fool of himself if he spoke to a supreme. Perhaps he wouldn't have to participate in this alchemy conference, and at the same time, he would be able to establish a relationship between the Dragon Gate and the Alchemy Union. Many thanks for young Lady Yan's reminder, but I still hope to meet the 3 elders. Even one of them is fine. Ling Xiao really doesn't want to compete with those arrogant divine alchemists. That would lower my status. If the 3 supreme alchemists feel that I am not qualified to meet them, then pretend I didn't say anything. Ling Xiao spoke with a hint of arrogance. He had revealed the fact that he had 2 identities, so he would use his actions to prove that he was only interested in the supreme alchemist god. He wasn't interested in the divine alchemist competition. Yin Dijiao's beautiful eyes rippled with complicated emotions. Her impression of Ling Xiao dropped a lot. After all, Ling Xiao's words were too arrogant. He didn't put the other divine alchemists in his eyes. She thought that such a person wasn't steady and calm enough. It would be hard for him to achieve great things. After Yin Dijiao advised him on some basic matters, she twisted her body and left. The black-cloaked old man took Ling Xiao's group to a guest room to rest. He also arranged some attendants to guide them. If they needed anything they could ask them to do it. After the black-cloaked old man left, Ling Fei couldn't wait and said, "Little brother Xiao, you're too impulsive." Another half-incipient God Realm expert called Lan Qi added, "Divine Alchemist Ling, we don't have a way out now. If the 3 Supremes don't like us, then we have to get out of here." Although it was a great honor for them to stay here earlier, if Ling Xiao was just an ordinary divine alchemist, he would become a laughingstock. After all, he had said those arrogant words which made people think that they were powerful. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do. They won't make me leave. I'm just afraid that they will force me to stay." Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with confidence. He wasn't worried at all. When Ling Xiao and the others moved in, some of the people who couldn't stand the sight of them came to make trouble. Chapter 1368. What did you say? Junior Marshal Sister Yen brought back a few people, and one of them is that Dragon Gate's divine alchemist who isn't even 100 years old? A deep voice echoed in a luxurious room. The speaker was a young man in his 30s. His appearance couldn't be considered handsome, but he was sufficiently callous and resolute, giving off a very calm and magnanimous demeanor. This man was dressed in an alchemist's robe, and there was an exquisite badge hanging on his chest. His entire body was emitting a faintly discernible green flame, and his pair of bright and spirited eyes emitted a faint green flame, making him look extremely oppressive. The one who was talking to him was a beautiful woman who was wearing revealing clothes. This woman had the status of a martial artist. Her soft armor wrapped around her impressive figure to the fullest, revealing 2 pink lotuses. Her rosy white skin was extremely alluring, and her lustful eyes gave people a primitive impulse. This woman was called Sun Chunhua, and she was a member of the Alchemy Union. However, she wasn't an alchemist and was only a newly advanced divine king. She followed this divine alchemist Miao Qingyue and could be considered one of his women. The Alchemy Union naturally wasn't only made up of alchemists. There were also some who specialized in martial arts. Only with the two complementing each other could there be such a flourishing situation. Sun Chunhua moved closer to Miao Qingyue, and her ample chest pressed against his shoulder as she coyly said, "Isn't that so? This divine alchemist Ling Xiao isn't bad. He's also Dragon Gate's Sinjin of Goguryeo and has intimidated many divine alchemists outside the city." Then Junior Marshal Sister Yen summoned him to rest in the palace hall. Her attitude was extremely good. Sun Chunhua naturally knew that Miao Qingyue's sweetheart was Yen Djiao. In his eyes, she was merely a dispensable woman. She couldn't accept this. She was wholeheartedly devoted to him, yet he was still thinking about that woman. Now that there was a chance to sow discord, how could she not seize it? As long as he gave up on Yen Djiao, wouldn't he still be hers? Miao Qingyue's expression twitched, but he remained calm and collected as he said, "There's nothing strange about that. Didn't she bring 3 master alchemists who aren't even 1,000 years old to the palace? One more won't make a difference." "That's true, but this time it concerns Junior Sister's marriage. It is said that whoever wins the first place will be invited by the Yao elders to be their son-in-law. This Ling Xiao has an advantage over the others because he proposed to personally pay a visit to the 3 Yao elders. It can be seen that he is very confident," Sun Chunhua said. She didn't forget to add, "I think senior brother Miao and junior sister Qin are a match made in heaven. Those people are nothing." Miao Qingyue wasn't a hothead. He felt very uncomfortable hearing Sun Chunhua's words, but he also knew that this woman was trying to sow discord and make him give up on his junior sister. However, she had underestimated his intelligence. His pair of green eyes flickered a few times towards Sun Chunhua. He held the woman in his arms, his big hands fiercely covering the woman's plump breasts, forcefully kneading them. Miao Qingyue used so much force that Sun Chunhua couldn't help but cry out in pain. The ripples of lust in her beautiful eyes became even stronger. "Senior brother Miao, it's not worth it for that little demoness. Don't you feel that I'm more considerate and soft towards you?" Sun Chunhua took the opportunity to brag. From her point of view, as long as she could settle her senior brother, her position in the guild would skyrocket in the future. Miao Qingyue knew that Sun Chunhua was a snobbish woman, but he didn't mind letting this beauty go. "Take off the godly armor for me," Miao Qingyue faintly said to Sun Chunhua. Sun Chunhua's beautiful eyes rippled as she said, "Senior brother, you're really impatient, but I like it." Sun Chunhua's body lightly turned, and the godly armor instantly disappeared from her body, leaving behind only an undergarment that was as thin as a cicada's wing. The full area was faintly discernible and was very eye-catching, causing one's blood to surge endlessly. "Senior brother, love me well." Sun Chunhua coiled towards Miao Qingyue like a snake and coquettishly said. Miao Qingyue lightly swallowed his breath. He ruthlessly pressed her under his crotch and ravaged her to his heart's content, causing this woman to scream again and again. Miao Qingyue didn't forget to pinch Sun Chunfeng's chest during the battle and warned, "It's fine if you want to be my woman, but don't treat everyone as a fool. Junior sister Yen is mine. If you know what's good for you, then be my servant. I won't mistreat you." Sun Chunhua had already fallen into a state of boundless satisfaction, so how could she listen to Miao Qingyue's words? I know, use more force." "Oh, I'm about to die." Ling Xiao, Ling Fei and the others all stayed in the room and didn't wander around. Although there weren't many forbidden areas in this palace city, The people outside were all from the medicine guild. They were just some ordinary alchemists interacting with each other, so there wasn't anything that attracted them. They sensed that there were also other people living near the room they had been placed in. It was obvious that they had also been brought here a step earlier. Ling Xiao thought to himself, looks like this palace isn't the only one receiving special treatment. Not long after they settled down, there was a hurried knock on their door. Open the door, open the door. A very unarrogant voice rang out from outside the door. Ling Xiao, Ling Fei, and the others became somewhat dissatisfied. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly, could this be the way the medicine guild treats its guests? They angrily walked over and opened the door. They saw a bald man with only a small braid on his head knocking on the door, his face full of disdain. What's the matter? Ling Fei coldly looked at the man with the braid and shouted. Judging from this person's clothes, he wasn't from the medicine guild, nor was he an attendant they had arranged. Are you people from Dragon Gate? Our divine alchemist Jiang Xian invites you to meet him. The man with the braid lifted his head and looked at Ling Fei with disdain. Who's divine alchemist Jiang Xian? Although Ling Fei didn't like the man with the braid's attitude, he still asked patiently. He was afraid that this divine alchemist was a member of the medicine guild, so he shouldn't offend him. The man with the braid looked discontented. We're from the Demon Tiger sect. Divine alchemist Jiang Xian is the most outstanding and the youngest alchemist of our sect in the past 100,000 years. He's not even 500 years old yet. He's going to be the future husband of goddess Jianghu. Isn't he worth meeting? The man with the braid looked arrogant as if he was the owner of this place. Demon Tiger sect is nothing. Get lost. Ling Fei was enraged when he heard him mention the Demon Tiger sect. His half-incipient god realm aura shot out and sent the god king with the braid flying. The man with the braid only had the mid-level king god realm, so he couldn't even withstand one blow. This kind of trash dares to come here and clamor? He doesn't know what's good for him. Ling Fei closed the door and said disdainfully. The Kim people and the Demon Tiger tribe were enemies. The two tribes had a long history of resentment, and the Heavenly Dragon tribe and the Demon Tiger sect couldn't exist under the same sky. This man with the braid dared to talk like that in front of Ling Fei. He was courting death. Do you know who this Jiang Xian is? Ling Xiao heard the man with the braid, so he immediately asked the others. Ling Fei shook his head to show that he didn't know. Lan Qi said, this Jiang Xian is just a branch disciple of the Demon Tiger tribe, but he has a high alchemy tenbin. He became a divine alchemist dozens of years ago. At that time he was only around 400 years old, and he had the mid-level king god realm. He was considered the most promising character to become the next supreme in the Heavenly Tiger territory. This time he should join the alchemist conference just like you, divine alchemist Ling Xiao. Oh, no wonder why he's so arrogant. He dares to bully our Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao said. It is said that this Jiang Xian has fallen in love with divine alchemist Jianghu, who brought us here. There is also an inside story behind this alchemy conference. The three alchemy gods want to choose the most outstanding young divine alchemist to be divine alchemist Jianghu's husband. This Jiang Xian wants to take advantage of this opportunity to marry the divine lady so that his Demon Tiger tribe and the alchemy union can work together in a futile attempt to dominate the heaven region. Lan Qi clearly understood many things and explained. His appetite is quite big. Isn't he afraid of bursting to death? Ling Fei sneered. He paused for a moment before turning to Ling Xiao and saying, Little brother, why don't you take action and get that Jianghu? If our Kim people join hands with the alchemy union, the Demon Tiger tribe will definitely piss their pants in fear. A few black lines appeared on Ling Xiao's forehead as he inwardly said, I will never sell my body. If anyone who knew him heard this, they would look at him with disdain. If he didn't sell his body, how could he have so many wives? Who would have thought that Lan Qi would also agree with him? That's right. With divine alchemist Ling Xiao's strength and charm, I believe that Jianghu will be very interested in you. The other two also smiled and nodded in agreement. They knew that Ling Xiao's alchemy level had already surpassed their sect's chief divine alchemist, Zheng Can. It wouldn't be difficult for him to stand out among these young divine alchemists. Needless to say, Ling Xiao also felt that Ling Fei's suggestion was quite good. This woman's background was very powerful, and from her appearance she was definitely an extremely beautiful woman. Marrying her could be considered gaining both wealth and beauty. This was definitely the dream of any man. However, Ling Xiao was only thinking about it. He already had enough women and couldn't add any more. Otherwise he wouldn't know how to deal with this relationship. Moreover, once he became a supreme divine alchemist, wouldn't it be easy for him to get what he wanted? He didn't need to sell his body and sacrifice his luck in exchange for all of this. Ling Xiao felt that he had to stand his ground. Even if this woman chased after him, it would still be the same. He absolutely couldn't allow his principles to be easily destroyed. Just as they were chatting, a series of hurried knocks came from outside the door again. People from the Dragon Gate, come out. You actually dared to injure our demon tiger sex people? You must be tired of living. An angry roar came from outside the door. Chapter 1369. That clown is here. Ling Fei sneered and stood up immediately. He walked to the door and pulled it open. Ling Xiao and the other three also walked out. They didn't believe that the others dared to stir up trouble here. When he walked out of the door, he saw that there were a total of 8 people on the other side. The man with the braid who was injured earlier was among them. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Ling Fei, as if he wanted to swallow Ling Fei alive. Among these 8 people, 5 of them were at half incipient god realm and the other 3 were at king god realm. They were from the demon tiger sect. There was a young man in the middle of the 8 people. He was extraordinarily handsome, and there was a strong sense of killing intent between his brows. His tiger-like eyes flashed with arrogance. He wore an alchemist robe and had a divine badge pinned to his chest. He wore a tiger-shaped band on his head, which gave him a bit of a grandeur. He was the most outstanding divine alchemist of the demon tiger sect, Jianghu. He was almost 500 years old. Dozens of years ago he was already a divine alchemist at King God Realm. What are you knocking for? Do you want to die? Ling Fei glared at the people in front of him and shouted impolitely. He knew that they didn't come with good intentions. Of course he wouldn't try to persuade them. Really arrogant. Don't forget that this isn't your Dragon Gate, said Jianghu, the strongest half-incipient god realm expert of the demon tiger sect. You also know that this is not our heavenly dragon sect. However, this is also not your devil tiger sect. It is better for you to keep a low profile in someone else's territory. Otherwise you will lose face for their master. If that happens, we will not be the ones to suffer. The moment Ling Fei said this, the devil tiger sect's arrogance was indeed reduced by quite a bit. However, they couldn't just retreat just like that. Jiang Xian opened his mouth and said, "Which one of you is Ling Xiao? Come out and let this divine alchemist take a look and see if you're really Tenbin talented." A divine alchemist who's not even 100 years old, tsk, even if you started concocting pills in your mother's womb, you wouldn't have this kind of ability. Jiang Xian had always been a very proud person. Although he did not inherit the true bloodline of the demonic tiger clan, he had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity from a young age. His performance in alchemy was astonishing, so the resources he received were no less than the direct descendants of the demonic tiger clan or even more. Originally, he felt that he was the youngest divine alchemist, but he heard that there were 2 people in the Medicine Alliance who were as outstanding as him. They were Miao Qingyue and Yan Daijiao. Miao Qingyue was about the same age as him, but Yan Daijiao was much younger than them. Therefore, their Devil Tiger clan had set up a marriage alliance with the intention of letting Jiang Xian obtain that Yan Daijiao, and it could be considered as a perfect pair. However, the alchemy conference this time was the Medicine Alliance's preliminary selection for Yan Daijiao. This news was only known by some of the Medicine Alliance's inner court elders. Others were not aware of it. Jiang Xian was determined to obtain the first place in this alchemy conference, so he would not allow any mistakes to occur. However, just now he actually heard that Yan Daijiao had personally gone to receive the Dragon Gate's divine alchemist to this palace city. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. In fact, even if the Dragon Gate's divine alchemist was brought here in advance, he would not have thought much of it. However, he felt that a goddess like Yan Daijiao would not lower herself to receive someone. She should have sent someone else to do it. After all, he did not have such an honor to come here. However, the divine alchemist of their Devil Tiger sect's archenemy, the Dragon Gate, had such treatment. He could not help but feel jealous. Just because you don't have the ability doesn't mean that others don't have the ability. Go back to where you came from, stop buzzing around like a housefly and disturbing my peace, Ling Xiao said without any trace of politeness. When the members of the Devil Tiger sect heard Ling Xiao's words, their expressions became gloomy. Sharp-tongued. You must be Ling Xiao. I wonder what your alchemy skills are like. If you have the ability, let's have a competition right now. Whoever loses will be kicked out of here and won't need to participate in the alchemy conference. What do you think? Jiang Xian stared coldly at Ling Xiao and said. If Ling Xiao's tenbin made him jealous, then when he saw Ling Xiao's face that attracted women, his jealousy grew even stronger. Think about it, which woman would not like a capable and handsome man? Therefore Jiang Xian did not wish for Ling Xiao to stay here any longer and ruin his plans. Honestly speaking, you do not have the qualifications to challenge me. Ling Xiao replied without any trace of politeness. Fine. When the time comes for the alchemy conference, I will let you know what true alchemy is. Jiang Xian saw that Ling Xiao was not affected by his provocation and agreed repeatedly. He then said, what about the fact that you guys injured our people just now? We did not injure him. He must have accidentally fallen and injured himself. Ling Fei was just about to reply when Ling Xiao beat him to it. Get lost. He was obviously the one who injured me just now. How dare you lie through your teeth? The man with the braid pointed at Ling Fei and shouted. What proof do you have to prove that he injured you? Ling Xiao asked in return. What proof do I need? The man with the braid replied. You're really stupid. We've been sitting in the room the whole time. How did we injure you? Don't tell me you came looking for a beating? You guys of the Demon Tiger sect are all sick. If you don't have anything to say, then get lost. Of course, if you want to fight here, that's fine as long as you can afford to offend the owner of this place. Ling Xiao wasn't polite at all, criticizing the man with the braid and the people of the Demon Tiger sect. When it came to eloquence, Ling Xiao was miles ahead of these people. Damn it. I'm going to kill you. A half-incipient God Realm expert of the Demon Tiger sect couldn't stand it anymore. He thundered and wanted to attack Ling Xiao's team. However, Jianghu stopped him and said, Don't be impulsive. They know that we can't fight here, so they purposely provoked us. If we fall into their trap, we'll be in big trouble. Pausing for a while, he looked at Ling Xiao's team and said, What's the use of arguing? Why don't we have an alchemy competition in advance? You and Divine Alchemist Jiang Xian will compete together. Then we'll invite the people of Palace City to evaluate. Whoever loses will get lost from Palace City. What do you think? Jiang Xian immediately sneered and said, That's right. Whoever loses will get lost. I don't know if the cowards of the Dragon Gate have this kind of guts. Among the genius alchemists who were invited to Palace City, Jiang Xian felt that the most threatening one was Ling Xiao. He looked to be around 100 years old, but he was already an alchemist. One could imagine his future prospects. If the three great masters of the Alchemy Union valued him, then the Demon Tiger tribe's plan would fail. This wasn't a situation they wanted to see. They had to make preparations in advance to prevent such a thing from happening. Therefore, Jiang Xian said this in order to get Ling Xiao out of the competition in advance. What a good plan. However, this also showed that Jiang Xian was very confident in his alchemy ability. Otherwise he wouldn't have said this. Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Ling Fei loudly said, Let's compete then. We'll do as you said. Whoever loses will get lost. I hope you won't cry and beg to stay. Dragon Gate and the Demon Tiger sect were irreconcilable enemies. Since the other party said this, Ling Fei was naturally angry. Moreover, he believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't disappoint him. Ling Xiao thought to himself, Brother is too impatient. He gets angry so easily and will easily fall into the other party's trap. Although Ling Xiao was very confident in himself, since the other party dared to raise such a request, needless to say, he had absolute confidence. He had no choice but to be careful. However, Ling Fei already said it. What else could he say? Besides, the other party also immediately sealed off their retreat route. All right, we'll let the Alchemy Union's Divine Alchemist be the judge immediately. The two of us will refine pills openly. No matter what method, as long as whoever can refine a divine pill, then we'll compare to see whose pill refinement is better. Jiang Xian agreed readily. A cold faint smile flashed across his eyes. It was as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Ling Xiao, Ling Fei, and the rest also heard the meaning of Jiang Xian's words. That sentence, no matter what method, definitely contained some conspiracy. Lan Qi reminded Ling Xiao by the side, Be careful. The Demon Tiger tribe is very adept at playing dirty. Ling Xiao could tell that this Jiang Xian only had middle-stage Divine King strength at a glance. It was indeed very good for him to have this kind of strength at his age. But he was a genuine peak Divine King. Jiang Xian didn't seem to have the qualifications to play dirty with him. Furthermore, as long as he wanted to play, how could this Jiang Xian be his match? Alright, let's begin immediately. We will only refine a cauldron of divine pills. No matter what method we use, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Ah, you have guts. Then I'll send someone to explain to the Medicine Alliance and let them send someone to be the judge. Jiang Xian laughed arrogantly. Immediately after, they brought their people back to their residences and sent people to find the people from the Medicine Alliance at the same time. When they just returned to their residence, Jiang Tu immediately said to Jiang Xian in a deep voice, Jiang Xian, you might have to be careful. That Ling Xiao actually has the strength of a peak divine king. What, he's a peak divine king? Could I have seen wrongly? Jiang Xian said in shock. Absolutely not. I suspect that he's a cultivator who stole his body. Otherwise, how could he be so outstanding? You have to be careful. Jiang Tu replied with certainty. If that's the case, then it'll be difficult for me to use fire control skills to deal with him. Jiang Xian revealed a troubled expression. After pausing for a moment, he said, looks like I can only use that move. At the same time, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, as if he was already determined to win. Within the palace city, Yan Daijiao had already received the news that Ling Xiao and Jiang Xian were going to compete in advance. Her beautiful eyes rippled with charm as she said to the black-robed elder beside her, since they want to compete, then as the host, we can't be petty. I'll go and be their judge. At the same time, our guild will provide the divine materials for them to refine pills, and the divine pills will belong to them. This black-robed elder was called He Wei, and he was one of Yan Daijiao's protector elders. He Wei objected, Miss, if we let them do this, I'm afraid that many people will leave before the convention even starts. This won't be good for our guild, right? It's fine. Sooner or later, someone will be eliminated. Letting them settle their grudges in advance won't affect the progress of the convention. Moreover, I also want to see if they have the qualifications to meet the 3 masters in advance. Yan Daijiao replied. Chapter 1370. The competition between Ling Xiao and Jiang Xian didn't cause too much of a commotion in the city. After all, the alchemy conference hadn't begun yet. It was already good enough that they could obtain the Medicine Guild's support for their private actions. Thus, the Dragon Gate and Demon Tiger Sex people were brought to a place for them to refine pills to settle their personal grudges. Indijiao would be the judge. However, this news somehow reached her senior brother Miao Qingyue's ears, and he actually wanted to be the judge. Indijiao couldn't object to this. After all, he was her senior brother. There were a few tall platforms in an independent place where restrictions had been melted away. There was a strong medicinal fragrance in the air, and it was obvious that this was where the Medicine Guild's divine alchemists usually refined pills. The 2 divine alchemists wanting to determine the winner in advance is a violation of our guild's rules, but since the 2 of you have made such a strong request, we can only try our best to satisfy you. However, I still feel that it's better for the 2 of you to maintain harmony. No matter who wins or loses, don't damage the harmony, Miao Qingyue said to Ling Xiao and Jiang Xian, who were already on the platform. A calm smile appeared on Miao Qingyue's face. He was very happy for these 2 groups to fight each other. This way he would have fewer opponents. Indijiao was still wearing a veil. She blinked her beautiful eyes and said, Our guild will be in charge of the pills that the 2 divine alchemists need to refine. I've also already told the 3 Yao elders that whoever wins can accept their request to visit. Alright, today I'll let the 3 Yao elders and Goddess Yi know my alchemy skills. Jiang Xian said confidently. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had a calm expression as if he was constantly smiling. He didn't seem nervous at all. He thought to himself, just use whatever methods you have. You'll be crying when the time comes. In the end, the 2 of them decided to refine Divine King pills. This was a pill that even novice divine alchemists would find difficult to refine. It didn't matter what pill Ling Xiao refined. With his abilities, it would be a piece of cake. Indijiao arranged for everyone to have a set of divine materials. As per their request, a cauldron of divine pills would determine the victor. It's not too late to admit defeat. Otherwise you'll lose very badly. Jiang Xian said with a provocative smile. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Since you are so confident, why don't we increase the stakes? What do you think? Jiang Xian raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so confident. However, he thought that Ling Xiao was just bluffing. Are you trying to scare me? This divine teacher will do whatever you want. Jiang Xian replied. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Fine, then I'll add a small prize, not a lot, just 2 billion divine gems and 500 divine herbs. After saying so, a pile of divine gems and a batch of divine herbs appeared in front of Ling Xiao, and he put them all into an spatial ring. Yang Kai waved the spatial ring and said, I believe divine teacher Jiang can take out such a small prize. I have several golden dragon fruits here. I hope you can add a few of your Demon Tiger clan's specialty Demon Tiger Fiend vines to these stakes. In any case, I don't mind. The Demon Tiger Fiend vines were a dark attribute divine material. 4 dark attribute cultivators, it was a top-grade item. Not only could it enhance the strength of dark attribute divine kings, but it also had a certain chance of allowing one to comprehend Tiger Fiend Chi. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't need to use the Demon Tiger Fiend vines, but his subordinates, Savage Leopard and Mad Tooth, desperately needed them. Jiang Xian was also taken aback by Ling Xiao's sudden small prize. He cursed inwardly, if this is a small prize, then how many divine treasures are needed for it to be considered a big prize? His expression became somewhat gloomy. Ling Xiao's false bravado had undoubtedly frightened him. Although he was a divine alchemist, he couldn't take out such a precious treasure all at once like Ling Xiao had. 2 billion divine crystals and 500 divine herbs could be exchanged for many divine treasures. It was enough for many divine kings to absorb and advance. Miao Qingyue and Yin Dijiao were also taken aback by Ling Xiao's sudden action. The two of them were also people with rich treasures, but they had to pay such a great price just for a single contest. This prize was simply too great. Miao Qingyue said, please don't let your emotions affect your decisions. You are guests of our guild, so this will make things very difficult for us. Although Miao Qingyue's words sounded like he was trying to persuade them, he didn't seem to care at all. Instead, he seemed to be adding fuel to the fire. Yin Dijiao said in a sweet voice, let's forget about this prize. Since divine alchemist Jiang is in such a difficult position, then let's just listen to the two of you, Ling Xiao said, but then he added, can't even afford to lose such a small prize? How boring. Ling Xiao's words were undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire, and Jiang Xian instantly flew into a rage. Let's add it then. Who's afraid of who? He couldn't lose in front of the woman he liked, nor could he allow others to look down on their Devil Tiger sect. After saying that, he also took out a lot of divine crystals and divine treasures like Ling Xiao and put them into his spatial ring. However, he discovered that he had less than 1.5 billion divine crystals and he was still lacking some divine herbs. He looked a little embarrassed, then looked at Jiang Tu and transmitted a message to him, Elder Tu, lend me some divine crystals and divine herbs. Just as Jiang Tu was about to provide Jiang Xian with divine crystals and divine herbs, Ling Xiao said something that almost made them vomit blood. A dignified divine alchemist of the Devil Tiger sect doesn't even have enough divine crystals and divine herbs? TSK, it's really shameful. How about I reduce the prize a bit more? Ling Xiao said with a look of ridicule. Ling Fei immediately fanned the flames and said, haha, I heard that the Devil Tiger sect is one of the top forces in the heaven domain. To think that you can't even take out such a small amount of divine crystals and divine grass. This is indeed damaging to the reputation of the Devil Tiger sect. What's there to be proud of? This divine alchemist doesn't carry so many things with him like you nouveau riches, Jiang Xian explained angrily, then said, hand the space ring over to the smoke goddess for safekeeping. Let's not waste any more words and begin. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything more, the space ring in his hand flying over to Yen Dai Jiao just like Jiang Xian's. Since the two of you trust this little girl, I'll take care of it for you. Whoever wins will win. You can begin now. Yen Dai Jiao accepted the space ring and said softly. She originally didn't like Ling Xiao's arrogance, but seeing his actions now, she felt that he really wasn't an ordinary person. Perhaps he was also hiding some kind of secret, otherwise how could he be so confident? In addition, she knew how outstanding Jiang Xian was. How could a newly promoted divine alchemist on par with her senior brother Miao be easy to deal with? She also wanted to see who would be the real winner. When the time came, she would be able to see whether they had true talent or not. In any case, Ling Xiao and Jiang Xian had already lost points in Yin Dai Jiao's eyes. In her opinion, the man she needed was not this kind of ostentatious man, she preferred a man who was calm and energetic. Ling Xiao and Jiang Xian didn't speak any nonsense and directly entered a state of alchemy. They each took out their divine cauldrons and their flames immediately soared. Ling Xiao's flame was a dark purple and looked very noble and enchanting. It was like a sprite of spirit fire, giving off a pleasant feeling. This was the flame of the demon heavenly bead. Its color had long since changed from dark blue to purple, and its firepower was even more amazing than before. As for the flame in Jiang Xian's hand, it was also a special kind of heaven flame. It was actually a completely black flame called the Netherworld Ghost Flame. It was like a black ghost flame that gave off a cold and gloomy feeling. In order to become a divine alchemist, it would be very difficult to refine the sacred animal pill if one didn't have a flame source. The speed at which the two refined the spirit grasses was very fast, and their control was very exquisite. However, Ling Xiao seemed somewhat indifferent, as if he wasn't in a hurry at all. He didn't immediately let Jiang Xian see his true level of alchemy. Right now he was only displaying a third of his usual level. He still wanted to see what kind of trick Jiang Xian was playing to actually be so sure of his victory. In the beginning, the two of them refined the essence of the spirit grasses step by step and didn't take any drastic actions. The people standing in the air were all quietly waiting for the final moment to arrive. At this time, Miao Qingyue transmitted his voice to Yan Dijiao. Junior sister Yan, these two are worthy of being the most outstanding of the new batch of divine alchemists. Their alchemy skills are excellent. Miao Qingyue's words undoubtedly showed his magnanimity and didn't mind praising the two of them. Yan Dijiao nodded lightly and said, yes, it wasn't a coincidence that they were able to become divine alchemists. This will depend on the moment when they condense the pill to determine the victor. Miao Qingyue said again, Junior sister, what do you think of them? I heard from Master that they intend to choose a husband for you. Senior brother, now is not the time to talk about this. Yan Dijiao seemed to be very evasive in this aspect and replied indifferently. However, Miao Qingyue still continued, I feel that Master and the others hope that we can be together and continue to carry forward the prestige of our medicine alliance. Moreover, you should understand senior brother's intentions. At the same time, Miao Qingyue looked very seriously at Yan Dijiao, his tiger-like eyes rippling with indescribable affection. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had so solemnly confessed to his junior sister. In the past, he had at most expressed his concern and had never been so direct. Now that the alchemy conference was at hand, if his junior sister took a fancy to some divine alchemist, then he would lose the initiative. He couldn't wait any longer. Although his master and the other two martial uncles had discussed having Yan Dijiao marry him, if Yan Dijiao herself didn't agree, then everything would be for naught. After all, the three masters greatly respected Yan Dijiao's opinion. Yan Dijiao's beautiful eyes trembled slightly and she said, Senior brother, I only treat you as my senior brother and I feel that senior sister Tsin is more suitable for you. Miao Qingyue's expression changed and he slightly clenched his fists as he explained, no, apart from me, who else in this world is worthy of you? Yan Dijiao didn't respond to Miao Qingyue's words and turned her gaze to the two refining pills. A sudden change also began at this moment. Chapter 1371. The reason why Jiang Xian was so confident in winning against Ling Xiao was because his alchemy skills were indeed very good. Even for this difficult Divine King pill, he had a 70% success rate. If it wasn't for the glory of the two sects and the huge prize, he was absolutely confident that he could compete with Ling Xiao fair and square. However, this was a matter of who would be able to stay in Temple City and the glory of the two sections. He would not allow any accidents to happen. Therefore he had another way to win this battle. Naturally, this method would not be honorable. In any case, he had already made it clear before that no matter what method he used, as long as he could win. First, let me see if your peak Divine King title is real. Jiang Xian thought in his heart. The direction of the flames he controlled changed and actually slapped towards the nearby Ling Xiao. Two black tigers suddenly appeared. They were sinister and frightening as they roared towards Ling Xiao. These two ferocious black tigers were definitely not just images. They were lifelike and full of vigor as they attacked from the left and right. Generally speaking, it was very difficult for an alchemist to multitask. Otherwise, it would easily affect the success or failure of a cauldron. However, Jiang Xian was not afraid. After he made a move, he immediately slapped his cauldron with one hand and used the other to control the black tiger's power. Despicable. Ling Fei couldn't help but curse. Jiang too sneered at the side, didn't we agree that no matter what method you use, as long as you can refine a divine pill? If you can't even handle this, then what kind of divine alchemist are you? Miao Qingyue and Yan Dijiao also didn't expect Jiang Xian to play dirty. Their expressions became complicated. Miao Qingyue's expression became even more tyrannical as he thought to himself, Multitasking this Jiang Xian is quite good. Only I wonder how that Ling Xiao will deal with it. Yin Dai Jiao's impression of Jiang Xian instantly fell. She hated this kind of despicable person. At the same time she was more or less worried about Ling Xiao. However, it was only a little worry for an ordinary person. When the two black tigers were about to pounce in front of Ling Xiao seemed to be completely unaware of it as he continued to make complicated hand seals and concoct pills. The people who were watching this scene became nervous. They all thought that Ling Xiao must have been too focused and didn't notice the attack coming. Rumble. The two black tigers rushed towards Ling Xiao. The astonishing energy explosion caused a frightening sound, causing the nearby spatial energy to churn unceasingly. What peak divine king? You are nothing but an idiot. Jiang Xian sneered complacently. As long as his attack worked, Ling Xiao's mind would be shaken, and the essence of the pellets would dissipate. Then Ling Xiao would be eliminated in advance. At that time, all he had to do was condense the pellets and he would win. However, before his smile could finish, his expression froze. His eyes also became astonished, and the flame in his hand almost disappeared. He hurriedly restrained his mind and controlled the flame. His fire palm kept hitting the medicine cauldron as he cursed in his heart. How is this possible? He is actually fine. Jiang Xian was a mid-level divine king. The power of his sudden attack was not weak. However, Ling Xiao was completely fine. He was still quietly concocting pills as if the attack just now didn't hit him at all. The surrounding people also opened their mouths wide in shock. They all had an incredulous look on their faces. Ling Fei on the other hand said proudly, in the face of absolute power, all schemes are useless. Ling Fei was aware of Ling Xiao's strength. However, the opponent's unexpected attack still made him break out in cold sweat. However, seeing that Ling Xiao seemed to be prepared and had already used his defensive power to block the opponent's attack, he finally relaxed. Although Jianghu and the others were a little surprised, it seemed to still be within their control because Jiang Xian still hadn't used his ultimate move. As long as Jiang Xian used his ultimate move, he could definitely make Ling Xiao suffer the consequences. Miao Qingyue was extremely surprised that Ling Xiao was able to block this move unscathed. If it were him, he might not be able to do it. Once the defense was lost, the elixir essence in the cauldron would be finished. Yin Dai Jiao was not so surprised. When she went to pick up Ling Xiao, she already knew that Ling Xiao was the Sinjin of Goguryeo of the Sky Dragon domain. His strength was outstanding. How could he not have any tricks up his sleeves? It was not that Ling Xiao did not know about Jiang Xian's attack, but that he did not care about it. This little bit of broken hand was really not difficult for him. It could not shake his mind. If you only have this little ability, then you are out. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. At this time he already extracted the essence from the spirit grasses. A beast pill was thrown in by him to refine. Jiang Xian also entered the refining beast pill segment, but he actually did not continue to use forceful moves to rope in Ling Xiao. This made Ling Xiao feel rather strange. He did not think that Jiang Xian would let it go just like this. I'll let you refine a while more first. In a while, I'll make all your previous efforts go to waste. Jiang Xian secretly thought in his heart. The two people each harbored ulterior motives, entering a white-hot stage all the way. The two people's extraction of the beast pill's power was already more than half completed. Ling Xiao deliberately reduced the speed and did not use soul force to split the beast pill. He did not wish to appear too high profile for the time being. Just when Ling Xiao refined 2/3 of the beast pill, Jiang Xian made a move again. It was only to see that the tiger helmet on his head actually emitted a formless soul force attack, charging towards Ling Xiao's divine soul. Although this soul force could not compare to Ling Xiao's soul force attack, it could absolutely threaten the situation of any divine king's divine soul too. He did not seek to be able to kill Ling Xiao. He just wanted to injure Ling Xiao's divine soul. Then how could Ling Xiao still refine pills? As for the reason why he knew soul force attacks, it was not because he was a member of the soul race, but because in ancient times, their Fiend Tiger clan was also an important archenemy against the soul race. In that soul-exterminating battle, the Fiend Tiger clan killed the most soul race people. Because they had always been one of the most powerful existences among the many ancient clans. It was also in that battle that the Fiend Tiger clan's experts captured many soul race people, searched the soul race's memories, extracted the soul race's secrets, and learned their soul race's soul force attack mystic art. Their Fiend Tiger clan wanted to impart this soul race mystic art to their clansmen to cultivate at that time. Unfortunately, without the heavy soul Tenbin, the sea of consciousness was not spacious enough, and there was no way to cultivate at all. Thus, after many modifications and attempts by their Fiend Tiger clan, they finally modified this secret technique to be suitable for a portion of people to cultivate. Although they were unable to instantly kill anyone like the soul race, they could injure the souls and divine souls of others, allowing them to kill others more easily. Of course, only alchemists or people with a wider sea of consciousness than ordinary people could cultivate their long-lived version of the secret technique. Divine alchemists like Jianghu often needed to concentrate their mental energy to cultivate, so that they could gradually accumulate and strengthen their soul force, and use it to attack. It was just that the weakness of their modified soul force attack was not small. Not only was its power much weaker, it could only be used once or twice, and its soul force would be exhausted. Therefore, Jianghu would not use it unless he had no other choice, and he did not want other races to know that they possessed such an ability. Now that he was competing with Ling Xiao in pill refining and suddenly using this attack, he felt that he could definitely defeat Ling Xiao. This was also the reason why they were so confident in the beginning. They definitely felt that there were very few people in this world who could unknowingly block a soul force attack. Otherwise, the soul race would not have been able to make the people of the various races feel such a terrifying threat in the past, and make them want to get rid of him as soon as possible. Unfortunately, no matter how much Jianghu thought about it, he would never be able to predict that the true reincarnation of the ancestor of the soul race would be right in front of him, and he would actually use his strength to show off against Ling Xiao. However, when Ling Xiao sensed the soul force attack, he was still shocked. He never thought that Jianghu would actually be able to do this. He even suspected that Jianghu had the bloodline of the soul race in him. Fortunately, those soul forces could not even break through the defense of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, and were unable to threaten him at all. Jianghu looked at the still unmoved Ling Xiao, and couldn't help but become even more anxious. What's going on? It's impossible for this guy to even block my soul power attack. He had used this soul power attack more than once or twice. In the past, there were some blind fellows who had offended him, and they had also been turned into idiots by his soul power attack. He knew how terrifying this soul power attack was. However, his soul power was like mud entering the sea. It actually caused Ling Xiao to not move at all. He did not believe this, so he gathered his strength once again, and used his soul power to attack again. He could only use it twice in a row. If there was no effect these 2 times, then he could only wait for the result of the core formation stage in an upright manner. The second soul power attack was the same as the first. It was still unable to harm Ling Xiao. Jianghu had completely given up. He hurriedly gathered his thoughts and planned to wholeheartedly refine the pill. He had to raise the quality of the pill. He had to win against Ling Xiao. Jianghu, who was below, couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He realized that Jianghu was actually unable to defeat Ling Xiao, and thought to himself, could it be that Jianghu's soul power attack hasn't been used yet? It seems like this guy's soul power attack is also limited. I have to take him down and see how he understands soul power attacks, in case there is big trouble in the future. Ling Xiao thought solemnly in his heart. Immediately after, Ling Xiao actually began to counterattack. His soul-locking curse rushed out of his sea of consciousness, and rushed towards Jianghu's sea of consciousness. However, Jianghu's tiger helmet seemed to have a certain degree of defense against soul power attacks, and it actually blocked Ling Xiao's soul-locking curse. Just when Ling Xiao thought that he couldn't do anything to Jianghu, the soul-locking curse directly broke through the defense of his tiger helmet, and entered his sea of consciousness and divine soul. So it only has a little bit of defense. It is completely useless against me. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. Jianghu was covered by Ling Xiao's soul-locking curse, and his divine soul was locked. He struggled and let out miserable cries. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.